20-year-old Lin Han grew up in the mountains, mastering extraordinary skills but never having set foot in the bustling city. Now, he's been given his master's final task: descend the mountain to protect a mysterious beauty. However, what he never expected is that this beauty turns out to be his fiancée. Stepping into the city for the first time, Lin Han is mistaken for a laborer, leading to a series of humorous incidents. Facing tests from his in-laws, disdain from security guards, and the cold attitude of his fiancée, can Lin Han use his skills and intelligence to win this destined marriage? As hidden dangers and truths begin to surface, the mysterious power behind Lin Han is gradually revealed. What seemed like a simple task to protect a woman sets off a storm in the entire city. Can Lin Han resolve the crisis and win the heart of his beloved? Find out in The Final Task. Main text Chapter 1, The Last Mission. Under the scorching sun, an old man and a young man sat facing each other on top of a mountain. Old man, what kind of pit did you dig this time? Lin Han looked at the old man sitting across from him warily. This was his master, a very bad old man. Every mission he issued was extremely dangerous, and Lin Han was always in mortal danger. You little brat, how many times have I told you to call me Uncle Number 2? Your master is the old man. The old man with the white beard was very angry, and seemed very unhappy with Lin Han's address. 15 years ago, when Lin Han was only 5 years old, he was abandoned by his family. The old man was entrusted by someone to adopt him together with his senior brother. Over the years, the two of them have taught him medical skills and ancient martial arts, and treated Lin Han as their own grandson. But they never expected that this little brat would now have grown up and actually call him old man. What exactly is the task of the second elder? Lin Han was helpless. He couldn't beat the old man in front of him anyway, so it was better to keep a low profile. The task this time was very simple. He just had to protect a woman. No! Lin Han refused without hesitation. His previous missions were all assassinations. The people he could assassinate were all heroes of the country, and some were even heads of small countries. What kind of woman was so awesome that he had to protect her? Are you really not going? I'm not going at all. It's a beautiful woman. The old man smiled mysteriously and threw out the bait. Uncle, you really are something. If you had told me earlier, I would have packed my bags right away. Lin Han's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but smack his lips. The only woman he had seen in all these years was the widow Li, who ran a small shop at the foot of the mountain. He was 20 years old this year, in the prime of his life, but he could only look at two old men every day. The old man smiled proudly. How could Sun Wukong escape from the palm of the Buddha? I forgot to tell you something. The woman you are protecting is also your fiancée. A long time ago, my senior brother arranged a marriage for you. The old man slapped his head as if he had just remembered. What? Lin Han was a little confused, but when he thought of the other person being a beauty, he was moved to tears. The master was too good to him. He had thought of finding a wife for himself many years ago. Before he left, the old man gave Lin Han a porcelain jar and a set of silver needles, and said to him seriously, "You don't have to come back after you leave this time. Just a reminder, the women down the mountain are tigers, so you'd better be careful." Well, I also have something to tell you, second uncle. Last night, we ran out of toilet paper at home, and you hid those erotic letters under the mattress. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Han saw that the old man's face was ugly and he was about to lose his temper, so he quickly ran away. You little brat, stop. How dare you touch my treasure? The old man was shaking with anger, but Lin Han was too fast and had already reached the halfway point. In the center of Tianan City, Lin Han looked at the beautiful women on the street, their long, white legs and sexy belly-bearing outfits, which made him dizzy. No wonder Uncle Air said that the women in the mountains are tigers, they are really fierce. Lin Han swallowed his saliva and then took out a crumpled piece of paper from his body. It had an address and a name written on it, Jianya Building, Tang Jianya. This was written to him by Uncle Air, saying to go to this place to find the girl's father, and there would naturally be arrangements at that time. Looking at the crooked handwriting, Lin Han couldn't help but sigh. The master's handwriting was like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, but the second master's handwriting looked like a dog scratching. The only explanation was that the master was a doctor and the second master was a martial artist, a pure rough man. Lin Han stopped a taxi on the side of the road and sat down. Driver, please take me to Jianya Building. Lin Han said. The driver turned around and saw that Lin Han was wearing a camouflage outfit and holding a hemp bag. This was the look of a migrant worker in the city, and it would be a shame not to make a killing off such a person. But then Lin Han said something that made the driver feel cold. Don't take any detours. I heard that drivers in your city like to take detours. I've checked, and it's only 3 kilometers from here to Jianya Building. Yes, don't worry, I'm not a heartless driver. The driver was embarrassed and could only curse in his heart. Who said that country people are easy to fool? This kid is smarter than a monkey. He knows how to get through a few traffic lights. How the hell can he get around? Soon the driver took Lin Han to Jianya Building. The fare was 12 yuan. Lin Han got out of the car and looked up at the 18-story office building in front of him. His heart was stirred. Was he finally going to meet his father-in-law? Thinking about this, Lin Han straightened his hair and walked into Jianya Building. However, as soon as he entered the door, he was stopped by 2 security guards at the door. Stop. Who are you looking for? A young security guard stood in front of Lin Han. Jianya Building is a high-end office building, and the people who come and go are all high-level white-collar workers and gold-collar workers. Lin Han was dressed in camouflage and looked like a migrant worker, so of course the security guard wouldn't let him in. Lin Han was stunned. He saw the young security guard looking at him with disgust, and he was suddenly upset. I'm looking for Tang Jianye. Lin Han rolled his eyes and said. What Tang Jianye? Wait, who are you looking for? The young security guard thought he had heard wrong. Tang Jianye, isn't he your boss? Lin Han was also puzzled. Could it be that the second master was teasing me, and there was actually no such person? What do you want with Mr. Tang? The young security guard looked at Lin Han warily, afraid that he was here to cause trouble. He came to marry her daughter. His daughter is my fiancée. Lin Han was very proud, because second uncle had said that Tang Jianye's daughter was a beautiful woman. The young security guard was stunned at first, then couldn't help laughing out loud. Damn it. You're quite ambitious, but there's a limit to bragging, don't blow the cow to death. The old security guard next to him shook his head repeatedly, sighing that young people nowadays are so ambitious that they daydream all day long. If you don't believe me, give him a call and tell him that Lin Han is here, or that his son-in-law is here. Lin Han said. You think I'm stupid? The young security guard was tired of listening, waved his hand and said, You'd better leave. Go straight for 300 meters, and there's a mental hospital across the street. I suggest you go see a doctor. Lin Han was so angry that he almost started to fight. This security guard was so blind that he actually thought he was a mental patient. Seeing that he couldn't get in the door, Lin Han thought that he couldn't break in, so what should he do? At this moment, a beautiful woman in OL clothes and high heels walked over. Mr. Tang. The 2 security guards' faces were instantly filled with smiles when they saw the woman, and it was clear that they were very wary of this woman. Lin Han turned his head and couldn't help but light up, because this woman was so beautiful. Her exquisite face, white skin, and devilish S-shaped body were much more beautiful than those of the female stars on TV. Lin Han's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he even felt suffocated. Chapter 2, The Contractor. What's going on here? The woman frowned slightly and looked at the security guard and Lin Han coldly. The young security guard was at a loss for words. Mr. Tang, he's looking for the chairman. The older security guard quickly remedied the situation. The woman looked at Lin Han with a puzzled expression, and then asked, Are you looking for my dad? Tang Jianye, no, Uncle Tang is your dad? Lin Han was surprised to hear the woman say this, but then he showed a smile that was even brighter than a flower. Is she his future wife? This girl is too beautiful, and the master chef really has good taste. I am Tang Ying. What do you want with my father? Tang Ying looked at Lin Han suspiciously. In her eyes, Lin Han's outfit made him look like a contractor. My name is Lin Han. I'm here to. What? You are Lin Han? Tang Ying exclaimed at hearing this name, her eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost. In fact, she also knew that she had a fiancé, and her grandfather, who loved her, helped her choose him. Since she was young, Tang Ying has been recognized as beautiful, and there are many people chasing after her. She has also fantasized about a handsome young man coming to marry her on a colorful cloud. But Tang Ying never imagined that the contractor-like man in front of her was Lin Han, her fiancé. Hey, you're surprised to see me. Lin Han smiled confidently. He has always been confident in his appearance since he was a child, but unfortunately he was born at the wrong time, otherwise he could have been a star like a little fresh meat. Tang Ying was completely speechless. This man was not only rude, but also shameless. No, I can't let him be my fiancé. Tang Ying clenched her teeth and tried to calm herself down. She said to Lin Han in a calm tone, "You come with me." After saying that, Tang Ying turned around and walked into the office building. Lin Han walked with her side by side, smiling. Many people in the lobby of the office building were stunned to see this scene. Wow! There is a man next to Vice President Tang. Who is this guy? He can actually walk with the iceberg goddess. This contractor is too awesome. Everyone was talking about it. Especially the young security guard, whose eyes were almost popping out. Lu, I didn't see it wrong, did I? Is that man really Vice President Tang's fiancé? The young security guard was dumbfounded. Alas, the rich have such unique tastes now. The old security guard shook his head slightly, looking like he had seen through the world, which made the young security guard roll his eyes. 18th floor of Jianye Building, President's Office. Tang Jianye was looking at the group's annual financial statements. The red deficit made his brows furrow. Recently, a large company in the province had set its sights on Jianye Group. The other party was rich and powerful, and Jianye Group would probably be acquired at a low price. If it were acquired, Tang Jianye's decades of hard work would be in vain. Fortunately, a few days ago, the old man told him that Tang Ying's fiancé was coming, and this person's background was amazing. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Tang Jianye closed the report and rubbed his tired eyes. Tang Ying walked in with Lin Han, but her face was not very good. Dad, Tang Ying cried out in a helpless voice. Xiaoying, what's wrong with you? Tang Jianye saw that his daughter was not in the right mood and quickly got up and walked over, his face full of love. This is no wonder, Tang Ying's mother died early, and Tang Jianye brought Tang Ying up with a lot of hard work. Hello, uncle. Lin Han, who was standing next to him, was so excited to see his future father-in-law that his mouth was as sweet as honey. Who are you? Tang Jianye had just been wondering why his daughter had brought a migrant worker to his office, but he had forgotten to ask because he had just been paying attention to Tang Ying. Dad, this is Lin Han. Tang Ying was about to cry when she finished speaking. Lin Han was her fiancé, and she didn't know if she could go on living with him. Lin Han? Tang Jianye looked at Lin Han in disbelief, as if he had been struck by lightning. Is this the son-in-law with an amazing background the old man was talking about? He said he was a contractor, and Tang Jianye agreed wholeheartedly. But when it came to how awesome this young man was, who was he to argue with him? But the old man had always been cautious in his life, and he was definitely not someone who would make things up. Not to mention that Tang Ying was her granddaughter, so there was no reason to harm her. Thinking about this, Tang Jianye calmed down a little and looked deeply at Lin Han. Hey, uncle, don't look at me like that. They say that mothers-in-law like their sons-in-law more and more as they get to know them. Lin Han smiled, I can't help it. It's all my fault for being so outstanding and so likable. Tang Jianye almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He thought to himself, this kid is too full of himself. How did he develop this inexplicable confidence? Tang Ying was completely desperate. She felt that it was a miracle that a man like Lin Han could live to this day. Lin, sit down and let's talk. Tang Jianye quickly took a heart pill to calm his emotions and said. Lin Han was also very polite, sitting opposite Tang Jianye in a carefree manner and said bluntly, Uncle, my second uncle asked me to protect my fiancée, your daughter. Are you in trouble? Fiancé? Although Tang Ying knew about this, she couldn't help but scold angrily when she heard these three words come out of Lin Han's mouth. Who is your fiancé? Shut up. Lin Han didn't think so. He laughed and thought that Tang Ying was beautiful even when she was angry. He really made a good deal this time. Rascal! Tang Ying found that Lin Han didn't get angry when he was scolded, and he actually looked at her with a smile. She immediately blushed and wished she could kick him to death. Tang Jianye was also embarrassed. He deliberately coughed a few times and asked. Lin, I know about you and Xiaoying, but as you said, someone in our group is really looking for trouble, so I'm afraid your relationship won't work for the time being. Tang Ying was relieved to hear this. It seems that Dad doesn't approve of her marrying this contractor either. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt Xiaoying. Lin Han said seriously. Hearing Lin Han call her Xiaoying, Tang Ying felt a chill in her heart. This guy is shameless. So what are you going to do about it? Tang Jianye asked. Uncle, you tell me who is causing trouble, and I will make him disappear completely. Lin Han looked down on him. Over the years, he has killed too many powerful people, and he has not even taken Tianan City seriously. Tang Jianya's eyes lit up. If Lin Han dared to say such things, did he really have a powerful background to support him? If he knew that Lin Han meant to kill the other person when he said he would disappear, he would probably have to take a heart pill again. Good, Lin, you are indeed a responsible man. I will entrust the safety of Xiao Ying to you. Uncle, you are too kind. This is what I should do. Lin Han was unusually humble for once. Very good. Then I will appoint you as Xiao Ying's bodyguard in the name of the chairman. Tang Jianya smiled. Dad, what are you talking about? Tang Ying was very anxious when she heard this. Didn't Dad just stand on the same side as her? How could he change his mind so quickly? Xiao Ying, you're a good girl. Don't you know what's going on in the company? This is for your own safety. Tang Jianya said to Tang Ying very seriously. You guys. Tang Ying was very aggrieved, but she also knew that this was her father's good intention, so she could only glare at Lin Han angrily. Lin Han also saw it. This girl couldn't accept herself for a while. It seemed that she had to be properly trained. So he said to Tang Jianya with a smile. Uncle, I'm new here and haven't found a place to stay yet. Besides, I also have to protect Tang Ying. Can I live with her? No. No problem. The father and daughter both spoke at the same time. Tang Ying looked at Tang Jianya with a blank expression. Is this still my own father? Chapter 3, I'll kill you with one finger. Thank you, uncle. Lin Han chuckled and turned his head to wink at Tang Ying, who was full of resentment. This trick was taught to him by the second uncle. He said it was called electric eyes. If you give a girl you like a few electric shocks, she will be moved. Unfortunately, Tang Ying didn't look at him, and he was just a white electricity. This scene was just seen by Tang Jianya. Oh my god. You little rascal, you're flirting with my daughter in front of me. Is that really okay? If someone else dared to do that, Tang Jianya would have smashed him to death with an ashtray. But at the moment, he still needs the son-in-law to help him get through this difficult time, so he can only pretend not to see it. He smiled wryly and said to Tang Ying, Ying, you take him to go through the employment procedures. Tang Ying stamped her foot in anger, snorted, got up, and walked away with her waist twisted. Lin Han followed her without saying a word, smiling. After Lin Han left, Tang Jianya called his father and told him what had happened. Well, that's good, Jianya. The future of our Tang family depends on Lin Han. The old man smiled with satisfaction. Dad, that Lin Han looks like an ordinary person. What's his background? Tang Jianya was puzzled. After all, the old man was a professor at the Capital Medical University. He had seen all kinds of big shots. Why did he value a young man so much? You don't understand. This son is not a fish in a pond. He will become a dragon when he meets a change in the wind and clouds. Jianya, you must remember my words. The old man earnestly said. After hanging up the phone, Tang Jianya felt a hint of excitement in his heart. Is Lin Han's background really that strong? If that's the case, it's very exciting. I wonder what surprises this kid can bring me, Tang Jianya thought to himself. 12th floor, Vice President's office. Lin Han sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking at Tang Ying with a satisfied smile. I'm warning you, it's impossible. Tang Ying said coldly. Xiao Ying, don't judge so quickly. I think we are a perfect match. Lin Han laughed, and this shameless kung fu was taught to him by the second uncle. If you dare to call me Xiao Ying again, I will fire you immediately. Tang Ying was angry and said angrily. Then I can't call you my wife, I'm not that casual, we haven't done the paperwork yet. Lin Han said innocently. Shut up. Tang Ying clenched her teeth. The more she looked at Lin Han, the more she hated him. If she could, she would really want to destroy this guy. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Tang Ying answered the phone and said a few words. Her face suddenly turned gloomy. What's wrong? Lin Han saw her expression and asked kindly. It's none of your business. Just don't say anything for a while, or don't blame me if something goes wrong. Tang Ying said seriously. Lin Han shrugged his shoulders and thought to himself, this girl is pretty, but she is too fierce. No wonder the second master said that women are tigers, who want to bite people at any time. After a few minutes, the door to the office was pushed open. A young man in a smart suit and slicked back hair walked in casually, followed by a tall, dark-clad man who looked like a bodyguard. When the young man came in and saw Lin Han, he showed contempt on his face and said in a strange tone, "Gee, Tang, when did you start entertaining migrant workers?" After saying this, the young man sat down in front of Tang, as if he were the master of the house. "Zhao Wei, this is my office. I think it's none of your business who I entertain." Tang snorted. Although she hated Lin Han, she obviously hated this man Zhao Wei even more. "Ah, you've grown a lot in a few days." Zhao Wei laughed instead of getting angry. "How have you thought about what I said? To tell you the truth, my cousin has no patience. Don't even think about it, I won't agree to it." Tang bit her silver teeth and looked a little angry. Lin Han couldn't stand it anymore. Someone actually dared to threaten his fiancée in front of him. "Do you want to die? Xiaoying, who is this guy? Do you want me to throw him out?" Lin Han frowned. "What the hell did you say?" Zhao Wei was furious when he heard this, pointing at Lin Han and scolding him. "What kind of person are you, daring to pretend to be cool in front of me?" Tang was shocked and hurriedly said to Lin Han, "Lin Han, you go back, this is not a place for you to stay." Lin Han shrugged his shoulders and looked at Tang with an innocent face. "This guy threatened my fiancée, can I just leave?" Tang wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Her face turned red. "Damn Lin Han, why did you mention my fiancée? It's embarrassing." Zhao Wei widened his eyes and looked at Tang with a sneer. "Tang, I can't believe you would use this kind of guy as a shield to reject me. Your taste is too low. Where did you find this guy?" "Ha ha ha." Tang glared at Lin Han in embarrassment. She didn't understand why Lin Han had come to find her wearing a camouflage suit. "Have you had enough?" Lin Han slowly stood up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "What, do you still want to fight?" Zhao Wei sneered disdainfully. "I can kill you with one finger, believe it? I'd like to try that." Lin Han sneered. He saw through Zhao Wei's empty body, which was hollowed out by alcohol and lust, and how could he possibly practice the Vajra finger? "Lao Hei, give me a good beating on this kid, as long as you don't beat him to death." Zhao Wei found that Lin Han didn't even take him seriously, and he was furious. Tang wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The bodyguard behind Zhao Wei walked a few steps to Lin Han. "Do you want to break your hand or foot?" the bodyguard asked in a very pretentious way. "Are you sick?" Lin Han couldn't help but roll his eyes. "This guy just wants to fight, what's the point of talking nonsense? You want to die." The bodyguard was furious, and swung a punch directly at Lin Han's face. A strange scene occurred. Lin Han's figure flashed, and the bodyguard's punch was empty. When he reacted, Lin Han was already standing behind him. Lin Han grabbed the bodyguard's two arms directly from behind, and with a little force, crack! A sound of bone cracking rang out in the office. Then he heard the bodyguard let out a pig-like scream. Noise! Lin Han thought the bodyguard was screaming too loudly, so he simply used a knife palm to knock the bodyguard unconscious. Seeing this, both Tang and Zhao Wei were stunned. Especially Zhao Wei knew even more clearly that his bodyguard was a Sanda champion, so how could he be knocked out by this kid with one move? "It's your turn." Lin Han's voice was cold, and he walked towards Zhao Wei step by step. Chapter 4: Zhao Wei gets beaten up. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." Zhao Wei was terrified, took a few steps back, and looked at Lin Han in horror. "You'll soon find out what I'm going to do." Lin Han sneered, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhao Wei's neck, picking him up like a chicken. Zhao Wei's feet left the ground, and his face turned red. He struggled desperately, but Lin Han's hand was like an iron clamp, and he couldn't get free. Slowly, Zhao Wei felt that he couldn't breathe, and he was about to die. "Lin Han, let him go, he'll die." At the critical moment, Tang shouted loudly. She was also scared. She didn't expect Lin Han to look so ordinary, but he had such strength in his hands. Lin Han heard Tang's words, and casually threw Zhao Wei, who was about to suffocate, on the ground like a dead dog. "Xiaoying, this guy dared to threaten you, so you just let him go?" Lin Han frowned. He was almost dead. Tang was still in shock. She had just seen Zhao Wei's eyes roll back in his head. If she hadn't stopped him, someone would really have died. Zhao Wei was lying on the ground, breathing heavily and taking in the fresh air. At this moment, in his heart, Lin Han was a cold-blooded murderer. If he dies, so be it. Lin Han shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly. Zhao Wei almost vomited blood when he heard this. Damn it, do you think I'm a frog? If I die, so be it. Is there any law in the world? Tang Ying was also speechless, but Lin Han had at least hit someone for his own sake, so she couldn't say anything else, and could only say to Zhao Wei, who was lying on the ground. You can go now. Please don't bother me again in the future. Zhao Wei got up from the ground, looked at Tang Ying resentfully, and turned his head to leave. Wait. Lin Han said coldly. What do you want to do? Zhao Wei was so scared that he almost peed, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Did you just say that you could kill me with one finger? Lin Han was unhappy when he thought about it. This kind of arrogant talk was usually said to him by the second uncle, but he had the strength. Zhao Wei, this weak chicken, is nothing. Ah. My brother, I was wrong. Zhao Wei was scared and sweating, and quickly bowed his head to apologize to Lin Han. He had just escaped death, and if he angered this devil again, Tang Ying would probably not be able to save him. Lin Han's mouth curled up, walked to a wall, and then made a lightning-fast move. All he heard was a muffled thud, and Lin Han's 2 fingers were all inserted into the concrete wall. Seeing this, Zhao Wei's jaw almost fell to the ground. Is this still a human being? Tang Ying, who was standing next to him, was also shocked and stared at him for a long time without being able to speak, because Lin Han's behavior had exceeded her understanding. Zhao Wei, I'm letting you go this time because I'm giving Ying face, but next time you won't be so lucky. Do you hear me? Lin Han withdrew his fingers from the wall and asked lightly. I understand. I won't bother Ying again. Zhao Wei nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice. Get out. Zhao Wei was like he had been granted amnesty, quickly helping the seriously injured bodyguard to flee in a flustered manner. After the others left, Lin Han turned around and saw Tang Ying looking at him with a strange expression. Hey, Ying, am I a good bodyguard? Lin Han rubbed his hands and asked with a smile. You were too impulsive. Do you know who Zhao Wei is? You dared to hit him. Tang Ying said with a lingering fear. Who cares who he is? You are my fiancée. If he dares to threaten you again, I will have to waste him. Lin Han didn't care. In the past, the tasks that the second uncle gave him were to assassinate some big shots. What is Zhao Wei of Tiannan City? He is from the Zhao family in the province. The Zhao family's business is very big. They have recently set their sights on the Jianye group. Zhao Wei is the direct descendant of the Zhao family in Tiannan. He said that if I married him, I could talk to his uncle in the provincial capital and let us off the hook. Is there such a thing? If you had said so earlier, you would have really given that kid a break. Lin Han regretted it. If he had known about this, he would have broken Zhao Wei's neck to prevent any future trouble. Tang Ying couldn't help but give him a look. She really didn't know what was so good about Lin Han. He was always ready to hurt people. How could Grandpa have fallen for him? Don't worry, Zhao Wei won't dare to do anything to you with me here. Lin Han said, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. You'll get the company into trouble like this, do you know that? Tang Ying's eyes were wide open. She was really angry, not because Lin Han had beaten Zhao Wei, but because of his carefree, reckless appearance, which made Tang Ying angry. Hey, you look cute when you're angry. Lin Han smiled. You. Tang Ying was speechless. She suddenly realized that no matter what she said, Lin Han would just shrug it off. To put it bluntly, he was like a pig that doesn't care if it's scalded with boiling water. But after all, he had beaten Zhao Wei, and this was no small matter. Tang Ying was angry, but after thinking it over, she still called her father's phone. She had to tell him about it. But at this time, Tang Jianye's phone was busy because he was talking to the Zhao family. Mr. Tang. You must give me a satisfactory explanation for what happened today. A man's angry voice came over the phone. Mr. Zhao, what's got you so angry? Tang Jianye was taken aback. Zhao Wanlong was his old rival in the shopping mall, but today he didn't know what had made him so mad that he called in the middle of the day to accuse him. You're still pretending with me? My son was beaten up at your company, and the one who did it was a damn migrant worker. You can't say you don't know about this. Zhao Wanlong roared. He was also furious, and he was sure that it was Tang Jianye who was behind it. Otherwise, how could a migrant worker have appeared in the vice president's office? Wasn't Tang Jianye trying to make himself sick? Zhao Wei was beaten? Tang Jianye was also shocked. He really didn't know about this. My son likes your daughter, and as long as your daughter agrees, we will be family. His uncle will not buy your company. Now it seems that you are not willing to accept my offer. Just wait and see. Zhao Wanlong shouted angrily. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao. Before Tang Jianye could say anything, Zhao Wanlong hung up the phone. Tang Jianye put down the phone and fell into deep thought. He had never believed that Lin Han had any background. Now that this kid had beaten Zhao Wei, wouldn't it be a good time to find out his true strength? Thinking of this, Tang Jianye's mouth rose, revealing the smile of an old fox. Tang Ying didn't get through the call, and turned and looked at Lin Han coldly. She was worried that Zhao Wei's revenge would soon begin. Hey, Xiao Ying, you're staring at me like this, are you in love with me? Lin Han smiled and teased. Bah, scoundrel. Tang Ying scolded. Lin Han rolled his eyes. When did he become a scoundrel? He would like to, but would Tang Ying agree? Chapter 5, Brother-in-Law. Xiao Ying, you're off work too, right? Lin Han looked at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. I know, you don't have to tell me. Tang Ying glared at him angrily. The thought of bringing Lin Han home made her feel very uncomfortable. Downstairs, 2 security guards were chatting. Suddenly, the younger security guard's face changed, and he quickly straightened up because he saw Tang Ying walking over. What surprised him even more was that the man in camouflage was also standing next to Miss Tang, chatting and laughing all the way. Although Miss Tang didn't pay any attention to him. Hey, you're still working? Lin Han asked with a smile as he walked past the security guard. The young security guard didn't dare to speak. He was joking. The beautiful CEO was standing right next to him. When Tang Ying and Lin Han left the office building, the young security guard finally let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and asked the old security guard. Old Lu, it looks like this guy is really Mr. Tang's fiancé. I made fun of him at noon. Do you think he will retaliate against me? Buddha said, misfortune comes from the mouth, and retribution follows cause and effect. It really is so. The old security guard shook his head inside. Fuck. Old Lu, you're going to die if you don't stop acting like a jerk. The young security guard was furious and rolled his eyes. Can we still have a good chat as colleagues? Tang Ying's car is a black Maserati Quattroporte, which is very expensive. Xiao Ying, your car is really beautiful. Lin Han sincerely praised. Get in. Tang Ying said coldly. Lin Han got into the car and found that the seats inside were all made of leather. He couldn't help but say, this is really a good thing. It's actually imported black cowhide from Africa. Tang Ying had just started the car when she heard Lin Han say this and couldn't help but hum a little. She said, have you ever been to Africa? How do you know this is African black cowhide? Of course I have. 6 months ago, a big shot in West Africa asked me to protect him for a few days. There are a lot of black cows there, so I'm familiar with it. Lin Han said seriously. Ha ha. After listening to this, Tang Ying despised Lin Han even more. This guy brags without any hesitation. Africa is so far away. Does a big shot want him to protect him? It's ridiculous. The conversation didn't go well, and Tang Ying gave Lin Han a cold look and then stepped on the accelerator. The Maserati rushed out like an arrow. Jinhai Community, the most upscale villa complex in Tiannan City. Tang Ying parked the car in front of a European-style villa and then unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. This is a villa she bought herself. Because Tang Ying has been relatively independent since she was a child, she has not lived with her father. Lin Han looked around and then nodded with satisfaction, smiling and saying to Tang Ying. Xiao Ying, our house is really beautiful. What did you say? Tang Ying's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Lin Han. I said our house is really beautiful. Lin Han said happily. This is my house, don't you dare say it's ours. Tang Ying said angrily. Lin Han pouted and didn't say anything and followed him inside. The interior of the villa was luxuriously decorated. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Han saw 2 people sitting in the living room, Tang Jianye and a beautiful young girl. Dad, Tang Xiaoqi? Why are you here? Tang Ying rarely showed a smile. This little girl was her cousin, still in her 3rd year of high school. The 2 were like real sisters. Tang Xiaowei was usually busy studying and rarely came to her house. She thought to herself, hee hee, sis, I thought you'd come. Tang Xiaowei stuck out her tongue and looked at Lin Han with curiosity, asking, who is he? He is. I'm Xiao Ying's fiancée. Lin Han saw Tang Ying at a loss for words and smiled slightly, saying to Tang Xiaowei, fiancé? Tang Xiaowei opened her mouth wide, looking at Lin Han in his camouflage outfit and the hemp bag in his hand in surprise. She thought to herself that her cousin had a very strong sense of taste. Don't listen to him, it's not true. Tang Ying blushed and glared at Lin Han. Lin Han looked innocent, and he was so good, so could it be that Tang Ying didn't think he was good enough for her? But Lin Han swore that he really didn't mind. Yingjie, why are you blushing? Every time you lie, you blush. Tang Xiaowei was clever and quickly realized that something was wrong with Tang Ying. Tang Xiaowei, shut up. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Xiaowei is my cousin, Tang Ying would really like to strangle this little girl. Uncle, your daughter is going to eat someone. Tang Xiaowei shouted in an exaggerated manner and quickly ran away and hid behind Tang Jianye. Cough cough, Xiaoying, stop messing around. You and Xiaowei go back to your room first. Lin Han, you sit down too. Let's talk. Tang Jianye coughed a few times with some embarrassment on his face. Seeing this, Tang Jianye sighed. He also knew that it was impossible for his daughter to accept Lin Han for the time being, but thinking of what the old man had said, Tang Jianye had to accept it. Han shrugged his shoulders, put the sack in his hand aside, and sat down on the sofa. Lin Han, I heard that you beat Zhao Wei today? Tang Jianye asked. Yes. Lin Han nodded, that kid dared to threaten Xiaoying, so I gave him a little lesson. Tang Jianye's mouth twitched. There are probably not many people in Tiannan City who dare to say that they can give Zhao Wei a little lesson. Zhao Wei is not an ordinary person. I'm worried that you will get into trouble. Does your father know about this? Tang Jianye asked tentatively. I don't have any family. If I have to say who my family is, it's my master and my second uncle. Lin Han said seriously. What about your parents? Tang Jianye stared at Lin Han. I don't know. I haven't seen them since I was a child. Lin Han said honestly. Are you an orphan? Tang Jianye was shocked. This was something he had never expected. Before the old man had proposed the marriage, Tang Jianye had also sent people to investigate Lin Han, but they could not find any information. This also made him harbor a little fantasy, thinking that Lin Han was the son of a super family. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. At this moment, Tang Jianye was really panicked. If this is the case, it means that Lin Han has no background, and the Tang family will also be implicated, because the Zhao family will definitely not let go of this. Thinking of this, Tang Jianye had a heart attack and quickly took out a heart pill from his body and put it in his mouth. Uncle Tang, is your heart not too good? Or should I take a look at it? Lin Han said with a smile. No. Tang Jianye was agitated and his whole body was shaking. He had bet everything on Lin Han, but judging from the situation, he would definitely lose everything. My master said that at your age, if you don't treat your heart condition in time, it's easy to die. Lin Han said seriously. You. Tang Jianye was so excited that he seemed to be really dying, and quickly threw another heart pill into his mouth. I'll take the time to take a look at you tomorrow. You're not well, and it's too late to wait any longer. Lin Han said very seriously. Tang Jianye was completely speechless. He suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was simply a rare flower. Chapter 6, Foodie Tang Xiaoqi. Unfortunately, the old man is currently abroad for academic exchanges, otherwise he really wants to ask him personally why he has to arrange this marriage of dolls. Lin Han yawned and asked with a smile, Uncle, which room is mine? I'm a little tired and want to go to bed early. You go to the room on the second floor to the south. I have to leave first. Tang Jianye took a deep breath, stood up, and pointed to the second floor with a gloomy face. Lin Han said thank you, picked up his sack and went upstairs to find his room. The room was just the right size, with a bathroom and closet. Lin Han put down the sack and was just about to take off his clothes and take a shower when a dark figure suddenly ran into his room. Lin Han turned around warily and realized that it was Tang Xiaoqi, the girl who had just come in. You're pretty quick on your feet, you're worthy of being my sister's bodyguard. Tang Xiaoqi smiled and said to Lin Han. What do you want with me, little girl? Lin Han asked. I'm 17 years old, and I'm not little. Tang Xiaoqi was unhappy to hear this, and deliberately puffed out her chest. Lin Han glanced at Tang Xiaoqi's chest and couldn't help but swallow. Are girls developing so well these days? Cough, cough, cough. Say it, what's the matter? Lin Han blushed and coughed a few times on purpose. I heard that you are very good at fighting, right? Tang Xiaoqi smiled charmingly. Lin Han nodded, which was a tacit admission. Tang Xiaoqi was excited at hearing this. She looked at Lin Han carefully and said with a pout. Then you are also my brother-in-law, right? Yes, 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 I am your brother-in-law. Lin Han was overjoyed. He thought to himself, this girl is really sensible. This is the first time anyone has ever called me brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, what if someone bullies your sister-in-law? Tang Xiaoqi is a beautiful girl in herself, and coupled with her pitiful appearance, it immediately aroused Lin Han's desire to protect her. What's wrong? Has someone bullied you? Lin Han asked. Well, aren't you my brother-in-law? You'll help me. After saying this, Tang Xiaoqi looked at Lin Han with anticipation. Of course. Tell me which bastard bullied you. Lin Han was particularly concerned about this sister-in-law matter. That's enough for me. I'll find you when the time comes. Tang Xiaoqi said with a smile. Lin Han was stunned. He suddenly felt like he was being tricked by this little girl. After Tang Xiaoqi left, Lin Han took a shower and then meditated and practiced martial arts in bed. As a martial arts practitioner, it is rumored that when one reaches the highest level, one can pick up leaves and hurt people within 100 steps, with tremendous power. In the luxurious private room of the Mayway KTV, a group of young men and women were sitting on the sofa. Who is this imbecile who dared to attack you? A boy wearing designer clothes asked. Who else but that bitch Tang Ying? Zhao Wei gritted his teeth in hatred when he talked about Tang Ying. No way, Wei, you got beaten up by a woman? The one talking was a man with a shaved head. He was a very famous gangster in the area, nicknamed Doghead, and everyone called him Brother Dog. Brother Dog, you don't know, it wasn't Tang Ying who hit him, it was her bodyguard. Zhao Wei thought of Lin Han's appearance and couldn't help but shiver. It was the first time he had seen someone use their finger to poke into a wall. Luckily, it wasn't him. Wei, you can't just let this go. Someone nearby said. That bitch's bodyguard is really good. Although Zhao Wei didn't want to admit it, it was true. Wei, if you say the word, I'll take someone to kill that kid. A bodyguard, no matter how good he is, I have many experts under my command. Doghead snorted and said with disdain. Zhao Wei smiled contentedly. He had asked Doghead to drink with him today for this very reason. Brother Go, I'll pay you 200,000 yuan to help me kill that kid. The most important thing is to help me disable 2 of his fingers on his right hand. Zhao Wei said in a sinister tone. Don't worry, Wei Xiao, wait for my good news tomorrow. Go Tu laughed heartily, thinking that he could get 200,000 yuan just for cleaning up a person. The money of the rich kids is really easy to make. The next morning, Lin Han got up, stretched his muscles, and then walked downstairs. The Tang sisters were still asleep, so Lin Han wandered downstairs. Feeling a bit hungry, he went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. It was mostly empty, with just a few eggs and tomatoes, and 10 packets of instant noodles. Seeing this food, Lin Han was stunned. Did Tang Ying eat this every day when she came home? Lin Han shook his head helplessly and began to make breakfast. Soon, a bowl of fragrant, steaming tomato and egg noodles was ready. Coincidentally, Tang Xiaoqi also got up at this time. She half closed her eyes, looking half asleep. Suddenly, she smelled the aroma of the egg noodles. She looked downstairs and saw Lin Han holding the noodles and sitting in the dining room, ready to eat. It smelled so good. Tang Xiaoqi instantly came to life and ran downstairs as fast as she could. Where's your sister? Lin Han had just finished asking and looked up to find that Tang Ying had also come downstairs. Did you make this? Tang Ying asked, looking at Lin Han in surprise. Yes. Lin Han nodded and asked, do you want to eat? I'll make some more. Eat. Brother-in-law, you're so nice. Tang Xiaoqi's mouth was sweeter than honey when she saw food. Tang Xiaoqi, what are you talking nonsense about? Tang Ying scolded with a blushing face. Tang Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue and quickly ran to the other side of the table to sit down, so as not to get beaten. Lin Han laughed and went into the kitchen. Not long after, 2 bowls of fragrant tomato and egg noodles were served on the table. Lin Han smiled and said to Tang Ying. Ying, try it quickly, it won't taste good if it gets mushy. Tang snorted, lowered her head and took a bite. Just one bite was enough to conquer her taste buds. She had never eaten such delicious noodles before, they were simply delicious. How does it taste? Lin Han asked. It's just a bowl of noodles. Tang said casually. Lin Han smiled and didn't say anything. After only 3 minutes, the two Tang sisters had eaten the whole bowl of noodles. Tang Xiaoqi, the little eater, burped after eating. Sister Lin Han, your noodles are really delicious, so delicious. Tang Xiaoqi licked her lips with a lingering taste. If you like it, I can cook it for you every day. Lin Han smiled. Tang Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, saying, remember what you said, I might as well live with my sister for a while. Tang couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. This girl is simply a glutton, but to be honest, she didn't expect Lin Han's noodles to be so delicious. Chapter 7, Trouble. After breakfast, Tang Xiaoqi whispered a few words in Lin Han's ear, then skipped off to school. Tang looked at Lin Han with a puzzled look and asked, what did Xiaoqi tell you? She said I'm very handsome today. Do you believe it? Lin Han smiled wickedly. Boring. Tang couldn't help but roll her eyes and turned to leave the villa. Soon Lin Han and Tang arrived at the company. The young security guard at the door was the same as yesterday, but this time he was much more polite. He even smiled charmingly when he saw Lin Han. You don't need to stay in my office so as not to affect my work, Tang said to Lin Han as she sat behind her desk. Where should I go? Lin Han asked, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. There is a small meeting room next door. You can stay there. I will call you if there is anything. Tang didn't want to see Lin Han hanging around in front of her eyes, as it would only make her feel more annoyed. Okay, then call me if you have anything. Lin Han didn't mind, as he also found it boring to stay in the office. Just as Lin Han was about to leave, suddenly, the office door was pushed open and Tang Ying's secretary ran in, panting. Miss Tang, there's trouble downstairs. The secretary said in a panic. What's going on? Slow down. Tang Ying frowned slightly, and she had a vague feeling of foreboding. A group of thugs had just come in, and they said they wanted to collect a cleaning fee. What else did they say? Tang Ying asked anxiously. They said they wanted to see your bodyguard and settle an account with him. The secretary glanced at Lin Han after she finished speaking. Tang Ying was stunned. She immediately realized that it must be Zhao Wei's people looking for trouble. Settling an account with me? Xiao Ying, don't worry. I'll go down and get rid of them. Lin Han smiled easily. He really didn't care about a few punks. You're crazy. They'll beat you to death. I think we should call the police. Tang Ying stopped her. If you call the police today, they will come back tomorrow. You can't have the police guarding Jianye Group every day, can you? Trust me, it's fine. Lin Han smiled and turned to leave the office. Go downstairs and see if they are beating people up. If they are, call the police immediately. Tang Ying said anxiously to the secretary. Yes, Mr. Tang. The secretary hurriedly left after saying that. At this time, in the center of the first floor lobby, a group of rowdy thugs were making a lot of noise. Damn it, are you going to pay the cleaning fee or not? When is that stinking bodyguard going to come down? I'm not in the mood. The security guard on duty in the lobby didn't dare to stop them. They all knew that the leader of the gang was Tan Hu, and he was a member of the Black Tiger Gang. Whoever dared to provoke him would be asking for trouble. The security chief was acquainted with Tan Hu, so he walked over with a smile on his face and asked cautiously. Brother Tan, our company pays you a monthly protection fee, so why do we have to pay a cleaning fee today? It's you, Lao He. Tan Hu sneered, to tell you the truth, the cleaning fee is just a pretext. As long as you hand over her bodyguard, I won't make things difficult for your company today. The security chief didn't know what to say. He couldn't afford to offend these people. At that moment, a lazy voice suddenly came from afar. Who's got the nerve to ask Tang to hand me over? Everyone turned to look, and saw Lin Han walking slowly towards them with his hands in his pockets. Tan Hu frowned, looked at Lin Han up and down, and asked coldly, Kid, are you Tang Ying's bodyguard? That's right, it's me. Lin Han looked at Tan Hu disapprovingly, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Since you're here, I won't be polite. Who let you offend Wei Xiao? Tan Hu said with a gloomy face. Oh, so you're his lackeys? Lin Han sneered. Damn you. How dare you be so stubborn? Brothers, get rid of him. Tan Hu waved his hand, and a dozen thugs behind him rushed forward, yelling and pouncing on Lin Han. The onlookers were all terrified, but no one dared to help, and they could only watch helplessly. The secretary who followed saw this scene and quickly took out her phone to call the police. Lin Han snorted and kicked the thug in front of him. The thug screamed and was kicked 7 or 8 meters away, and after falling to the ground, he fainted. Immediately after, Lin Han flashed into the group of thugs, like a wolf into a flock of sheep. In less than a minute, more than a dozen thugs were knocked to the ground, each lying on the ground moaning in pain. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. This guy's skills are too abnormal, right? Big beads of sweat trickled down Tan Hu's forehead. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and what made him even more desperate was that Lin Han was smiling wickedly and walking towards him step by step. Don't come any closer. Tan Hu swallowed hard and said. Don't be afraid, didn't you just say you wanted to find me? Lin Han smiled wickedly. No, big brother, you've misunderstood. Tan Hu subconsciously backed away, his face full of fear. I'm asking you, what did Zhao Wei tell you to do to me? Remember, if you dare to lie to me, you will die a miserable death. Lin Han looked at Tan Hu coldly and said. Tan Hu shuddered. He felt like he was being stared at by a wild animal. If he wasn't careful, he would die. It was so fucking terrifying. He said he wanted us to break your fingers. Brother, this is all he said. It's not our fault. Tan Hu had a long face. He now regretted it. If he had known that this kid's skills were so terrifying, he would have never come. Break my fingers? Lin Han laughed. Zhao Wei, that weak chicken, actually wanted to break his fingers. Is he crazy? Well, big brother, it really wasn't my fault. Please let me go. Tan Hu was also an old-fashioned man. At critical moments, he pushed all the responsibility onto Zhao Wei. At the moment, it is still important to save your life. Let you go? Lin Han disdainfully shrugged and said, leave 2 fingers and go. Tan Hu was dumbfounded. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. If you really break 2 of his fingers, it will be painful to death. Do you want me to help you? Lin Han frowned impatiently. No, I'll do it myself. Tan Hu knew that he couldn't avoid it today, so he gritted his teeth and grabbed 2 fingers on his left hand, breaking them with a loud snap. Tan Hu screamed and huddled up with his broken fingers. You can tell Zhao Wei that if he dares to harass General Tang again, I will make him regret being born. Lin Han said indifferently. I know, big brother, can we go now? Tan Hu asked in a trembling voice, enduring the pain. Well, get out of here. Lin Han waved his hand, as if he was driving away a group of flies. Chapter 8, Beauty Song Rou. After Tan Hu and the others left, everyone at the scene looked at Lin Han with a changed expression, both fearful and admiring. Everyone disperse, there's nothing to see. Lin Han waved his hand, as if to say, haven't you guys seen a fight before? At this time, someone walked up to Lin Han, looked at him with admiration, and said, Brother, do you remember me? Lin Han looked, and it was the young security guard who had stopped him yesterday. It's you. Lin Han nodded. My name is Luo Qingliang. Brother, you were so cool when you fought just now. Luo Qingliang said with a face full of excitement. Hey, you have a good eye for talent. Lin Han laughed and patted Luo Qingliang on the shoulder. This is a really good way to flatter someone. At this time, Zhao Wei was still sleeping at home. He had been with a third-tier female celebrity all night and was exhausted. Suddenly, the phone by his bed rang. After Zhao Wei was woken up, he reached for the phone and directly scolded. Who the hell is calling so early in the morning? Fuck. Zhao Wei, you dare to be so rude to me? I even went to the hospital to help you. Tan Hu's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother dog? What happened to you? Zhao Wei was stunned and instantly sobered up. Although he was a rich second generation, he didn't dare to easily challenge Tan Hu. After all, the Black Tiger gang behind him was not to be trifled with. My 2 fingers were broken. You have to pay 500,000 yuan for this, or I'll take one of your hands. Tan Hu gritted his teeth in hatred and vented all his anger on Zhao Wei. This. Brother Go, money is not a problem. How is the kid? Zhao Wei asked. Tan Hu was furious when he heard this and shouted. How dare you ask? That perverted guy almost killed me there. Cut the crap and send the money over. Tan Hu hung up the phone angrily. Zhao Wei was stunned, and then slammed the phone down on the ground, cursing. Lin, I'm not done with you. Jianya building, Lin Han was sitting in Tang Ying's office when he suddenly sneezed. Which bastard is cursing me behind my back? Lin Han said with a displeased look. Did you beat up the people from the Black Tiger gang? Tang Ying frowned slightly. She began to suspect that Lin Han had manic depressive disorder. Why did he beat people up so easily? He even picked on the tough ones. What did he want? If they dare to come again, I won't just beat them up. Lin Han said nonchalantly. I think you'd better go back to your hometown and hide. You've caused too much trouble this time. Tang Ying sighed lightly. The Black Tiger gang is not a vegetarian. Even the Tang family doesn't want to offend them. Lin Han's mouth curled up and he teased, shouting, Are you concerned about me? Who said I was concerned about you? Don't flatter yourself. Tang Ying's pretty face turned red and she scolded. Don't deny it, you're obviously concerned about me, hee hee. Lin Han smirked shamelessly. You. Tang Ying was speechless. She found Lin Han's face to be too thick. If his face was used to make tires, it would probably last 100,000 kilometers before needing to be changed. You go to work, I'll just take a look around the company. Lin Han stood up and smiled, then left the office. As soon as he left, Tang Ying quickly called her father and told him about Lin Han's involvement with the Black Tiger gang. Xiaoying, you just have to be patient. Your grandfather will be back in a few days, and I'll talk to him about how someone like Lin Han is not fit to be the son-in-law of the Tang family. Grandpa is coming back? Tang Ying's face lit up with a happy smile. From childhood, her grandfather had always loved her very much. Although he had found her an unreliable fiancée this time, she believed that as long as she acted coquettishly, he would definitely withdraw the marriage. Thinking about this, her mood improved instantly. After Lin Han left the office, he was about to go to the first floor to chat with Luo Qingliang. However, as soon as the elevator door opened, a girl holding a pile of documents rushed out of the elevator and hit Lin Han in the chest. Oops. The girl screamed and the documents in her hands fell to the ground. Are you okay, beautiful? Lin Han asked kindly. The girl looked up and saw Lin Han staring at her. She blushed and stammered, No, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't notice you. I was wondering why a beautiful girl was throwing herself at me this early in the morning. Lin Han laughed and teased. The girl's face turned even redder when she heard this, and she quickly bent down to pick up the documents on the ground. Lin Han smiled and helped pick them up. He took the opportunity to ask, Beauty, what's your name? The girl was stunned, then lowered her head and said shyly, I'm Song Rou from the personnel department. To be honest, Lin Han is still very handsome. When the two were face to face at close range, Song Rou felt her heart beating very strongly. Oh, I'm General Tang's bodyguard. You can call me Lin Han. Lin Han smiled charmingly. In his opinion, Song Rou was very pretty, with the shyness of a little girl, especially her two dimples, which were especially charming. Are you Lin Han? Song Rou asked in surprise. Do you know me? Lin Han was also puzzled. Could it be that his good looks were already well known in the group? Song Rou nodded and said with admiration, I heard from my colleagues that you alone beat up a dozen rascals who came to the company to cause trouble. Ha ha. That's nothing. You can come to me if you need anything in the future. Lin Han was overjoyed to hear this. He never thought that he would become famous in the company so quickly. Well, Lin Gu, I still have things to do, so I won't bother you anymore. Song Rou smiled, and her two dimples were very cute. Remember to find me if you need anything. Lin Han couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he watched Song Rou's departing back. This girl's figure is not worse than Tang Ying's. It would be great if I could have both. Anyway, my kidneys are strong enough. At this moment, a ringtone sounded. Lin Han took out his phone from his pocket and saw that it was from his second uncle. Hello, second uncle, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Han asked. You little brat, can't I call you when I'm not busy? The old man said angrily on the other end of the phone. I'm busy. Lin Han quickly explained, if he angered the second uncle, he might come down the mountain to beat him up, and the old man would definitely do it. You're busy.
You forgot your second uncle when you got a wife?
The old man's tone had a sour taste.
Second uncle, are you still angry with me for tearing up your little yellow book? Lin Han smiled. Who said that?
Besides, that book might have been put under my bed by your master.
I am a martial arts practitioner, would I read that kind of thing?
The old man said sternly. Lin Han was speechless and simply stopped talking.
Oh, your master is back. He has something to ask you to do. Do him a favor.
The old man said, changing the subject.
Chapter 9, Second Master's Instructions. What is it?
Lin Han was curious. In his heart, the master was a living godlike figure. Not only was he highly skilled in martial arts, but his unpredictable medical skills were unparalleled in the world. Go to Tainan City Hospital at night and find an old guy named Zhao Lianshan. By the way, help him with his illness.
The old man was a little impatient. Lin Han was stunned and subconsciously asked, Second Master, who is he?
That old guy is a friend of your master. By the way, he was my little brother for a few days.
The
old man said with a hint of pride.
Little brother?
Lin Han was completely confused.
Could it be that the second master was in the underworld when he was young?
But no matter what, this matter was entrusted by the master, so Lin Han readily agreed.
Okay, I'm hanging up now. Don't miss me too much, kid.
The old man hung up the phone with a snap. Lin Han couldn't help but roll his eyes. He guessed that the second master must have been drinking again.
Miss me? No way. Who would miss someone who beat them up?
After walking around the company, Lin Han also felt that it was not interesting, so he returned to Tang Ying's office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Tang Ying with a worried look on her face talking on the phone. After about 5 minutes, Tang Ying finally put down the phone and sat down on the office chair with a lost look on her face. She looked so preoccupied that she didn't even notice Lin Han when he pushed the door open.
Xiaoying, what's wrong with you?
Lin Han walked over and asked with concern. Tang Ying didn't say anything, just staring at Lin Han with fire in her eyes.
What the hell happened? Lin Han felt something was wrong. Could it be that he had offended her again? Lin Han.
Tang Ying squeezed out these 2 words from between her teeth.
Do you know that you have ruined our Tang family? Did the Zhao family cause you trouble? Lin Han is not stupid. The Tang family is extremely powerful in Tiannan City. The only family that the Tang family fears is the Zhao family. How dare you ask?
Yes, the Zhao family has already said that they will ruin our company. They said that anyone who cooperates with us is against the Zhao family. Now many of the orders that have been negotiated have been cancelled, and we have lost tens of millions of dollars.
Tang Ying couldn't control herself for the first time.
Emotions, and shouted at Lin Han. The Tang family mainly deals in cosmetics, and these things also have a shelf life. Once they are smashed in your hands, there is nowhere to cry. It seems that it was Zhao Wei who was up to no good again. Lin Han snorted, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Stop talking. I'd better go talk to Zhao Wei. Tang Ying shook her head in disappointment.
Lin Han had been with the group for less than 2 days, and the conflict between the Tang and Zhao families had become more and more serious.
If it continued like this, there would be no chance of saving it. Xiaoying, do you think Zhao Wei will listen to you? Lin Han frowned.
Although he was not familiar with Zhao Wei, he knew exactly what kind of person that bird was.
How do you know if you don't try? Tang Ying glared at him angrily. If you really have to go, I'll go with you.
Lin Han pursed his lips and thought to himself that it was time to show the Zhao family what he was made of. Otherwise, Tang Ying would always be angry with him, and that was too damn frustrating. After work that night, Tang Ying drove back to the villa in a sullen mood. No matter what Lin Han said to her along the way, Tang Ying gave him a cold shoulder. Fortunately, Tang Xiaoqi had left school early and saw Tang Ying and Lin Han return.
She smiled and said to Tang Ying, Sister, why are you only just back? I'm starving. You little brat, all you do is eat. Can't you order takeaway yourself?
Tang Ying's face brightened up a little when she saw Tang Xiaoqi.
Hee, what's the point of ordering takeaway? My brother-in-law's cooking is sure to be delicious, right?
Tang Xiaoqi said with a wicked smile on her face as she looked at Lin Han.
Tang Ying's pretty face flushed and she said angrily, Tang Xiaoqi, believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth off. Brother-in-law, help! Tang Xiaoqi screamed and quickly hid behind Lin Han.
I'll go cook. I want to finish eating early, and I have to go to the hospital tonight. Lin Han smiled slightly. He also quite liked Tang Xiaoqi, especially when he heard her call him brother-in-law without a care in the world.
Tang Xiaoqi brought a lot of food today.
Lin Han couldn't help but smile wryly when he saw the refrigerator full of food.
Didn't he come here to be a guest? How did he suddenly become a cook?
Soon, the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of food. Tang Xiaoyi, who was sitting in the living room playing with her phone, sniffed and rushed into the kitchen like a gust of wind.
Wow, it smells so good. What are you cooking, brother-in-law?
Tang Xiaoyi swallowed and asked with sparkling eyes.
A few simple dishes. You can start preparing them now. They're ready to eat. Lin Han smiled.
Great. Tang Xiaoyi ran back to the living room to set the table, causing Tang Ying to roll her eyes.
The girl hasn't eaten in a few days, so why is she so excited?
Braised pork, mapo tofu, seaweed and pork rib soup, and bok choy. Lin Han made these dishes to save time, but they still attracted Tang Xiaoyi's praise.
Brother-in-law, your food is much better than the food in the restaurant.
Tang Xiaoyi said indistinctly, chewing on a piece of braised pork.
Really? I think so too. Lin Han smiled. He used to cook every day on the mountain.
Uncle Air was a picky eater, but he had no complaints about Lin Han's cooking, let alone dealing with the little brat Tang Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi, you're overdoing it. Tang Ying snorted.
She hadn't touched her chopsticks, just a few sips of soup. She didn't believe Lin Han's cooking could be that good, even though it looked pretty good.
Sister, you'll know if you try it. It's really delicious.
Tang Xiaoqi had already eaten so much that she had forgotten her ladylike image.
Really?
Tang Ying was doubtful, and picked up a piece of braised tofu and put it in her mouth.
The next second, Tang Ying's taste buds blossomed, because the tofu was really delicious.
So, she couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork. After the meal, the two sisters were full, especially Tang Xiaoyi, who had actually gained a little belly. Lin Han, on the other hand, was only 7/8 full. His uncle had told him that people who were full were prone to becoming dull, which was a fatal flaw for a martial arts practitioner, so Lin Han had hardly ever been full in recent years.
Xiaoying, how was the taste?
Lin Han asked with a smile.
It's just so, not as exaggerated as Tang Xiaoqi said. Tang Ying blushed slightly and said insincerely. Really?
Lin Han was very puzzled. Just now, Tang Ying and Tang Xiaoqi were fighting over the last piece of braised pork.
You can't eat and drink for free in my house. From tomorrow on, you'll be responsible for cooking. Tang Ying added. Hey, that's fine. As long as you like it, I'll cook it for you for the rest of your life. Lin Han laughed. Dreaming. Tang Ying gave him a look and said, didn't you say you were going to the hospital? I'm going to the hospital too, you can go with me. Lin Han hurriedly asked, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Chapter 10, Going to the Hospital.
Tang Ying shook her head and said, Dad asked me to visit someone who might be able to help our group get rid of the Zhao family's entanglement.
Sister, did something happen to Uncle's company?
Tang Xiaoqi asked as she heard this.
Don't worry about it, just focus on your studies. Tang Ying sighed. Oh.
Tang Xiaoqi pouted in frustration, secretly glanced at Lin Han, and the two of them went to the hospital at the same time, even choosing to go at night.
Could it be that her cousin was pregnant and wanted to go for a checkup? I have to say that adolescent girls have quite a big brain hole. Lin Han looked at the time and said to Tang Ying, it's getting late, let's go? I'll go change my clothes. Tang Ying got up and went upstairs.
As soon as she left, Tang Xiaoqi came up to Lin Han with a smile on her face and asked in a gossipy tone.
Brother-in-law, tell me, is there something wrong with my uncle's company? Also, why did you go to the hospital? Stick your ear over here and I'll tell you.
Lin Han pretended to be mysterious.
Tang Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, it seems like there's big news.
So she quickly stuck her ear over.
This is a secret. Lin Han whispered in Tang Xiaoqi's ear. Oh, Lin Han, you bad guy, how dare you lie to me?
Tang Xiaoqi was so angry that she raised her fists and smashed them at Lin Han. Lin Han dodged and immediately laughed out loud. He didn't expect this girl to have such a bad temper. She will definitely be a tiger when she grows up. After almost half an hour, Tang Ying came down from upstairs. She saw Lin Han and Tang Xiaoqi laughing and playing around and couldn't help but be stunned. She thought to herself,
the relationship between these two people has warmed up too quickly, hasn't it? Lin Han, we can go now. Okay. Lin Han looked at Tang Ying and couldn't help but be dazzled.
She had changed into a sexy skirt that showed off her long, white legs. Her slender waist was tightly wrapped, making her look especially seductive.
Lin Han couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This girl is really a woman who makes men intoxicated.
You guys come back early, I'm scared to be home alone.
Tang Xiaoqi called out pitifully from behind. After getting into the car, Tang Ying said to Lin Han with a cold face, I warn you, Tang Xiaoqi is still young, don't you go and harm him.
Lin Han was stunned.
When did he harm Tang Xiaoqi? It was that girl who was cunning and mischievous. It was lucky that he didn't harm himself. Don't worry, with such a beautiful fiancée like you, who else would I harm?
Lin Han smiled wickedly.
Shut up. Don't mention this again.
When my grandfather returns in a few days, we'll cancel the engagement.
Tang Ying was furious and glared at Lin Han. Really? I'd say your grandfather would be happy to see you marry me.
Lin Han was confident. Tang Ying was so angry that she could not speak, so she simply ignored Lin Han and started the car and sped off to the hospital.
Tianan City People's Hospital, in the corridor outside the intensive care unit, several men were talking in a circle. Director Sun, how is my father's condition? The person asking the question was Zhou Dongping, the top political figure in Tianan City.
The person in the operating room was his father. The director, Sun Guiran, looked worried and said, Mr. Zhao, to be honest, our hospital can keep your father alive, but we can't cure his illness.
Even the experts you invited from the capital can't help?
Zhou Dongping frowned. Sun Guiran shook his head and sighed, the old man's illness is really strange, even the experts are at a loss. Zhou Dongping's heart was torn asunder at hearing this. His father had led a poor life, and it was only after much difficulty that he had raised him to be a talent.
Dongping, didn't you say that the old man's friend was a great man who agreed to come and see him?
Zhou Dongping's wife Li Xiao reminded him.
Alas, that's true, but I haven't seen anyone come so far, and I don't think there's much hope.
Zhou Dongping frowned. He knew that the old man's friend was a high-level person, but the more elusive such people were, the less likely they were to come.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Dongping's secretary, Xiao Lu, walked over from outside and whispered to Zhou Dongping, Mr. Zhou, someone outside says they want to come and see the old man.
Who is it?
Zhou Dongping asked with a frown. Tang Jianye, the chairman of the Tang Group, and the CEOs of several other companies.
Xiao Lu replied. Tell them that we appreciate their kindness, but the old man is not in a position to receive visitors. Zhou Dongping said in a low voice. Xiao Lu nodded and turned around to leave the intensive care unit and went outside to relay Zhou Dongping's message.
What? Mr. Zhou doesn't want us to visit? Secretary Lu, please be flexible and let us go in and see the old man.
The other CEOs were all anxious, this was a great opportunity to curry favor with the boss, so how could they let it slip? The most anxious person in the crowd was Tang Jianye. He had come to see Zhou Dongping for help today. The Zhao family had already put him under so much pressure that if things went on like this, the Tang Group would go bankrupt.
Secretary Lu, I beg you, let me see the boss today no matter what. Tang Jianye was almost pleading. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, I can't help you. Lu smiled apologetically.
Hearing Lu say this, Tang Jianye was anxious as ants on a hot pan. Now he could think of only one person who could save the Tang Group, and that was Zhou Dongping. At this moment, a beam of car light shone over, and then a black Maserati stopped not far away.
A man and a woman got out of the car.
Tang Jianye knew that this car was his daughter's, but when he saw Lin Han following her, his face immediately turned gloomy.
Dad, I'm here. Hello, Uncle. Lin Han also smiled and said hello. Tang Jianye forced a smile and turned to look at Tang Ying and asked, Xiaoying, why did you bring him here? Do you know who we are meeting today?
I didn't bring him here. Lin Han said he was also here to see a patient. Tang Ying said with a face of grievance.
What kind of joke is this? Don't you see what kind of ward this is? Can ordinary people live here? Tang Jianye scolded in a low voice.
This sentence was just heard by Lin Han, who smiled and said, Uncle, the patient I came to see happens to live here, so I really can't blame Xiaoying.
What's the name of the patient you came to see? Tang Jianye was full of suspicion. He didn't believe that Lin Han knew any powerful people. It seems to be the right name, it's Zhou Lianshan.
Lin Han's voice was not small, and this voice directly alarmed everyone around.
When they looked back,
they saw a strange young man, and they were all shocked. Old Tang, who is this kid to you, that he dares to call the old man's name directly?
That's right, he's so rude. No wonder the Zhao family wants to deal with the Tang group, he's really bold.
Tang Jianye heard these sarcastic remarks and really wanted to find a place to hide. He glared at Lin Han and was about to scold him when suddenly a light bulb went off in his head.
Right, how would Lin Han know the old man's name?
It's even more impossible to say that Tang Ying told him, because Tang Jianye only asked Tang Ying to come to the hospital in the evening when he called in the morning, and he didn't say who he wanted to see.
Could it be that this kid really knows the old man of the Zhou family? Chapter 11, Secretary Lu apologizes. Thinking about this, Tang Jianye hurriedly asked, Lin Han, do you really know the old man Zhou? Secretary Lu also came over and looked at Lin Han.
If this young man is really an acquaintance of the old man, he still has to report it in time. Lin Han smiled slightly, and then he said something that almost made Tang Jianye collapse.
I don't know, I haven't even met him. What? Tang Jianye suddenly felt dizzy. Is this kid making fun of himself?
Secretary Lu immediately looked downcast and said angrily, Young man, do you know what will
happen if you make fun of the leader's family? What consequences? I don't have time to joke with you. Lin Han was very unhappy.
If it weren't for the master chef who asked him to come, he wouldn't have bothered.
He knew before he came that Zhou Lianshan's son was the top leader of Tiannan City, but so what? He had met many important people, and it was no big deal. Lin Han, shut up. This is Mr. Zhou's secretary. Tang Ying quickly stopped Lin Han.
When she saw Secretary Lu, she knew who she was meeting today.
He is the head of Tiannan City. Lin Han is so bold. Xiaoying, you can trust me. Zhou Lianshan is a friend of my master. I am here to help him get better.
Lin Han said seriously. When everyone heard Lin Han say this, they all looked at him with different eyes.
How dare he call Zhou Laoshi by his first name? Could it be that this kid had escaped from a mental hospital? That's enough. Tang Jianye couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Lin Han angrily and said, I don't care what you want to do. From now on, the Tang family has nothing to do with you. Please leave. Dad Tang Ying didn't expect Tang Jianye to get so angry. She wanted to say something nice, but Tang Jianye glared at her and sent her back. Uncle, if you don't believe me, that's fine. Lin Han was so angry that he turned to Secretary Lu and said, Four Eyes, don't say I didn't warn you. If I leave, Zhou Lianshan will definitely die. Don't blame me then. How dare you? Who are you to call Zhou Lianshan by his name? Secretary Lu, I think we should call the police and have him arrested. The other bosses were all indignant and wanted to show off in front of Secretary Lu. Tang Ying felt terrible. If she had known, she would not have brought Lin Han here. Now she was really embarrassed. Xiaoying, do you believe me? Lin Han didn't take these people seriously, but he cared a lot about Tang Ying's opinion of him. Lin Han, why don't you leave first? Tang Ying said with clenched teeth. Hearing her say this, Lin Han smiled wryly and then took out his phone and dialed. You little brat, you miss me already? A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Uncle, the thing you told me this morning, people don't believe me, saying I shouldn't call Zhou Lianshan's name. Maybe just forget about it, I don't know him anyway, he's dead. Lin Han said indifferently. The old man immediately exploded, yelling. Which son of a bitch doesn't believe you, give him a big mouthful. What's wrong with calling him Zhou Lianshan? I even called him Shaoshan back then. Wait, I'll tell your master about this and see what he decides. After the old man hung up the phone, Lin Han turned his head and saw that everyone was staring at him, as if they were looking at an alien. No wonder, the old man's voice was too loud, and Lin Han didn't go far, so everyone could hear their conversation clearly. Secretary Lu also had a pounding heart. The young man in front of him didn't seem to be bluffing. Just as he was undecided whether to report it, suddenly, two men rushed out of the corridor of the ward. Everyone was startled when they saw them. It was Zhou Dongping and the dean, Sun Guoran. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, you're here. These bosses were excited to see Zhou Dongping and they all came forward to greet him with a smile. But Zhou Dongping didn't pay any attention to these people. He walked straight to Secretary Lu and asked anxiously. Lu, who is Mr. Lin? Have you met him? Tell me. Lu was stunned and looked at Lin Han subconsciously. Hurry up and tell me. The dean next to him was also anxious.
When he heard the name of Mr. Zhou's friend, he was so scared that he almost peed. That person is the Taishan Big Dipper of Chinese medicine, and even the holy hands of traditional Chinese medicine within the Red Wall are his students. This gentleman seems to be surnamed Lin. Lu pointed to Lin Han, who was not far away, with embarrassment on his face. Zhou Dongping glared at the secretary and then walked a few steps to Lin Han.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin?
Zhou Dongping was not at all arrogant, but on the contrary, he was very polite.
That's right.
Lin Han said without being servile or arrogant.
I finally waited for you, Mr. Lin. Thank you for coming to treat my father.
Zhou Dongping was a little excited. He had just received a call from a big shot in the Ministry of Health, who told him that a powerful young man had arrived. Although Lin Han was very young, the big shot in the Ministry of Health said that this young man was so powerful that he dared not offend him, so Zhou Dongping naturally dared not neglect him.
The executives who had just said that they would arrest Lin Han were now dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Why is Mr. Zhou so respectful of a young kid? The Tang family father and daughter were even more confused, but Tang Jianya quickly reacted, and Lin Han was indeed not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of joy in his heart, and it seemed that the group was saved this time. But he never expected Lin Han to say another sentence, which made his heart plummet to the bottom. Lin Han looked at Zhou Dongping and said lightly, I originally promised to save your father, but I have changed my mind now. Ah. Mr. Lin, why is this? Zhou Dongping was shocked.
You should ask the four-eyed guy and the bosses. They just said they were going to arrest me.
Lin Han sneered.
Zhou Dongping was so angry that his lungs were about to burst. If the old man left, he would be dead. He didn't dare to stop him. The more Zhou Dongping thought about it, the more angry he became. He didn't care about his own status. He turned around and shouted at Secretary Lu.
Come here and apologize to Mr. Lin.
Secretary Lu was scared pale, trembling and came over, lowered his head and apologized to Lin Han. Mr. Lin, I am really sorry, it was my negligence, please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Zhou Dongping's posture was very low, because he knew that people like Lin Han would definitely not be afraid of his power. Lin Han nodded, so-called people leave a line, so he also gave Zhou Dongping a step down, said.
Since that is the case, then I will ask my fiancée to see what her opinion is.
After saying this, Lin Han turned his head and smiled at Tang Ying. He said this to show the importance of the Tang family, and that Zhou Dongping would also thank them in the future.
Chapter 12, Poisoned. Your fiancé? Zhou Dongping was stunned. Xiaoying, what are you doing? Speak up.
Tang Jianya was very anxious and quickly pushed Tang Ying in front of Zhou Dongping, smiling and saying, Mr. Zhou, Lin Han's fiancée is my daughter.
Oh, so Miss Tang is Mr. Lin's fiancée.
Zhou Dongping smiled, saying that they were a perfect match. Tang Ying blushed when she heard Zhou Dongping say that, and she was surprised to find that she didn't resist. If it were any other day, she would have been dismissive of it, but today she felt a little proud.
Miss Tang, what do you mean?
Zhou Dongping asked. Lin Han, since you are here, help Mr. Zhou look at the patient. Tang Ying shyly looked at Lin Han, but found that he was looking at her with a mischievous smile. This bastard, after this incident, I will fix you. Tang Ying thought to herself.
Okay, then wait for me, it won't take long, and you still have something to talk to Mr. Zhou about, right? Lin Han took the opportunity to say.
Zhou Dongping immediately said, Miss Tang, don't worry, I will come to see you after Mr. Lin has finished his examination. Everyone was envious when they heard this. It must be a great honor to be sought out by the boss.
Lin Han smiled and followed Zhou Xiangdong into the intensive care unit.
Once they left, the other bosses exploded, asking Tang Jianya who Lin Han was. Even their usual competitors were polite to him, which greatly satisfied Tang Jianya's vanity. Unfortunately, he didn't know Lin Han's background, so he could only respond vaguely to everyone, which resulted in a lot of stares. This old Tang is too cunning, it is obvious that he is using the beauty trick. Yes, if I had a daughter, I would definitely ask her to take the young man surnamed Lin as my son-in-law. Alas, the Tang group was saved this time. Listening to the people's discussion about himself, Tang Jianya smiled proudly. Who made him have such a beautiful daughter? In the intensive care unit, there was a thin old man lying in the bed, with various medical instruments next to him. Dad, this is Lin Han. He's here to treat you. Zhou Dongping leaned over the bed and whispered in the old man's ear. Zhou Lianshan opened his cloudy eyes and glanced at Lin Han and asked, Lin Xiaoyu, what is Qin Laoshi to you?
Hello, Mr. Zhou.
Lin Han smiled faintly and said, Xin Laosher is my master.
No wonder. A hero really comes from a young age. My old bones are going to trouble you. Zhou Lianshan laughed. You're welcome. Lin Han nodded.
To be honest, he quite liked Zhou Lianshan.
The old man was quite open-minded and didn't look like someone who was sick.
I'll take your pulse first, Lin Han said, and then walked over and sat down at the bedside, placing his hand on Zhou Lianshan's wrist. After a long time, Lin Han withdrew his hand and turned to ask Zhou Dongping, Zhou Shuji, can you tell me about your father's specific symptoms?
Of course. Zhou Dongping nodded and said, in fact, my father had been feeling unwell and had chills for half a year.
At the time, I didn't know, and he didn't care. Who knew that it would get worse and worse? Now not only is he afraid of the cold, but his limbs and muscles have begun to atrophy.
We've done all kinds of tests, but we can't find anything wrong.
After listening to Lin Han, he already had a good idea.
The dean added. We also invited professors from Beijing to treat the old man, but they couldn't confirm the diagnosis either. For the time being, we can only treat it as neuromuscular atrophy.
After the dean finished speaking, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. To be honest, he didn't believe it either, but the professors from Beijing said it, so there was nothing he could do.
Mr. Lin, can my father's illness be cured? Zhou Dongping asked anxiously. It's okay, but the treatment will take some time. And this is not neuromuscular atrophy,
Lin Han said indifferently.
What? What is it? Zhou Dongping was shocked. Could it be that the professor from Beijing was wrong? Yes, Mr. Lin, what exactly is the illness that the old man has?
If it were anyone else, Director Sun would not believe it, but Lin Han is no ordinary person.
He is a disciple of the legendary Chinese medicine master Qin.
Mr. Zhou's illness is poisoning, Lin Han said in a firm voice.
Poisoning? Zhou Dongping exclaimed. This is impossible. My father rarely goes out, and he eats the same things as we do. Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not mistaken?
Li Xia didn't believe it either. She made the family's meals every day, and now she was being accused of poisoning. Lin Han didn't answer, but turned to Zhou Lianshan and asked, Old man, you were poisoned with a slow-acting poison used by Japanese warriors.
Zhou Lianshan was reminded by Lin Han and immediately remembered.
He nodded and said, I haven't been to Japan, but 40 years ago I fought with the samurai in the army, and I was cut in the abdomen by their samurai swords. After saying this, Zhou Lianshan lifted his clothes and saw a long scar on his belly.
Well, that's right, Lin Han said with a serious face, this poison can lurk in the human body for a long time.
The average person may die within 2 years of being poisoned, but with internal strength and careful care, the onset of the poison can be delayed. The conversation between the two stunned Zhou Dongping and the others nearby.
The old man was actually poisoned by the Japanese? Mr. Lin, why can't our hospital's equipment detect signs of poisoning? Director Sun asked curiously. This poison is very special, and modern instruments cannot detect it. Mr. Lin shook his head. Then Mr. Lin, please save my father. Zhou Dongping, the head of Tiannan City, was also panicking at this moment.
Don't worry, I promised the master that I would definitely cure him.
Lin Xiaoyu, does Master Qin still like to travel around? Zhou Lianshan suddenly asked. I guess he's back, he's with my second uncle.
Lin Han smiled, Master really likes to travel to the mountains and forests. He once said that the best medicinal herbs are hidden in the mountains, so he likes to go to the mountains to dig for medicinal herbs when he is not busy.
Who is your second uncle? You also know my second uncle, Lin Han said, and then he said his second uncle's name.
When Zhou Lianshan heard this name, his whole body trembled, and his eyes were complex and also revealed a hint of fear.
Mr. Zhou, are you okay? Lin Han was unable to laugh or cry. Second uncle said that Zhou Lianshan had been his junior, but now it didn't seem like he was just a junior. Otherwise, why was he so afraid of second uncle? I know him. Lin Xiaoyu, you are really blessed.
Zhou Lianshan could hardly speak, but he knew one thing, the young man in front of him would definitely become a famous figure in China in the future, because his two masters were too extraordinary.
Zhou Lianshan was too kind. Then I will come to help you treat your illness tomorrow, Lin Han said. Thank you.
Zhou Lianshan nodded with a smile. Dongping, quickly send Mr. Lin. Wait, I have a few words to say to you. Lin Han saw this and very tactfully walked out of the ward first, and Sun Dean quickly followed him out.
Chapter 13, Lin Han's background. After everyone had left, Zhou Lianshan finally sat up from the bed with difficulty. He looked serious as he said to Zhou Dongping, "Dongping, you must make friends with this young man. Don't offend him. Remember. Dad, is his master really that powerful?"
Zhou Dongping was also curious, because a superior leader had said something similar before.
Of course, especially his second uncle.
Forget it, I dare not say this person. In short, you remember, Lin Han is definitely a real dragon, and his future is unlimited.
Zhou Lianshan said in a deep voice.
Zhou Dongping couldn't help but be secretly surprised to hear that he had received such a high evaluation from the old man. Don't stand there stupidly, hurry up and send Lin Han off.
Zhou Lianshan reminded him. Oh, I'll go right away.
Zhou Dongping reacted, turned around and chased after him. Lin Han and Dean Sun had just walked out of the intensive care unit when they saw a group of executives talking to the Tang family.
Xiaoying, have you two talked it over? Lin Han walked over to Tang Ying with a smile on his face and asked.
I've already told Secretary Liu, thank you Lin Han. Tang Ying bit her lips tightly, it was really not easy for her to say thank you to Lin Han. Oh Lin Han, I'm sorry that Uncle Tang was too anxious before, don't take what I said to heart.
Tang Jianye looked at Lin Han and his whole body was smiling like Mithraea.
I don't know who was so kind as to spread the news of what happened in the hospital. As a result, just a few minutes ago, Tang Jianye received several calls from people who had previously said they wanted to cancel the cooperation.
They strongly requested that the Tang group resume cooperation. This means that the Tang group has temporarily overcome its difficulties, and Tang Jianye is of course overjoyed.
At this time, Zhou Dongping walked out of the intensive care unit.
He smiled and walked up to Lin Han, shook his hand tightly and said,
Lin Han, thank you so much today. I will treat you to a meal some other time. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present dropped their jaws.
What? Mr. Zhou Dongping is offering to treat everyone to a meal? This is so unthinkable.
Usually, these bosses can't even meet with Zhou Dongping, let alone have a meal together.
Lin Han smiled and nodded, saying, no problem. By the way, Mr. Zhou, I'm also an employee of Tang's group now, and I don't want to lose my job.
Zhou Dongping couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth when he heard this.
What kind of person would worry about losing their job? What a joke. Of course, Zhou Dongping wouldn't say such things.
He immediately said that he would personally visit Tang's group in the near future. The people present were all old hands at doing business, and they all understood what Zhou Dongping was saying. Zhou Shuji was going to support Tang group. Then I'd like to thank Zhou Shuji first.
Lin Han smiled.
Zhou Dongping chatted with Lin Han and Tang Jianye for a while, but then returned to the ward because he had to take care of Mr. Zhou. Lin Han saw that everything was fine, so he was also ready to go home with Tang Ying. Seeing that he was leaving, a manager next to him smiled and handed his business card to Lin Han, saying,
Young man, this is my business card. Let's be friends.
Lin Han took the business card and put it in his pocket. Other managers also realized that Lin Han was definitely not an ordinary person. Even Mr. Zhou was so polite to him. If they could be friends with him, it would definitely be beneficial.
This is mine. Young man, our company is full of female models. Are you interested in becoming the director?
For a moment, Lin Han became the apple of everyone's eye, and he had several business cards in his hand. Tang Jianye was a little anxious to see so many bosses trying to please Lin Han, especially Oli, who ran a media company.
This guy actually used the beauty trick and brought out all the models from his company. What are you all doing?
Lin Han is a member of our Tang group.
What are you doing, trying to poach him in front of me? Tang Jianye shouted. Mr. Tang, didn't you say that Mr. Lin has nothing to do with your Tang family? Someone said disdainfully.
Bullshit.
When did I say that? You heard it wrong. Tang Jianye had no choice but to play helplessly. Besides, he is my future son-in-law, so don't even think about him.
Tang Ying, who was standing next to him, almost fainted when she heard this.
What kind of father is this? He actually betrayed himself at a critical moment. Lin Han couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that Tang Jianye's face was really thick.
After dealing with these people, Lin Han finally got into Tang Ying's car.
On the way home, Tang Ying finally couldn't help but ask, Lin Han, do you really know medicine? Didn't you see it all? Lin Han smiled. Who are you? Tang Ying simply stopped the car on the side of the road.
She was curious about Lin Han, but even she didn't know that once a woman is curious, it means she is doomed.
Me? Lin Han's expression suddenly became very serious. Do you believe me if I say I am from the Lin family in the capital? No one would believe you. Just forget it.
Tang Ying gave him a cold look and, in a huff, stepped on the accelerator.
The Maserati roared out. The Lin family in the capital, how come this guy isn't in heaven? There are 3 major families in China, and the Lin family is the absolute giant. If one of them treads on the ground, China will tremble.
Tang Ying would never believe that Lin Han was a Lin family member.
Lin Han sighed heavily. He wasn't lying, but why didn't Tang Ying believe him?
Lin Han knew his own family background 10 years ago. He was indeed a member of the Lin family in the capital, but he was abandoned by the Lin family shortly after birth.
He had never even met his biological parents.
This time, when he went down the mountain, his second uncle gave him 4 words: "Don't use the hidden dragon."
Lin Han knew that this was a warning from his second uncle. He was still too weak and had to be cautious and not act rashly. However, Lin Han believed that one day he would fly like a dragon in the sky and make the Lin family regret their stupid decision. When he returned home, Tang Ying didn't say a word and went straight to the second floor.
Even when Tang Xiaoqi greeted her, she only nodded perfunctorily.
"Brother-in-law, what's wrong with my sister? Oh my god, is she pregnant?" Tang Xiaoqi's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Lin Han. Cough cough, actually, I also want to do what you said, but your sister won't allow it.
Lin Han blushed and said.
Really? I feel like my sister's stomach is getting bigger and bigger. Tang Xiaoqi smiled mischievously. How could that be? You're slandering me for getting Tang Ying pregnant.
As soon as Lin Han finished speaking, he heard a roar from upstairs. "Lin Han, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Tang Ying stood on the second floor with a furious look on her face, and fire was about to burst out of her eyes.
I didn't say it.
Lin Han mumbled.
You deserve it.
Tang Xiaoqi made a face at Lin Han, then ran up to the second floor, hugged Tang Ying's arm and said with a smile, "Sister, let's ignore him, let's go to sleep." Lin Han was furious, thinking that Tang Xiaoqi was a little girl with a big mouth, and that he would have to spank her buttocks hard someday.
Chapter 14, I have a favor to ask.
The next morning, Lin Han bought some steamed buns from a street vendor for breakfast. Tang Xiaoqi saw the steamed buns on the table and her eyes lit up.
She reached out to take one and try it. Tang Xiaoqi, can you be a little more ladylike?
Tang Ying scolded her, "Who would dare to marry you in the future if you act like this?
What's so great about it?
If no one wants me, I can marry my brother-in-law,
Tang Xiaoqi said seriously.
Lin Han was drinking milk and almost spurted when he heard Tang Xiaoqi say that.
What was going on in her head? Don't talk nonsense. Tang Ying glared at Tang Xiaoqi. Sister, you're jealous. Tang Xiaoqi smiled and stuck out her tongue, looking very cute.
Tang Xiaoqi, I think I should talk to my uncle about reducing your allowance this month.
You eat and drink here, so you don't spend much anyway. Tang Ying said indifferently.
No, sister, don't be so cruel. Okay, I won't marry my brother-in-law at most. Tang Xiaoqi was furious when she heard that her allowance would be reduced, and pretended to be pitiful.
Humph, that's more like it.
Also, don't call him brother-in-law anymore. Tang Ying said with a slight blush on her face.
Oh, I know, I'll call you Han Gu from now on. Tang Xiaoqi smiled at Lin Han.
Lin Han was speechless. The two sisters made fun of themselves early in the morning.
Is this really okay? After breakfast, Lin Han followed Tang Ying to the company.
As soon as they walked into the lobby, they were stopped by the beautiful woman at the front desk.
Mr. Tang, please wait. What's wrong? Tang Ying asked.
The president just told me to ask your bodyguard, Mr. Lin, to come to his office. The receptionist glanced at Lin Han.
I see. Although Tang Ying was curious, she didn't ask any more and turned to go into the elevator. In the president's office, Tang Jianyu was sitting behind his desk talking on the phone. Mr. Li, it's not that we can't cooperate, but the price has to be raised a bit more.
Since returning home from the hospital last night, Tang Jianyu's phone has hardly stopped ringing. I don't know who started the rumor that Tang Jianyu's son-in-law saved Zhou Dongping's father, but the whole city of Tiannan is in an uproar. Seeing that the Tang group is about to be defeated by the Zhao family, a powerful son-in-law suddenly appeared, which made many people who were waiting to see the joke fall off their glasses.
Knock, knock, knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Mr. Li, I have something to do. Let's talk some other time. Tang Jianya put down the phone and said, "Come in."
Tang Ying pushed open the door and followed behind her inexplicably Lin Han.
He didn't know why Tang Jianya wanted to see him so early in the morning. Lin Han is here. Please sit down. Tang Jianya stood up with a smile, appearing very enthusiastic. Uncle, what do you want to talk to me about?
Lin Han sat on the sofa and asked with a smile.
Well, Xiao Ying, you don't need to stay here anymore. You can go back to work. Tang Jianya looked embarrassed and simply gave Xiao Ying the order to leave. Dad, what are you doing? Can't you tell me what's going on?
As soon as she heard this, Xiao Ying felt a little unbalanced.
Why would Dad rather tell Lin Han than tell her? Be obedient. What I want to say is between men. You can't hear it. Tang Jianya explained. Okay. Tang Ying rolled his eyes and walked away unwillingly.
Tang Jianya sat down across from Lin Han and asked, Lin, Uncle Tang has something he wants to ask you to help with.
Is it convenient? What is it? Lin Han asked.
Ahem, last time you said my heart wasn't very good. I want you to help me see if there's any way to cure it.
Tang Jianya's face was a little embarrassed.
Last time Lin Han saw that his heart wasn't good, and at the time he thought Lin Han was a rare flower.
Oh, that's not a problem. Lin Han nodded. Really? Tang Jianya's eyes lit up with excitement. That's great.
Honestly, Lin Han, I knew you were no ordinary person from the moment I first saw you. Tang Jianya liked Lin Han more and more as he looked at him. After last night, he was convinced that Lin Han was the only choice for his son-in-law.
Uncle, you are too kind.
I will go to the hospital to see Mr. Zhou first, and then come back to help you. Lin Han suddenly thought of something and said, Uncle, the security guards at the Tang group are too timid.
I think it is necessary to strengthen their training. Yes, I have also noticed the problem you mentioned. Tang Jianya nodded and said in a deep voice, how about you becoming the consultant of the security department and taking full responsibility for this matter?
Tang Jianya also knew about Lin Han's defeating a dozen gangsters alone a few days ago.
Okay.
Lin Han agreed without hesitation.
He had already thought about this. If those people came to cause trouble again, what should he do?
So he had to train a group of fearless security guards to ensure Tang Ying's safety. In the morning, Tang's group announced a new personnel appointment, and Lin Han became the consultant of the group's security department.
Lin Han, what did you tell my dad? How did he let you become the consultant of the security department? Tang Ying looked at Lin Han in surprise and asked. Maybe your dad thinks I'm a talent.
Lin Han sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and said with a smile.
Shameless. Tang Ying couldn't help but spit. Xiao Ying, how is the salary as a consultant?
Lin Han thought this was an important question.
The old man gave him a travel allowance when he went down the mountain.
If he doesn't make some money, he'll really become a soft-living person in the future. I really don't know what my father was thinking, 20,000 a month.
Tang Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes, this guy is literally in the money.
Lin Han nodded in satisfaction, 20,000 a month is not bad. In the past, when he went on assassination missions, he was never safe, but the second uncle only gave him 500 at most, saying that he was helping him save money for his wife.
Xiao Ying, I'm going to the hospital. If anything happens, remember to call me. Lin Han said. Hurry up and go. Tang Ying said angrily.
Lin Han pouted and got up to leave.
He couldn't understand what Tang Ying was thinking. She didn't like him all day long.
It seems that he has to take the time to teach her a good lesson.
Tiannan City People's Hospital, Dean Sun arrived at the intensive care unit early in the morning with several department heads. Dean, did you say that a great doctor is here to treat Mr. Zhou?
He Stowning, the head of the cardiology department, asked.
That's right. You all wait with me at the door for a while. Don't be rude.
Dean Sun said with a serious expression.
Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Did they hear it right? Dean Sun is going to wait for him in person? Although everyone was curious, no one dared to ask. Instead, they couldn't wait to see who this great doctor was. Chapter 15, The Nine Turns Rejuvenation Needle. At 10 a.m., Lin Han finally arrived at the hospital. Mr. Lin, you're here.
Sun Guireng greeted him with a smile and offered his hand.
The other department heads couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Is this the young man the dean has been waiting for?
Judging from his age, even if he knows medicine, he's probably still in medical school.
This kid hasn't even grown a full head of hair yet. Could he be a fraud?
Many people had this thought in their hearts, but no one dared to say it.
President's son, why are you all standing here? Could it be that Mr. Zhou has passed away?
Lin Han was puzzled. He had helped Mr. Zhou Lianshan yesterday, so he shouldn't have died so soon.
Kid, what are you talking about?
He Xiaoning scolded him angrily.
From the moment he saw Lin Han, he didn't like him.
He felt that he was at least a department director, and he had stood at the door for an hour just to wait for this kid.
Who are you?
Lin Han looked at He Xiaoning coldly.
He Xiaoning, do you want to rebel?
Sun Guoren was scared when he heard this and quickly stepped forward. This young man in front of him is not only favored by Zhou Shuji, but the one behind him is even more incredible. He is just talking, and the dean is expected to be fired.
Damn, He Xiaoning, isn't this just rubbing salt into his wounds? Dean's son He Xiaoning was dumbfounded and didn't understand why he was being scolded. Shut up. Sun Guoren glared at He Xiaoning and then smiled and said to Lin Han, Mr. Lin, don't mind it, or shall we go see Mr. Zhou first? Yes, that's fine.
Lin Han didn't care, and walked into the intensive care unit without looking away. Sun Guoren pointed at He Xiaoning and gritted his teeth, then turned around and quickly followed.
Old He, this kid is too arrogant.
The director of the neurology department spoke up for He Xiaoning.
Humph. Let this kid pretend to be tough for a while, and when it's time for treatment, I'll see what he does. He Xiaoning said angrily. Let's go in quickly. I want to see this kid make a fool of himself.
The director of the neurology department smiled wickedly.
That's right.
I'll see how Sun can explain this to Zhou Shuji.
Let's go.
He Xiaoning's eyes revealed a hint of malevolence. He was promoted by the vice president and had never been very obedient to Sun Guoren. This time he was publicly rebuked, and he was even more unhappy with Sun Guoren. In the ward, Zhou Lianshan was lying in bed, and Li Xia was sitting beside him.
Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lin is here.
The Sun people pushed the door open and smiled.
Please come in.
Zhou Lianshan was very happy and asked Li Xia to help him sit up in bed.
Mr. Zhou, you look great today. Lin Han walked in and looked at Zhou Lianshan and said. Ha, Lin Xiaoyu, I'm going to trouble you today, old man. Zhou Lianshan laughed heartily. Lin Han nodded and took out an antique brown box from his bosom.
Everyone's eyes were drawn to the box, which was carved with several fierce dragons and inlaid with several golden threads. When Zhou Lianshan saw the box in Lin Han's hand, his old eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he asked excitedly, Lin Xiaoyu, is this Qin Lasher's golden Nanmu treasure Moxabustion box?
Yes, have you seen it before, Mr. Zhou?
Lin Han was a little surprised. This box has always been the master's treasure, but the master gave it to him before he went down the mountain.
I have seen it before.
Zhou Dongping's face was full of memories, and he said, 30 years ago, I was lucky enough to see Qin Lasher use it once. Lin Han shrugged, it's just a box made of Nanmu wood.
Why is Zhou Lianshan so excited?
When he was a child, he used this box to carry earthworms. Of course, after the master knew about it, he gave him a good scolding. Old Zhou, the poison in your body can only be expelled from your body using acupuncture.
I estimate that 3 acupuncture treatments will be enough. Lin Han said.
Lin Xiaoyu, I'll do whatever you say.
Zhou Lianshan nodded. Lin Han did not waste any time.
He opened the box and 9 silver needles of different lengths appeared.
But at that moment, an unharmonious voice suddenly came from everyone's ears. Wait. It was He Xiaoning who spoke. He snorted and looked at the Chinese people and said, Director Sun, do you really agree to let this liar give Mr. Zhou acupuncture? What if something goes wrong?
Zhou Lianshan couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes.
Director He, you'd better watch what you say. Mr. Lin is not a fraud.
Moreover, Mr. Zhou also agreed to let Mr. Lin treat him.
If you keep talking nonsense, I'll punish you.
Sun Guoren said sternly.
You, He Xiaoning, are so angry. You're full of shit. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up.
Lin Han said calmly.
Son, please get rid of the idle people. I want to be treated.
He Xiaoning was so angry that his lungs were about to explode.
How dare this kid call himself a layman? Director didn't you hear what Mr. Lin said? Get out.
Sun Guoren scolded without mercy. Downing was about to argue, but then he saw that Mr. Zhou was looking at him coldly. The words on the tip of his tongue had to be swallowed back, and he turned and left the ward.
Mr. Lin, what do you think? Sun Guoren asked carefully. Mr. Sun, you can stay here. I'll need your help later. Everyone else can leave. Lin Han said. Okay. Sun Guoren was overjoyed.
He knew the Chinese medicine practitioners all had their own unique skills, which they would not normally show to others. He never expected Lin Han to be so open about his skills. After everyone had left, Lin Han asked Sun Guoren to prepare a basin of hot water, then he used alcohol to disinfect the silver needles and began to insert them. The acupuncture technique that Lin Han used was called the 9 Revolutions acupuncture, which was a secret technique that the master taught him. It was said to be a magical acupuncture technique passed down by the imperial doctors of the Tang dynasty to cure the dying. He was fast and steady in his acupuncture technique, and he was very accurate in identifying the acupuncture points. Before Sun Guoren could even see clearly, Lin Han had already inserted 5 silver needles into Zhou Lianshan. Since Zhou Lianshan had been poisoned for too long, the poison had already invaded his internal organs. Lin Han had no choice but to infuse the silver needles with his qi and forcibly guide the toxins out. The silver needles were held and twisted in Lin Han's hands. After a short while, Lin Han was already sweating profusely and his face began to turn pale. Lin Han knew that this was the reason for his excessive loss of qi. Lin Xiaoyu, why don't we stop here today? Zhou Lianshan saw Lin Han's hard work and felt a little sorry for him. It's okay, I can still hold on. Lin Han said with gritted teeth. The Sun Guoren next to him quickly wiped the sweat off Lin Han's forehead with a towel, and at the same time, he also sighed in his heart. Lin Han is not only highly skilled in medicine, but also has medical ethics. If it weren't for his special status, the Sun Guoren would like to have him stay in the hospital as a doctor. After another 10 minutes, Lin Han finally couldn't hold on anymore. He stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately, the Sun Guoren next to him was quick-witted and quickly helped him up. Mr. Lin, are you okay? It's fine, President Sun, please bring the hot water over here and put it next to Zhou's bed. Lin Han said breathlessly. This time, it cost him too much of his true qi, and it's a good thing that he didn't fall over. Chapter 16, A Kiss. Okay. Dean Sun quickly walked over and brought a basin of warm water. Lin Han told Zhou Lianshan to put his right hand in the basin of warm water and said to him, Old Zhou, I will release the poisoned blood in your body in a moment. It will hurt a little, so you must bear with it. Okay. Zhou Lianshan nodded and did as Lin Han said. Immediately after, Lin Han asked Sun Guoren to bring a scalpel, and then cut open a hole in Zhou Lianshan's right palm. Instantly, a jet of black, smelly blood spurted out of Zhou Lianshan's palm, and the originally clear warm water turned black and brown in an instant. Zhou Lianshan gritted his teeth. If it weren't for his martial arts training, an ordinary old man definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this level of pain. Sun Guoren, who was standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He had been a doctor for decades and had never seen this method of detoxification. Young heroes. The Sun Guoren could not help but praise Lin Han in his heart. He truly admired this young man. After a few minutes, when a trace of red appeared in the basin of warm water, Lin Han told Zhou Lianshan to take his hand out and said to him, Old Zhou, you have already discharged most of the poisonous blood in your body. I will prescribe a medicine for you to take for a month to completely cure your illness. Zhou Lianshan was overjoyed and said excitedly, Lin Xiaoyu, old man, I really don't know how to thank you. In fact, you don't have to thank me. This is all the master chef's instructions. Lin Han smiled slightly. No matter what, I will remember this kindness in my heart. Zhou Lianshan shook his head. Lin Han didn't say much, and turned to Sun Guoren and said, Please, Dean Sun, find me a piece of paper and a pen so I can write down the prescription. Sun Guoren did not dare to neglect, and quickly found a pen and paper and handed them to Lin Han. Lin Han thought for a moment, then wrote the prescription on the paper in a flamboyant manner, and then handed it to Guoren and said to him, Dean Sun, this medicine must be strictly followed, otherwise there will be problems. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will personally go to the pharmacy. Sun Guoren took the prescription, carefully put it away, and then turned and left the ward. Lin Han looked up at the time. It was almost time for lunch. Mr. Zhou, it's getting late. I have to leave now. Lin Han said. Since Lin Xiaoyu has something to do, I won't keep you. Zhou Lianshan thought for a moment and said, I don't know if Lin Xiaoyu has time, but I want to invite you to dinner in a few days.
No problem, just call me when the time comes. Lin Han readily agreed.
After all, Zhou Lianshan was the father of the top leader of Tiannan City, and he had to give him face. The two men chatted for a while before Lin Han left. He walked out of the ward and saw many people standing outside, including Zhou Lianshan's daughter-in-law Li Xia.
Mr. Lin, how is my father-in-law?
Li Xia saw Lin Han come out and hurriedly asked.
Mr. Zhou is fine. You can go in and take a look. Lin Han nodded. Really? You cured a disease that even professors in the capital couldn't cure in less than half an hour?
He Xiaoning said sarcastically. Lin Han glanced at He Xiaoning and said coldly, if it weren't for the face of Dean He, I would definitely slap you in the face.
Do you believe it or not?
He Xiaoning immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Lin Han and shouting, Kid, don't be so smug.
If you have the guts, try to slap me. A crisp sound. When everyone reacted, they saw that He Xiaoning's face already had 5 bright red fingerprints. How dare you hit me? He Xiaoning covered his face and looked at Lin Han in disbelief. What's wrong with hitting you?
Lin Han said indifferently.
Call the police. You little brat, wait for me.
He Xiaoning gritted his teeth in hatred, but Lin Han was a head taller than him, and He Xiaoning simply didn't have the courage to fight back. At this moment, Sun Guoren hurriedly came with a bag of medicine in his hand, and when he saw the scene, he quickly stopped him and said, Stop, who told you to call the police?
Dean's son, this kid hit me first.
He Xiaoning shouted angrily.
Mr. Lin would never hit you for no reason.
You must have provoked him first.
Sun Guoren stood up for Lin Han without hesitation. Oh no, the old man's hand is bleeding.
Someone shouted in the ward, and everyone rushed in. Lin Han shrugged and left. In the ward, He Xiaoning thought he had caught Lin Han in the act and shouted at Sun Guoren, Dean's son, look, this is what the kid did. I think we should call the police and arrest this liar.
Bullshit, son, who is this guy talking nonsense here?
No one expected that at this critical moment, Zhou Laoshi would directly scold him and even swear. Old Zhou, it's all my fault for not teaching him well.
Don't be angry, I've brought you the medicine.
Sun Guoren took the blame on himself, but he knew that He Xiaoning was in trouble.
Well, how can someone like this be a doctor?
I think your hospital needs to improve the quality of its doctors.
Zhou Lianshan was very angry.
He now saw Lin Han as his savior and would not allow anyone to say a bad word about him.
Yes, I will hold a meeting of the entire hospital today and make sure that we rectify the situation. Sun Guoren was overjoyed.
He had never been able to get He Xiaoning to listen to him, but now he had found a good excuse to get rid of him. With Zhou Laoshi speaking up, who would dare to speak up for He Xiaoning in this matter? He Xiaoning, who was standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded. He had been kind, but he had ended up like this.
What the hell had happened?
Mr. Lin cut open Mr. Zhou's palm, but only released the poisoned blood.
Director He, you don't know anything and you still want to report Mr. Lin to the police. I think you should be suspended and reflect on yourself. Sun Guoren snorted. You. He Xiaoning's face instantly turned purple. He knew that Sun Guoren was doing it on purpose.
He didn't warn him when he saw a pit in front of him. He was afraid that he would lose his position as director. Lin Han returned to the group and was stopped by a man as soon as he walked into the office building.
This man was Luo Qingliang. Hey, Consultant Lin, you're back.
Luo Qingliang smiled slyly.
What the hell do you want?
Lin Han was stunned.
This is not a security guard, it's a eunuch in the Forbidden City. Brother Lin, don't you know?
From today on, you are the security consultant of the group. Please take care of me when the time comes.
Luo Qingliang bowed and smiled. Oh, I know about this.
As for the care you mentioned, I can tell you that the current security guards of the group are not good enough.
At least half of them have to be fired.
Lin Han said with a serious expression.
Luo Qingliang was scared and opened his mouth wide. Fired half? Suddenly he thought of something and asked quickly, Brother Lin, no, Master Lin, will I be fired? You're my uncle.
Lin Han gave this guy a cold stare.
What kind of eyes are these? I'm so handsome, how can I be your uncle? Tomorrow morning, there will be a physical fitness test. Those who fail will be fired, including you.
After Lin Han finished speaking, he turned around and gave Luo Qingliang a handsome backview.
Chapter 17. A woman's heart is like a needle in a haystack.
Oh, it seems that he is still upset about the incident that day when I stopped him. Luo Qingliang stood there dumbfounded, muttering to himself. The old security guard not far away saw Luo Qingliang standing there dumbfounded and walked over to him.
Luo, what's wrong?
The old security guard patted him on the shoulder and asked.
Oh, don't say it, we are probably going to lose our jobs. Luo Qingliang sighed. What is it?
The old security guard asked curiously. Luo Qingliang told the old security guard what Lin Han had just told him with a wry smile. That's it, I'm already in my 40s, and the physical fitness test is going to kill me. The old security guard was about to cry, but he guessed that starting this month, he would have to eat dirt.
Lin Han returned to Tang Ying's office and saw her reviewing documents. Xiaoying, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Han asked. You? Forget it, you don't know anything about cosmetics. Tang Ying looked up and said. How do you know I don't know if you don't show me?
Lin Han smiled wickedly.
Well, that's fine, you look at this product development book and see what's wrong. Tang Ying snorted and pushed the folder to Lin Han.
She didn't believe Lin Han could understand it. The expression inside was complex, and it was impossible for a non-professional to get started. Lin Han took the product development book, quickly read it, and then closed the folder with a smile.
What are you laughing at, did you see anything? Tang Ying asked with a cold face.
Your products are all made of Chinese medicine ingredients and mainly have whitening functions, but I think they can be improved. Lin Han said seriously.
Cut it out, you're just blowing hot air. Tang Ying said disdainfully. Why don't we make a bet?
Lin Han looked at Tang Ying playfully.
What kind of bet? Tang Ying asked warily.
If I point out the flaws in
the product, you have to admit that I'm your fiancée, okay?
Lin Han smiled wickedly.
What if you lose? Tang Ying asked defiantly. If I lose, I'll disappear from your sight immediately and never bother you again. How about it? Dare you bet on it?
Lin Han sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked determined to win.
Okay.
I'll bet with you.
What's wrong with the product? Tang Ying asked angrily.
She had personally designed the product. Although it wasn't perfect, it was pretty good. So when Lin Han provoked her just now, she agreed to the bet without thinking. If you want your product to be more prominent in whitening, you should add pearl powder, and the effect will be much better. Lin Han's mouth curled up and he smiled faintly.
How did you come up with this idea? Tang Ying looked at Lin Han in surprise.
She was also thinking about how to enhance the whitening effect, and she had thought of many ways, but none of them were as good as Lin Han's. As the ancients said, a leaf obscures the eye. This is exactly the state of Tang Ying at this moment. In fact, she also knows that pearl whitening is effective. What do you think? You have to honor your bet. You can't back out now. Lin Han smiled wickedly. Humph, you're just a blind cat that hit a dead mouse.
It doesn't count. Tang Ying blushed and directly denied the bet.
Lin Han stared at her for a long time and couldn't say a word.
No wonder people say that women are unreasonable creatures. Now it really seems that way. You should go to the personnel department to report first. You are now a consultant in the security department and need your detailed information. Tang Ying lowered her head shyly, thinking that she would never admit that he was her fiancé. If Lin Han, that bad guy, got his way, would he make more outrageous demands in the future?
Lin Han didn't know Tang Ying's mentality, and was just wondering why the girl had suddenly blushed. Since the bet was invalid, Lin Han had no choice but to get up and go to the personnel department. After he left, Tang Ying let out a long sigh. She couldn't understand why Lin Han could pinpoint the problem with the product so quickly. Could it be that he really understood cosmetics? No way. Tang Ying's mind flashed back to the first time she met him. This guy is clearly a contractor. But she also had to admit that she was becoming more and more curious about this man. Lin Han seemed to have endless secrets hidden in him, just waiting for her to explore. The personnel department of the Tang Group is staffed entirely by women, and when Lin Han walked in, it caused a stir, with everyone turning their attention to him. Lin Han couldn't help but feel a little smug. This feeling of walking around in a flower garden was really refreshing. Hello, I'm Lin Han. Who should I see about the employment procedures? Lin Han walked up to the desk of a beautiful woman with big eyes and asked with a smile.
You are Lin Han.
The beauty's eyes lit up at the mention of his name, and she looked at Lin Han with a somewhat flowery look and said, Do you know that you are now the talk of the town in our group?
We were just talking about you.
Lin Han was stunned.
How did he feel that he had strayed from the topic? Beauty, I am asking you, who do I need to find to enter my information?
Lin Han smiled wryly.
It's really a hassle to be so handsome.
Oh, you should go find Song Rou. She is in the back by the window. The beauty said with big eyes.
Oh, thank you.
Lin Han nodded and turned to walk inside. In the office area at the back of the personnel department, Lin Han finally found Song Rou, who was writing something with her head buried in her hands and didn't notice Lin Han's arrival.
Song Rou, you're busy. Lin Han smiled. Han-gu, is that you?
Song Rou looked up and saw Lin Han, and immediately a charming smile appeared on her face.
Well, I'm here to report to you. Lin Han teased. Song Rou was stunned, and then she understood.
She smiled and said, Congratulations on becoming the security consultant, I almost forgot.
What information do you need from me? Lin Han asked. Song Rou shook her head and said that as long as the simple identity and address information was fine, because Tang Jianye had specifically said that Lin Han's information could be left blank. Soon, Song Rou finished registering Lin Han and gave him a badge for the high-level staff. Thank you, Song Rou.
Lin Han took the badge and leaned over to say to Song Rou.
This is what I should do. Song Rou's face flushed because Lin Han was too close to her, and she could even feel the strong scent of male hormones on Lin Han's body.
I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Lin Han smiled, and he didn't expect Song Rou to be quite so shy.
Song Rou was a little nervous and nodded without thinking. After Lin Han left, Song Rou's colleagues surrounded her and chattered about gossip. Song Rou, you and Lin Han, no, Consultant Lin have a good relationship.
Yes, you're doing a great job of keeping secrets.
Song Rou is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in our HR department. Consultant Lin has only been here for a few days and you've already won him over. Song Rou, did you sleep with Consultant Lin?
The colleagues chattered on, and Song Rou blushed with embarrassment. No matter how she tried to explain, no one would listen.
That's just how women are. When it comes to personal relationships, they can talk about anything. Chapter 18, Dark Cuisine.
At this time, in the general manager's office of the Zhao Group, Zhao Wei sat behind his desk with a pale face, listening to his secretary's report.
What did you say? Those people have resumed their cooperation with the Tang Group?
Zhao Wei asked with clenched teeth.
Yes, Mr. Zhao. What the hell is going on? Tell me.
Zhao Wei couldn't sit still when he heard this. It was Zhou Dongping who was backing them up.
The secretary said. Zhou Dongping? How did they get together?
Zhao Wei's brow was furrowed.
Could it be that Zhou Dongping dared to offend the Zhao family's influence in the province?
Someone told me it was a young man named Lin Han. He helped Zhou Dongping's father recover from his illness, and the Zhou family helped the Tang family out of the woods in gratitude. Zhao Wei was furious when he heard the name Lin Han, and he picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it on the ground.
Damn it! It's this kid again. I won't let him go. Zhao Wei roared. The female secretary was terrified and hurriedly soothed Zhao Wei.
Looking at the female secretary's curvy figure, Zhao Wei felt a surge of evil fire in his heart.
He pressed the secretary down on the desk. After the deed was done, Zhao Wei lit a cigarette and let out a long sigh. He was exhausted from the deed. Mr. Zhao, are we still going to deal with the Tang family? The secretary asked in a low voice. Nonsense. We are going to take over the Tang family's business. I will call my uncle later to see what he has to say about it. Zhao Wei snorted. What does it matter that Zhou Dongping is backing him up? This time he is going to make the Tang family pay a heavy price. After work that night, Lin Han just got into Tang Ying's car and noticed that the girl's expression was not right. What's wrong with you, Ying? Lin Han asked.
Lin Han, are you ashamed of yourself, making me your driver every day?
Tang Ying glared at him in annoyance. What's so ashamed of, getting in your fiancée's car?
Lin Han laughed. He still remembered that Tang Ying had lost a bet.
Pa, shameless. Tang Ying spat. He has no gentlemanly manner at all.
Lin Han was about to make a few jokes when his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw it was a strange number.
Hello, I don't buy houses, don't call me again. Lin Han said angrily after answering the phone.
Since he came down the mountain, he has received such sales calls almost every day, which is annoying to death.
Lin Xiaolin, it's me. Zhou Dongping was stunned. Lin Han thought he was an agent selling houses? Ah, Zhou Shuji.
I'm sorry, I've received too many calls like this these days.
What do you want from me?
Lin Han smiled awkwardly. He was probably the first person in the whole of Fuan City to receive a call from Zhou Dongping saying he wasn't buying a house.
My father insists on being discharged from the hospital tomorrow.
The old man wants to invite you to dinner at his home tomorrow night.
I don't know if you have time.
Zhou Dongping said. Oh, Mr. Zhou is quite anxious. Lin Han looked at Tang Ying, who was driving, and said, okay, tell me the address, and I'll definitely come tomorrow.
Well, that's good. Zhou Dongping smiled and then hung up the phone. Come to Mr. Zhou's house for dinner with me tomorrow night. Lin Han put away his phone and turned to Tang Ying. What about Tang Xiaoqi? Tang Ying shook her head.
Besides, she doesn't like dealing with leaders.
It's too depressing.
Then take her with you.
Lin Han shrugged. Let's talk about it later. Tang Ying said indifferently.
When Lin Han got home, he found that Tang Jianya was also there. He immediately smiled at Lin Han's face, which was a complete change from his previous attitude.
Shouting, Lin Han, you're back. Tang Jianya looked at the young couple with a smile on his face.
He increasingly felt that the two were a good match.
Sister, brother Han.
Tang Xiaoqi suddenly remembered that if she called her brother-in-law again, she would lose her allowance, so she quickly changed her tone.
Dad, why are you here? Tang Ying was surprised. I have something to ask Lin Han. Tang Jianya pointed at Lin Han and smiled. Tang Ying was stunned. What's wrong with my dad? Isn't he on the same side as me? Why is he so friendly to the enemy now? Uncle, come to my room.
Lin Han smiled slightly. He knew that Tang Jianye was only looking for him to cure his illness. Seeing the two men walk into the room, Tang Xiaoqi asked with a face full of curiosity, Sister, I think Uncle seems to like Lin Han a lot.
I guess you two will get married soon. You little brat, I'll strangle you if you don't believe me. Tang Ying pretended to be fierce.
I think Lin Han is very good. He knows Kung Fu, can cook, and has a good personality.
He's simply the perfect husband.
Tang Xiaoqi said with a smile.
You like him so much, why don't you marry him when you grow up? Tang Ying gave her a look. If I marry him, what will you do? Tang Xiaoyi stuck out her tongue. I don't even like him. Tang Ying snorted and turned to go upstairs. When she came down after changing her clothes, Lin Han and Tang Jianyi also came out of the room.
The two of them were sitting in the living room talking and laughing, and Tang Xiaoyi was pretending to be silly and cute next to them.
It looked like they were more like a family.
Xiaoying, come down quickly.
Tang Jianya couldn't help but shout when he saw his daughter standing on the second floor in a daze. I have something to tell you.
Tang Ying walked down the stairs with a catwalk and sat down on the sofa and asked, Dad, what's the matter?
I've discussed it with Lin Han. Tomorrow, Xiaoqi will go home, and you must go to Zhou Shuji's house for dinner with Lin Han. Tang Jianya said with a non-committal tone. Ah? Who said I was going? Tang Ying frowned slightly and glared at Lin Han fiercely. This is my decision.
Tang Jianya turned on the domineering parent mode, and also, you should be nicer to Lin Han in the future, don't always bully him.
I bully him? Tang Ying widened her almond eyes and looked at Lin Han in surprise.
What kind of magic potion did this guy give Dad to make him so biased towards him?
Okay, I still have things to do, you guys go home and get some rest. Tang Jianya looked at the time and remembered the prescription Lin Han gave him. He couldn't wait to go to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Brother-in-law, no, Han, I'm hungry, you better go cook.
Tang Xiaoqi saw her uncle leave and pouted, come on, Han, I'm hungry. Xiaoqi, don't call him, I'll cook for you today, so no one can say I'm bullying him.
Tang Ying snorted and gave Lin Han a death stare.
Tang Xiaoqi felt relieved when she heard someone was cooking. As long as there was food to eat, she really didn't care who was cooking. Lin Han shrugged his shoulders.
It was even better that he didn't have to cook. He simply watched TV with peace of mind.
The quiet kitchen soon began to make a loud noise as the sound of broken dishes and clattering utensils filled the air.
Lin Han frowned. Was Tang Ying cooking or demolishing the house?
After waiting for a long time, Tang finally brought the dishes she had made to the table. Tang Xiaowei, who had been starving for a long time, rushed to the table to prepare to eat, but when she saw the dark dishes on the table, she didn't know what the hell it was, and she was not in good shape.
Sister, what kind of dish is this?
Tang Xiaowei had never seen such a strange dish.
It's the chicken wings you like to eat, Tang Ying said with a slight embarrassment.
Oh, I thought it was charcoal, you were going to barbecue.
Tang Xiaowei's face froze. Will this stuff make me go to the hospital if I eat it?
Lin Han sat at the table and didn't say a word. He picked up a piece of vegetable and put it in his mouth, then swallowed it. Tang Xiaowei saw Lin Han eat it, so she also picked up a piece of vegetable and tried it. She just chewed it and then spat it out, angrily saying to Lin Han, "Han, don't you have a sense of taste? It's so salty, how can you eat it? You little brat, don't be so surprised. I don't believe it's that bad."
Tang Ying was unconvinced and took a bite herself. The result was even worse than Tang Xiaoqi's.
"Forget it, I'll do it." Lin Han shook his head with a bitter smile.
Tang Ying is indeed very pretty, but she can't cook, which is a headache. Yay, long live Han Gu.
Tang Xiaoqi was overjoyed when she heard Lin Han was cooking, completely ignoring Tang Ying, who was frowning coldly.
Chapter 19, The Unlucky Huang Hai.
The next morning, Lin Han made breakfast for the two sisters as usual. Seeing Tang Xiaoqi eat the noodles on her plate like a pig, Tang Ying felt a little sour in her heart. "Tang Xiaoqi, tomorrow morning you are only allowed to eat bread and milk, do you hear me?" Tang Ying said with some jealousy.
"I don't want to. I like to eat Han's noodles." Tang Xiaoqi firmly opposed, she never bowed to evil forces.
"Okay, I'll call your dad now and tell him to give you less pocket money,"
Tang Ying said, pretending to take out her phone.
"Sister, don't be so cruel."
"Okay, I'll listen to you."
"In fact, the noodles aren't that delicious."
Tang Xiaoqi finished the last drop of soup in the bowl.
Lin Han was speechless.
These two sisters were simply enemies.
They were just having breakfast, but they were already threatening each other. After finishing breakfast, Lin Han got into Tang Ying's car and went to work. Today, he was going to completely solve the security problem at the Tang Group.
"Good morning, Mr. Tang, Mr. Lin." Luo Qingliang smiled and came up to greet them. "You're here just in time. Can you get everyone from the security department to come here, even those who are off duty?"
Lin Han stopped and said to Luo Qingliang.
Tang Ying heard Lin Han say this and stopped too. She asked coldly, "What do you want to do?"
"I'm going to make a big change in the group's security department." Lin Han shrugged and said,
"Whatever you want. By the way, you don't have to stay in my office anymore. I'll have someone give you a separate office in the security department." Tang Ying did not object.
She had heard about Tan Hu's last incident, and every security guard dared to stop him.
Luo Qingliang listened to the two's conversation, secretly groaning in his heart.
This time, not only was the assessment mentioned, but Lin was also put in the security department. It was unlikely that he would be able to fish in troubled waters in the future.
Tang's group's large conference room could accommodate thousands of people.
Upon Luo Qingliang's notice, all the security guards rushed over, except for the head of the security department, Huang Hai.
"Luo Qingliang, did you notify Chief Huang?" Lin Han asked coldly.
"Yes, I was the first to notify him."
"Chief Huang is on vacation today, maybe he's stuck in traffic?"
Luo Qingliang smiled apologetically.
"Stuck in traffic?" Lin Han sneered.
He told Luo Qingliang to notify him one by one an hour ago. Tainan City is not that big, and it's impossible to be stuck in traffic for an hour.
Wait for him for 5 minutes.
If he doesn't show up in 5 minutes, he'll be considered to have given up on the assessment and won't have to come to work tomorrow," Lin Han said calmly. The other security guards in the audience heard this and started whispering among themselves. They all felt that this new consultant was not someone to be trifled with. As the minutes passed, Huang Hai finally walked into the conference room 5 minutes late.
"Why are you here so early? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" Huang Hai asked with a dismissive sneer and a provocative tone.
Since he learned that Lin Han had become the security consultant, he had been extremely unhappy. He had been in charge of the group's security system, but now there was a consultant with more power than him. No one dared to speak up, and the other security guards were not fools. They all knew that when the gods fight, the little devils suffer. Huang Hai didn't say much, and sat down casually under the podium, looking at Lin Han with a mocking look.
Ha ha.
Lin Han was amused by this guy and said lightly, "Since Chief Huang is here, let's begin the assessment."
We are in good health, do we need an assessment? Huang Hai retorted. Since Chief Huang doesn't think an assessment is necessary, then you don't need one.
Lin Han sneered and said to all the security guards present, "I can tell you clearly that the results of this assessment will directly determine whether you can continue to work as security guards in the group."
You are bullying people with your power.
Huang Hai was so angry that he jumped up from his chair and pointed at Lin Han and shouted angrily.
Haven't you heard that the higher-ranking official can crush the lower-ranking official? So what if I am bullying people with my power? If you don't want to take the assessment, you can complain about me. Now, if you want to take the assessment, shut up, and if you don't want to take the assessment, get out.
Lin Han shouted angrily.
Huang Hai was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while.
Okay, from now on, everyone will do 100 push-ups, and then we will spar in pairs. Those who fail can go to the finance office tomorrow to collect their wages and leave. Lin Han stood up and pointed at Luo Qingliang and said, "You are in charge of counting the push-ups."
Luo Qingliang was overjoyed when he heard this.
It seemed that he could be exempted from the assessment. Although some people were unwilling, Lin Han had already made his point clear. Not participating in the assessment was the same as resigning, so no one dared to say anything. Lin Han had originally thought that 100 push-ups would only be a warm-up, but he was surprised to see that a quarter of the people had collapsed after doing less than 50. After everyone had finished, Lin Han said to the security guards who had failed, "You can go now, you don't need to come back tomorrow."
Consultant Lin, please give me another chance.
A fat security guard begged with a wry smile.
Okay, next is sparring. If you think you can beat someone, I'll give you another chance. The fat guy didn't say anything.
He knew his own weight and that he would be beaten to death by his colleagues if he really fought. He could only look to Huang Hai for help. He gave money to Huang Hai every month, hoping that he would help him at a critical moment. Huang Hai also saw the fat guy's pleading eyes, but he couldn't help.
Lin Han's attitude was too strong. Don't waste time. Let's fight next.
Huang Hai looked at Lin Han with a malicious look in his eyes, wishing he could slap him to death to satisfy his hatred.
Others can, but you, Chief Huang, haven't finished your push-ups yet.
Lin Han looked at Huang Hai meaningfully and said.
Who said that? You can ask Luo Qingliang if I'm done. Huang Hai angrily said.
Lin Han's mouth curled up and he waved his hand, saying, "You've definitely done 100, but you're the section chief, so you have to do 200.
Don't you want to be the section chief? Shit.
Huang Hai almost cursed when he heard this.
Isn't this fucking bullying people? Not doing it? Lin Han smiled and turned to ask the others, who else can do 100? After finishing, you can replace the position of section chief Huang. Everyone's eyes lit up at the mention of this. Who doesn't want to be a section chief?
Several people even rubbed their hands and were eager to try.
Okay, I'll do it. Huang Hai squeezed out these words from between his teeth. That's more like it.
Lin Han scoffed disdainfully.
If someone like Huang can't be handled, how can he lead a team in the future? Huang was exhausted after doing 200 push-ups.
Although he was a retired soldier, he hadn't trained for so many years that he was no longer as good as he used to be. He barely managed to do 200 push-ups with his teeth clenched.
Section Chief Huang has good stamina. Take a minute to rest, and then start the two-person sparring.
Lin Han smiled at Huang. Huang Hai was so tired that he was sweating all over, and he didn't even have the energy to reply. He could only curse Lin Han in his heart for being despicable, shameless, and despicable. A minute of rest is useless for him. He just finished doing 200 push-ups, and now it's hard for him to lift his arms.
How the fuck can he spar? Chapter 20, Unfair. Consultant Lin, what about me? Luo Qingliang asked anxiously.
He was small and thin, and if he went up to fight, he might as well do push-ups, otherwise he would be in the hospital after one round.
You don't have to, just watch from the side to see if anyone is cheating. Lin Han said. Luo Qingliang was overjoyed. Was today his lucky day?
I first declare that if anyone deliberately gives up, it will be treated as an automatic forfeit. Lin Han looked around at everyone and said, "From now on, your opponent will be the person standing on your left."
Everyone was stunned.
They didn't expect such a way to pick people.
It's not fair. What if the person standing on the left is much stronger than you? Someone protested. If the gangsters come to the group to cause trouble, will they be divided according to their physical size?
Lin Han said indifferently.
No one said anything because Lin Han was right. The gangsters didn't care about your size.
Soon, there were grunts and shouts coming from the conference room. Lin Han observed from the side and really found a few good security guards. In the end, there were only 3 left, one of whom was Huang Hai.
You two fight with Section Chief Huang, Lin Han said to the 2 men. The 2 tall security guards hesitated.
After all, 2 against 1 was unfair, not to mention that Huang Hai was still their superior.
Lin Han, what do you mean? Huang Hai was furious. Why should 2 of you fight me alone?
You are the section chief, your salary seems to be 3 times theirs, of course you get more pay and fight more. Lin Han smiled wickedly.
Huang Hai almost wanted to spit blood after hearing this. What the hell is this logic? You don't have to fight.
Lin Han paused and continued, I'll let Luo Qingliang fight. As long as he doesn't die, he'll be the head of the security department when he gets better.
Okay, you've got guts. You two, go. Huang Hai glared at Lin Han angrily, then took up a fighting stance.
The 2 security guards had no choice but to go ahead, but they obviously didn't dare to go all out. Lin Han couldn't help sneering in his eyes.
He shouted at the 2 security guards, if you don't go all out and let Section Chief Huang win, you don't have to come tomorrow.
Hearing Lin Han say this, the 2 security guards also became anxious. But they were also Huang Hai's men, and for a moment they were at a loss as to what to do. Their emotions were in turmoil and their strength was out of control. Huang Hai was good at martial arts, but he had just done 100 push-ups, and the 2 security guards were also not bad at martial arts. For a moment, they were beaten up quite a bit and their faces turned blue. Finally, Huang Hai had no choice but to say to the 2 security guards, you can resign.
I won't treat you badly.
The 2 security guards stopped as soon as they heard this. Everyone knew that Huang Hai was no pushover. He knew a lot of gangsters in the area, and in the last incident with Tan Hu, he was the only one in the security department who could talk to Tan Hu. So no one wanted to offend Huang Hai. Moreover, he had also said that he would not mistreat himself, so why make things difficult?
Consultant Lin, we quit.
The 2 security guards turned and left the meeting room. Lin Han was stunned. He didn't expect Huang Hai to have this kind of skill. Looking at his smug expression, Lin Han sneered. Since that's the case, I'll find a chance to play with him slowly in the future. Okay, those who passed the test today, remember to come to work on time tomorrow. Lin Han said this and turned and walked out of the meeting room. After he left, everyone surrounded Luo Qingliang and asked him about Lin Han. Old Luo, what's your relationship with Consultant Lin? Luo Qingliang himself was also very confused. We are colleagues, you should have told us earlier that you have a good relationship with Consultant Lin, so we could have paid our respects to him.
Yes, you are so unprincipled.
Everyone was talking, and Huang Hai, who was standing next to them, had red eyes and roared, shut the fuck up. Luo Qingliang, you better watch out in the future. The sound in the conference room suddenly stopped, and Luo Qingliang was also very uneasy.
How did he offend Huang Hai? Alas, Xiao Luo, did you forget to stop Consultant Lin?
The old security guard sighed and asked.
I remember, what's wrong? Luo Qingliang was puzzled. Young man, do you know what it means to kill with a borrowed knife? You should read more books when you have time. It's better than playing games every day.
The old security guard patted Luo Qingliang on the shoulder and walked away shaking his head.
Shit. Luo Qingliang really wanted to scold someone. Do all old people like to act like a bully now?
After Lin Han left the meeting room, he went straight to the personnel department. He felt that he should recruit from the outside world and find some capable people to be security guards, preferably retired military personnel.
Oh, handsome Lin, here to see Song Rou again. The female employee in the personnel department saw Lin Han coming and said without any fear.
No, I'm here to see all the beautiful ladies.
Lin Han smiled.
When he was going down the mountain, Uncle Air said that women were tigers. Now he feels that it would be best to put himself in a tiger's den.
That would be interesting.
When he walked up to Song Rou's desk, he found that there was no one there.
He looked around and couldn't find Song Rou anywhere. Beauty, where did Song Rou go?
Lin Han asked a girl with baby fat next to him with a smile.
Consultant Lin, is it just Song Rou in your eyes?
the girl said with a smile.
Cough cough, it's hard to bear the grace of a beauty, I'm afraid I can't take it.
Lin Han smiled wickedly.
Nasty.
The girl said coquettishly, Song Rou was just here, why don't you go to the fire escape and see if she's talking to someone on the phone?
Okay, thanks.
Lin Han smiled and turned to walk towards the fire escape. Just as he reached the stairs, Lin Han heard a sobbing sound. Although it was not loud, he could still tell it was Song Rou's voice. Chang'e, I beg you, give me a few more days, I've already given you this month's salary.
Song Rou said timidly. No nonsense, either pay back the money today, or come to find me at the Jazz KTV, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences.
A man's voice came from the other end of the microphone.
Song Rou was trembling with fear, because her father was sick and she borrowed money from loan sharks.
Now these people wanted her to go to the Jazz KTV, so they must have bad intentions. Everyone knows that it is run by the underworld, and it often happens that men force girls in the private rooms.
Xiao Rou, what's wrong with you? Lin Han frowned and walked over to ask. No, nothing. Song Rou wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and asked, Hangu, why are you here? I came to talk to you about the security department recruitment. I accidentally heard you on the phone. Is there something difficult?
Song Rou shook her head and said, Hangu, you'd better not worry about it.
I can solve this problem myself. Tell me, maybe I can help you. Lin Han looked sincere. He had a good impression of Song Rou and didn't mind helping her solve some difficulties. It's really nothing. Song Rou tried to force a smile and said, let's go back to the office. You can just tell me the details of the recruitment. Okay.
Lin Han didn't insist.
Everyone has their own secrets. The most I can do is pay more attention to this girl in the future. Chapter 21, Encountering a Strange Person.
The two returned to the office, and were greeted by a barrage of teasing from the gossipy women in the personnel department.
Song Rou blushed, sat down at her desk, and looked at Lin Han and asked, Hangu, what are your requirements for the recruitment? You can play, and veterans are preferred.
Lin Han thought for a moment and said,
Okay, I will post the recruitment information according to your requirements. Song Rou smiled reluctantly, but the sadness on her face was still very obvious. Lin Han
nodded, and before leaving, he gave his phone number to Song Rou, saying, remember, if you have any problems, you can call me. Song Rou took the note with the number on it and her heart warmed. She looked at Lin Han's eyes and they became more complicated. She hadn't been cared for in a long time, and this long-lost feeling couldn't help but make her heart flutter.
Time flew by and it was noon.
Lin Han went upstairs to find Tang Ying to have lunch together, but was mercilessly rejected.
You go eat by yourself. I'm on a diet. Tang Ying said lightly. On a diet? Didn't you eat a bowl of noodles this morning?
Lin Han was stunned.
Is the standard for dieting so low now? I'm full. I can't eat now, okay? Tang Ying said angrily. Okay, remember to go to Zhou Shuji's house for dinner tonight. Lin Han reminded him.
Tang Ying didn't say anything, and just gave Lin Han a dirty look, letting him experience it for himself. Lin Han shrugged his shoulders and said, fine, don't eat if you don't want to. I was hoping to get a free meal, but now it looks like that plan is ruined. He was really broke, and in the end he had the nerve to say to Tang Ying, hey, Ying, lend me some money.
I'm broke. You want to borrow money from me? What do you need money for?
Tang Ying widened her eyes.
This guy is living in her house for free, and now he wants to borrow money?
Look at you, of course I need money for food.
Lin Han laughed. But you just said you wanted to eat with me. You want to eat for free? Tang Ying finally realized what was going on and looked at Lin Han with contempt.
Well, sort of. Lin Han blushed.
Tang Ying was speechless.
She really couldn't understand how someone like this could become her fiancé. Coming out of the office, Lin Han looked at the several $100 bills in his hand.
Tang Ying is too stingy. Would it kill her to give a little more? There are many restaurants under the office building. Every day at mealtime, many white-collar workers go to eat. Lin Han suddenly felt like eating dumplings, so he walked over to a dumpling restaurant not far away.
When he got closer to the restaurant, he noticed that the atmosphere inside was not right. A group of people were surrounding a young man who looked like a strong brown bear.
What's the matter? You little brats still want to eat without paying?
The man who was surrounded explained.
No, Who knows if you're lying to me? If you don't pay up today, you're not going anywhere.
The man grabbed the man by the collar and said angrily.
Let go of me.
The young man said in a low voice.
What, you want to fight? The man sneered. Get out of the way.
The young man pushed him, and an unexpected scene appeared. The man was pushed directly out of the way, and then he fell to the ground with a loud thud, screaming like a pig. Damn it, you dare to hit our boss, you're looking for death. When the others saw the big man being beaten, they all pounced on the man.
Since that's the case, I won't be polite.
The young man shouted angrily, and then, like a runaway brown bear, he fought with them. The two sides were completely different levels. Although the big man had more people on his side, he was still beaten half to death by the young man.
Lin Han had been standing by watching the fight.
As soon as the man made his move, he realized that this guy knew kung fu and had mastered the extremely difficult iron shirt technique.
Call the police.
The big man saw that his men were no match for the young man and quickly told the clerk to call the police.
Wait.
Lin Han knew that it was time for him to step in. He walked up to the big man and pointed at the man and asked, "How much did this gentleman spend here?"
200. What, you want to pay for him?
The big man gritted his teeth and said.
Well, I'll pay for him.
Lin Han took out 5 red bills from his pocket and handed 2 of them to the man.
He also injured us. How do you plan to settle this? The man took the money and looked as if he would not let go.
What did you say?
I'll beat you to death if you don't believe me. The young man's eyes widened and he looked very intimidating.
The man swallowed his saliva and the words on the tip of his tongue disappeared. He was really scared.
Boss, even if you call the police, I believe they won't bother this friend when they see so many people beating one person. It's better to avoid trouble than to cause it. In that case, I'll give you another 200.
Lin Han handed over 2 more red bills.
Only 200?
The big man looked disgusted.
What, you still think it's not enough?
The young man tried hard and turned to Lin Han and said, "Brother, don't help me pay. If he dares to be indecisive again, I'll tear down his broken shop." After saying this, the young man punched the table next to him, and with a loud bang, the man's fist actually penetrated the table.
This is enough, this should be fine. The man swallowed his saliva. If this punch hits his head, it must be very refreshing, right? Humph, that's more like it. The man snorted. Do you want to eat some more?
Lin Han thought to himself, and said to the young man,
I don't want to eat here.
The young man said bluntly.
Lin Han couldn't help but laugh and cry at hearing this. This guy is really honest. You turned the restaurant upside down, and you still want to eat here? Let's go, we'll eat across the street.
Lin Han smiled, turned around, and walked out of the dumpling restaurant, heading towards the knife-cut noodle restaurant across the street. Now he only invited him to eat noodles. The money that Tang gave him was only 100 yuan, and with the brown bear-like man by his side, it was estimated that 100 yuan would be just right. The two walked into the noodle shop, found a window seat and sat down to chat.
My name is Li Taizhu, thank you today.
The man said to Lin Han in a deep voice.
Hello, my name is Lin Han, everyone calls me Han Gu.
Lin Han blushed, and judging from his face, Li Taizhu was definitely older than him.
Well, I'll call you Han Gu too, Han Gu is good. Li Taizhu smiled and showed off his white teeth. Okay. Taizhu, I'm asking you, I can tell from your accent that you're not from here, right? Lin Han asked. Well, my hometown is in the Central Plains. Li Taizhu nodded.
Hearing this, Lin Han suddenly realized why he looked like he knew Kung Fu. He was a native of the Central Plains. Second uncle had told him that in the deep mountains and old temples of the Central Plains, there were many great people, but these people generally did not leave the mountains and spent their entire lives practicing in the mountains.
So you came to Tainan to look for work? Lin Han asked tentatively. Chapter 22, Trouble at the Door.
Li Taizhu shook his head and said in a low voice.
I brought my mother here to see a doctor.
I heard that the doctors in Tiannan City are very good, so I brought my mother here.
What is your mother's illness?
Lin Han was a little surprised.
Li Taizhu looked so rough, but he didn't expect him to be such a filial son.
The doctor said it was tuberculosis, and it would cost a lot of money to cure it.
I came out today to look for a job.
When it came to his mother's illness, this burly man looked very sad.
Hearing that Li Taizhu wanted to find a job, Lin Han was delighted and immediately asked, Tai's Huzu, do you believe me? Of course I believe you, Han Gu, you look like a good person. Li Tai's Huzu nodded repeatedly. Well, I can introduce a job to you, and as for your mother's illness, I may be able to cure her.
Lin Han said with a serious face.
Really? Li Tai's Huzu widened his eyes again. Lin Han smiled and nodded, of course it's true. Han, I thank you so much. Li Taizhu grabbed Lin Han's hand in excitement.
Lin Han instantly felt a huge force coming, and if he were an ordinary person, he would have crushed Li Taizhu's hand.
Let's eat first, and then report to the group with me later.
Lin Han looked at the 2 bowls of noodles on the table and said.
Then I won't be rude.
Li Taizhu finished the noodles in less than 3 minutes, and he finished the bowl of noodles in front of him. Lin Han was stunned.
He had never seen anyone eat so much. Didn't he just eat 200 yuan worth of food at the dumpling restaurant? How could he eat such a big bowl of noodles now? Taizhu. Are you full?
Lin Han asked with a smile.
Well, I'm already 7/8 full.
Li Taizhu said with a burp. Lin Han was speechless. A person with such a big appetite like Li Taizhu really needs a big group to support him. After finishing the meal and paying the bill, Lin Han took Li Taizhu and walked towards the Tang group.
Han Gu, you still haven't told me what kind of work you do.
Li Taizhu was meticulous in his roughness, and suddenly asked on the way.
Would you like to work as a security guard under me? Lin Han smiled. I'm following you, Han, so I'm willing. From now on, I'll beat up whoever you tell me to. I'll do whatever you say.
Li Taizhu said seriously. Lin Han was suddenly filled with black lines on his forehead. It seems that Taizhu's violent genes are very strong.
He hasn't even started work yet and he's already thinking about fighting. Taizhu, who did you learn kung fu from? Lin Han couldn't help but ask curiously.
My master, but he died last year. Li Taizhu said in a low voice.
Oh, I see you practice the iron cloth shirt, right? Let's spar some other day.
Lin Han said with a tingle of skill. Who knew that Li Taizhu shook his head like a rattle and said, no, I'll hurt you.
How do you know if you don't try?
Lin Han smiled strangely. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Han's phone rang.
After connecting, the anxious voice of Tang came through the phone. Lin Han, where are you? Hurry back to the group, the police are looking for you. I'll be right back.
Lin Han hung up the phone and frowned.
Why were the police looking for him? Han Gu, is something wrong?
Li Taizhu asked, seeing Lin Han's expression.
Rust, let's go quickly, something may have happened to the group.
After Lin Han finished speaking, he quickened his pace and walked toward the Tang Group office building not far away.
Soon Lin Han arrived at the entrance of the office building. He and Li Tiezu just walked in and saw 4 or 5 police officers standing in the lobby.
Luo Qingliang saw Lin Han coming and quickly ran over to say.
Consultant Lin, these police officers said they were looking for you. I know. Lin Han frowned.
He didn't know why the police were looking for him. After thinking about it, he still took the initiative to walk up to the police and said to the middle-aged police officer in charge, I am Lin Han.
What do you want with me? The middle-aged policeman was chatting with his colleague when he heard this. He turned around and looked at Lin Han up and down, and said with a sneer. You are Lin Han, then please come with us. What right do you have to arrest my brother Han?
Li Tiezu stared at his pair of copper-bell eyes and asked in a bad tone.
The middle-aged policeman looked up at Li Tiezu and was also shocked. Is this a human or a bear?
Lin Han, you injured Tan Hu a few days ago.
The middle-aged policeman said in a low voice. Oh, that thing.
Lin Han suddenly realized, okay, I'll go with you, but I still have a few things to say.
Wait a few minutes.
After saying this, Lin Han pointed his finger at Luo Qingliang.
Consultant Lin, you're looking for me?
Luo Qingliang ran over with a smile on his face and asked in a flattering manner.
Yes.
Lin Han nodded and introduced Li Taizhu to him, saying, take Taizhu to the personnel department to report. From today on, he will be the group's security guard. As for the salary, it will be 10,000 yuan per month.
There is no way. His status as a consultant can only get him this much for Li Taizhu. 10,000 yuan? Luo Qingliang's eyes widened. It's a bit less, but you can add more later. Lin Han smiled. Luo Qingliang was completely speechless.
He was also a security guard, but his treatment was much worse than Li Tieju's.
Hange, can I not go to work today?
I want to go home and tell my mother about this to make her happy.
Li Taiju smiled.
He didn't expect to come out for dinner and fight, and then get a job with a monthly salary of 10,000.
It's okay, you can come whenever you have time in the future, or just call me if you don't have time. Lin Han nodded. Luo Qingliang, who was listening to the conversation, wanted to die. This is the difference. Look at how awesome Li Taiju is.
He can come and go as he pleases, and he's practically above the law.
Are you ready? The middle-aged policeman asked with a frown. Okay, let's go.
Lin Han shrugged his shoulders.
Taiju, let's spar again when I get back.
Don't worry, Hange, I'll wait for you. Li Tieju's voice was like a bell, and Luo Qingliang, who was standing next to him, was startled. Lin Han was taken away in a police car, and the news reached Tang at the same time.
She quickly told Tang Jianye about the situation.
Don't worry, Lin Han will be out soon.
Tang Jianye smiled confidently. Dad, how do you know? Tang Ying was stunned. Have you forgotten that you and Lin Han are going to have dinner at Mr. Zhou's house tonight?
Ha ha ha.
Tang Jianye smiled proudly.
Although he didn't know who wanted to get Lin Han, his opponent had made a mistake. Not only was Tang Jianye pleased, but the news of Lin Han's arrest also reached Zhao Wei at the same time. In the VIP room of the celebrity club, Zhao Wei and a man of the same age, each holding a voluptuous beauty in their arms, were happily chatting.
Brother Kai Ming, you're still the best. You actually got the police to arrest that kid.
Zhao Wei held a glass of red wine and said to the man next to him with a smile.
Humph, do you think I'm like you? If black doesn't work, we'll play white. So what if he's a bumpkin who can fight? Does he dare to fight the police?
Zhao Kaiming sneered, his mouth full of disdain. He is Zhao Wei's cousin. This time, he learned that his cousin had suffered a loss and specially rushed over from the provincial capital. That's right, this Lin Han kid wants to fight with our Zhao family, he's still a bit young.
Zhao Wei agreed. Chapter 23, Arrogant Zhang Hong.
Right, we need to hurry up with the acquisition of the Tang group.
Can you pay more attention to it?
Zhao Kaiming glared at Zhao Wei and said. Alas, I want to hurry up, but Tang Ying is a stubborn woman. And now Zhou Dongping is helping Tang speak up, so I really can't do it. Zhao Wei's face was full of bitterness, and he said all his grievances. Although the Zhao family is very wealthy, Zhou Dongping is the top leader of Tianan City, and Zhao Wei dares not act rashly.
Zhou Dongping?
Zhao Kaiming pondered for a moment, and said seriously, don't worry, I will talk to my father about Zhou Dongping.
You can rest assured and do it boldly. That's great.
Cousin, don't worry, I will definitely take over the Tang
group in the shortest time.
Zhao Wei said excitedly.
Bah! You little brat, you want to trick my dad? It's buying, not robbing. Do you understand? Zhao Kaiming shouted angrily. Right, it's buying.
Zhao Wei smiled slyly.
Zhao Caiming's father, his uncle, is a big shot in the province.
If he speaks up, see if Zhou Dongping still dares to provoke him. After Lin Han was taken to the police station, the middle-aged man took him directly to the interrogation room and handcuffed him.
Officer, is this really necessary?
Lin Han smiled helplessly.
Don't tell me what to do.
You better behave yourself. The middle-aged policeman sat behind the interrogation table, looking at Lin Han with a serious expression.
It wasn't Tan who called the police, was it? Lin Han looked meaningfully at the middle-aged policeman and asked.
On the way to the police station, he thought to himself that scoundrels like Tan who would not bother to call the police. If he guessed correctly, it should be that kid Zhao Wei. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to explain the situation honestly.
The middle-aged policeman snapped. Lin Han shrugged his shoulders, crossed his legs, and said indifferently, what's there to explain?
A bunch of rascals came to the group to cause trouble, and I beat them off.
You don't arrest him, but you arrest me instead. That's really funny. Shut up.
The middle-aged policeman slammed the table. He was really angry. After so many years as a policeman, he had never seen such an arrogant person, daring to cross his legs in front of him. At this moment, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open, and 3 tall policemen walked in.
Captain Jiang, why are you here?
The middle-aged man saw the people coming, and quickly stood up and said to the leading policeman. Well, our criminal investigation team has taken over this case, you can go out. Jiang Hong said expressionlessly.
Isn't this against the rules? The middle-aged policeman was at a loss. Why is it against the rules? Is it because I don't have the authority to speak?
Jiang Hong said in a cold voice.
Okay, then I won't care. The middle-aged policeman looked at Lin Han deeply.
He didn't know how this young man had offended the captain of the criminal police, Jiang Hong. This case was just an ordinary fight, and the criminal police team didn't need to get involved at all.
Known for their bad temper and love of beating up criminals.
Judging from their threatening appearance, it was obvious that they were here to deal with Lin Han. As soon as the middle-aged policeman left, Jiang Hong walked up to Lin Han with a ferocious look on his face and said coldly, "Kid, you're pretty ruthless, breaking Tan Hu's fingers."
So what?
Lin Han shrugged with disdain. He could see that Jiang Hong was definitely not here for a friendly chat. "Let me tell you the truth, you have offended the wrong person.
Since you are here today, you can only say that you are unlucky."
Jiang Hong sneered.
Really? Let me guess, it was Zhao Wei who asked you to come.
Lin Han looked at Jiang Hong with a teasing smile and asked.
Cut the crap. Lu, Zhang, I'm going out for a smoke. You guys figure it out.
Jiang Hong said in a sinister tone.
Okay, Captain Zhang.
The two men smiled knowingly and walked over to Lin Han. Jiang Hong then walked out of the interrogation room, stood outside and took out a box of Chinese cigarettes. As soon as he lit the cigarette, he heard two screams coming from the interrogation room.
Kid, you deserve to be beaten to death for offending the Zhao family. Jiang Hong happily took a puff of the cigarette. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze.
The screams just now seemed to be from Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhang. Thinking of this, he quickly threw the cigarette in his hand away, turned around, pushed open the door and walked into the interrogation room. Seeing that Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhang were both holding their arms and moaning in pain on the ground, it seemed that they had dislocated their shoulders. Lin Han was sitting in the same place, looking at himself with a wicked smile on his face.
What is going on here? Jiang Hong asked angrily.
Team leader Jiang, this kid is too awesome.
Lu was sweating profusely and managed to squeeze out these words between his teeth.
Jiang Hong was also secretly shocked. Lin Han was handcuffed, but he was still able to knock down two 1.8-meter tall men.
This is too abnormal. How dare you assault a police officer?
Jiang Hong glared at Lin Han and asked. At this moment, Lin Han's phone rang.
He smiled and said to Jiang Hong, "Do you mind if I answer the phone?"
Without waiting for Jiang Hong to speak, Lin Han pulled his hands outward, and the handcuffs on his hands snapped and broke in half. Seeing this, Jiang Hong was completely dumbfounded.
He couldn't believe it. Someone actually ripped off the handcuffs?
Lin Han didn't care about him, and took out his phone directly from his pocket.
After seeing the number on it, he smiled and answered the call.
"Mr. Zhou, your call came at the right time."
"Oh? What's wrong?"
Zhou Dongping had originally wanted to call Lin Han to come over earlier in the evening, but he was also very surprised to hear Lin Han say that. "I was just arrested by the police and they were torturing me, and then your call came through." Lin Han smiled and completely ignored Jiang Hong standing next to him.
"What? You were arrested?"
Zhou Dongping was shocked and immediately angrily said, "How dare you, Lin Han, give your phone to the police next to you. I want to see who is so bold as to dare to torture people." Lin Han looked at Jiang Hong with a playful look, handed the phone over, and said lightly, "Captain Jiang, someone wants you to answer the phone."
"Let me answer the phone?" Jiang Hong didn't react for a moment. "You'll know as soon as you hear it,"
Lin Han said playfully. Jiang Hong looked at Lin Han warily, then quickly snatched the phone from his hand and shouted, "Who are you?"
"I'm Zhou Dongping, who are you?" "Mr. Zhou?"
Jiang Hong was a little surprised. He didn't expect this kid to have a relationship with Zhou Dongping.
"I won't pursue your responsibility for now. You must release the person immediately, or you will be responsible for the consequences,"
Zhou Dongping said angrily. Jiang Hong was not afraid, but instead smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, the criminal was arrested by Chief Niu.
I can't make a decision about this."
Zhou Dongping on the other end of the phone frowned. He could tell that the mere captain of the criminal police dared to disobey his instructions.
10 minutes later, I will come to your police station."
Zhou Dongping hung up the phone with a gloomy face. Jiang Hong smiled proudly and returned the phone to Lin Han, saying in a strange tone, "Boy, I didn't expect you to have a relationship with Mr. Zhou."
"No wonder you are so arrogant."
Lin Han looked at Jiang Hong coldly. He had heard the entire conversation between him and Zhou Dongping, and it was obvious that this guy was not going to let him go.
It seems that you are not going to let me go? Lin Han asked. You are a suspect. Until the matter is clarified, no one can speak.
Jiang Hong said proudly.
This time, the one backing up Director Niu was a big shot in the province.
With him standing behind him, even Zhou Dongping would have to be careful.
In that case, I'll show you something.
Lin Han disdainfully shrugged his shoulders and took out a round bronze medal from his breast pocket.
Chapter 24, The Medal of the God of War.
This bronze medal is only the size of 2 steel coins. It has a ferocious dragon head engraved on it, surrounded by 5 pointed stars. Under the light, it shines dazzlingly.
What do you mean by showing me this thing? Jiang Hong looked at the medal with disdain.
Lin Han looked at Jiang Hong with a teasing smile and said lightly, "That I'll tell you now, the person who holds this medal, even if he kills you, won't break the law." After saying that, Lin Han stood up and walked towards Jiang Hong step by step.
What do you want? I'm warning you not to mess around.
Jiang Hong was scared and subconsciously took a few steps back. He saw a strong sense of killing in Lin Han's eyes. In the past few years as a criminal police officer, he had seen many murderers, but their eyes compared to Lin Han's were like a bunch of little white rabbits. At this moment, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open, and a group of people hurried in from outside, led by Zhou Dongping, the head of Tiannan City.
Lin Han, are you okay?
Zhou Dongping walked over to Lin Han and asked with concern.
Mr. Zhou, you're here. Lin Han smiled. What's going on?
The police chief, Niu Guangwei, looked at the 2 policemen lying on the ground with a pale face and asked. Chief Niu, we were interrogating the prisoner just now, but the prisoner suddenly went crazy and attacked Xiao Lu and the others.
Xiao Lu knew his identity and dared not fight back, so he was beaten up by the prisoner.
Jiang Hong looked heartbroken, and it seemed quite convincing. Mr. Zhou, you saw it too, Lin Han dared to assault a police officer in the police station. I suggest that we lock up thugs like this first, otherwise where is the dignity of our police?
Niu Guangwei said sternly.
Lu and the others who had fallen to the ground were also very cooperative, lying on the ground and rolling around, moaning in their mouths. Zhou Dongping frowned. He didn't believe Lin Han would do this, but the situation was that the police were really beaten up, and Lin Han was standing there unharmed, and the matter had become complicated. Niu Guangwei sneered, and normally he would never dare to go against Zhou Dongping's wishes, but this time someone in the province was backing him up, so he was the devil in the city, and no one was afraid of him. You let him go first, and we'll talk about this later. Zhou Dongping frowned and said. Mr. Zhou, I'm afraid that won't work. Lin Han is not only suspected of serious assault, but now he's also assaulted a police officer. If we just let him go, people will say that I'm protecting criminals. Niu Guangwei is really something, going head to head with Zhou Dongping, and even implying that Zhou Dongping is protecting Lin Han.
You. Zhou Dongping was furious.
He never thought that Niu Guangwei would be so disrespectful to him. Mr. Zhou, I think you should forget about it.
Lin Han smiled and handed the medal in his hand to Niu Guangwei, saying, Since you are the police chief, do you know this thing? Niu Guangwei took the medal without much enthusiasm and glanced at it casually. This glance almost scared him to death. The medal of the God of War? How is this possible? To make sure he hadn't made a mistake, he looked at it carefully again and finally confirmed that it was the legendary medal of the God of War, and only one person in the whole of China had received it. Niu Guangwei was an army officer before he entered politics, and he had seen pictures of the medal in military documents, so he recognized it at first glance. Anyone who had this medal would bow to provincial and ministerial leaders, let alone him, the head of a mere municipal public security bureau. He just never imagined that this medal was in Lin Han's hands. How is it? Have you finished reading it?
Lin Han said to Niu Guangwei in a calm tone.
I've finished reading it. Please keep it.
Niu Guangwei handed the medal to Lin Han with trembling hands. After Lin Han took the medal, Niu Guangwei let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Jiang Hong, who was standing next to him, noticed that Niu Guangwei's face was not right and said flatteringly, Director Niu, this kid just showed me the medal and said that it was not illegal to kill me. I think that people with violent tendencies must be severely punished.
Niu Guangwei almost wanted to scold him when he heard this. Was Jiang Hong trying to trick himself?
Not to mention that he is the captain of the criminal police. If Lin Han killed him in front of everyone, I'm afraid that the higher-ups wouldn't pursue it.
Jiang Hong, shut up. Niu Guangwei gritted his teeth and said angrily. No, I.
Zhang Hong was also confused.
What happened to Director Nyo? Didn't you say you were going to kill this kid?
Nyo Guangwei didn't even bother to look at him. He smiled and said to Lin Han, Mr. Lin, I think this is all a misunderstanding. I hope you can be magnanimous and not be like us. When he said this, everyone present was dumbfounded. They were all confused by this sudden change.
What did Director Nyo mean?
Zhou Dongping, who was standing next to him, realized that the medal in Lin Han's hand must be very important.
Can I leave now?
Lin Han asked with a teasing look on his face.
Yes, you can leave at any time.
This time we made a mistake in handling the case, and I sincerely apologize to you.
Nyo Guangwei said with a sincere face. I will not pursue this matter on behalf of Mr. Zhou.
If there is another time, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Han said coldly.
Yes, there will be no next time, I promise.
Nyo Guangwei nodded repeatedly, and in front of Lin Han, he no longer had the slightest bit of the director's airs. Seeing this scene, the most shocked person was Zhang Hong.
He really couldn't understand it.
This morning, Director Nyo told him to let Lin Han suffer a little, but now Director Nyo was acting like a third-rate grandson in front of Lin Han? Director Nyo, I will deal with what you did today seriously.
You better watch yourself.
Zhou Dongping glared at Nyo Guangwei, then walked out of the interrogation room with Lin Han. Once they were gone, Nyo Guangwei let out a long sigh of relief.
Commissioner Nyo, you're letting that kid go? What about the instructions from above?
Zhang Hong said with a grudge.
You know nothing. Nyo Guangwei couldn't help but scold. Do you think Lin Han is joking?
I'm telling you, with that badge in his hand, even if he kills you, it's a waste of effort.
Commissioner Nyo, are you joking?
Zhang Hong opened his mouth wide.
Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you? Nyo Guangwei said in a bad mood. What's the background of that medal? It's so powerful. Zhang Hong asked curiously. Do you want to get me killed? Don't you know the confidentiality regulations? Nyo Guangwei glared at Zhang Hong and thought to himself, how could his subordinate be so stupid? Then how do I explain it to the provincial government?
Zhang Hong asked with a worried look on his face.
I don't give a damn about that.
I've been screwed by the Zhao family this time.
And I'm warning you, no one is allowed to spread the news about the medal.
Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious.
Do you understand?
Oh. Zhang Hong nodded in shock.
Nyo Guangwei's face was as sour as a melon.
Not only did he fail to get rid of Lin Han this time, he also offended Zhou Dongping. He felt like he had lost money after trying to steal a chicken.
After thinking about
it, he quickly returned to his office and told the provincial official about the matter.
You are the head of the Public Security Bureau, and you can't even handle one bodyguard? Zhao Xinyan frowned. Well, Mr. Zhao, you should find someone else to handle this matter. I really can't handle it. Nyo Guangwei was very smart. He didn't say anything about the medal.
If the Zhao family wanted to deal with Lin Han again, then let them do it themselves.
He still understood the principle of saving himself. Chapter 25, Seeing Injustice. Scum!
Zhao Xinyan was so angry when he heard Nyo Guangwei say this that he hung up the phone. He was Zhao Wei's uncle and the head of the provincial political and legal department. He never imagined that his subordinate would dare to go against his instructions. After thinking about it, he still called his son Zhao Caiming's phone.
Son, is that Lin Han really just helping Zhao Dongping? That's right. Zhao Caiming was a little confused and asked, Dad, is something wrong?
Investigate this person more thoroughly.
Zhao Xinyan said in a deep voice.
Nyo Guangwei must have eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard.
Zhao Caiming exclaimed. Knowing that his father could remove him from his position as director with just a word, did Nyo Guangwei not want to mess around?
In any case, do as I say and don't touch Lin Han for the time being.
Zhao Xinyan said. Okay, I know.
Zhao Caiming hung up the phone with a serious expression.
Cousin, what's wrong? Zhao Wei asked. Are you fucking kidding me? Lin Han seems to be more than just a bodyguard.
Zhao Caiming frowned at Zhao Wei.
He really is a lousy bodyguard. By the way, it seems that he is still the fiancé of that bitch Tang.
Zhao Wei patted his chest and promised.
Fiancé?
Zhao Caiming was stunned, and then he laughed out loud. Let's not touch Lin Han for now, and try to get to Tang Ying.
Zhao Wei couldn't understand what Zhao Kaiming was thinking, so he asked tentatively, "Cousin, you're not interested in Tang Ying, are you?" "Bullshit. Am I the kind of person who can't move his legs when he sees a woman? You think you're as useless as him?" Zhao Kaiming snapped at him. "Oh, that's good." Zhao Wei wasn't angry when he was scolded. His biggest worry wasn't whether the Tang group could be taken over, but that Tang Ying would be taken away by someone else. Lin Han rode in Zhou Dongping's car to the Tang group. The two of them chatted along the way. Although Zhou Dongping was curious about the medal Lin Han was holding, he also knew that some things were confidential and it was best not to ask, lest he embarrass himself. "Lin Han, you have to get there early tonight. The old man has even taken out his precious Mao Tai wine," Zhou Dongping said with some envy. He had been thinking about his father's bottle of wine for several years, but unfortunately the old man had hidden it like a treasure. "Really? Then I'll have a treat tonight." Lin Han smiled. "I'm also counting on your good fortune to be able to taste that bottle of Mao Tai that has been treasured for 30 years tonight." Zhou Dongping smiled wryly. Lin Han didn't say anything. He turned his head and looked out the window, and accidentally saw an acquaintance. "Mr. Zhou, could you pull over to the side?" Lin Han asked. "Aren't you going to the Tang group?" Zhou Dongping asked. "Well, it's not far from the group anyway, I just have something to do." Lin Han nodded. The car slowly pulled over to the side of the road. After saying goodbye to Zhou Dongping, Lin Han walked back in the opposite direction. He had just seen Song Rou being surrounded by several men at the entrance of a supermarket. "Song Rou, you'd better behave yourself and come with us," a big man with a fierce look on his face said to Song Rou. I've already given you my salary for this month. Can't I pay you back slowly?" Song Rou said in a trembling voice. "Your salary is not even worth a glance from Brother He. Hurry up and come with us to see Brother He." The big man was impatient and grabbed Song Rou's hand and dragged her directly to the business car next to them. "No, I beg you, I won't go," Song Rou pleaded with a tearful voice. Passers-by also saw this scene, but they didn't care. It's not common for people to stand up in this society. "Let go." At this moment, I heard a roar, and then I saw Lin Han walking over with big strides. "Kid, you'd better mind your own business," the big man with a fierce look said to Lin Han angrily. "What if I can't help but do it?" Lin Han snorted disdainfully. "You're fucking dead." After saying this, the man let go of Song Rou's hand and rushed at Lin Han with a few accomplices. Lin Han snorted and kicked the man in the stomach, and the man screamed and flew backwards, unable to get up. "Shit, get your weapons." Seeing that the man was injured, the accomplices took out their daggers. "Han, be careful," Song Rou exclaimed as she saw the daggers. Lin Han didn't even take these people seriously. One bald guy brandished a dagger and stabbed at Lin Han, who dodged it. Then he grabbed the guy's hand, and with just a little bit of force, he heard a crack, and the bald guy's arm was broken by Lin Han. The bald guy let out a scream and rolled around on the ground in pain, clutching his broken arm. The other thugs were a little scared, and they didn't dare to move with the daggers in their hands. They all looked at Lin Han with fear. "Are you still going to fight? If not, then get out of here," Lin Han said coldly. Hearing this, the thugs were scared and quickly helped their comrades on the ground up. They slunk into the business car and ran away. "Song Rou, are you okay?" Lin Han walked over to Song Rou and asked. "Brother Han, thank you." Song Rou had teary eyes and sobbed softly. "It's okay, I'm here, you don't need to be afraid." Lin Han patted her little head and comforted her. He didn't know why, but when he saw Song Rou being bullied, he wanted to help her. Song Rou's pretty face turned red, and she lowered her head and whispered, "Let's go back to work. By the way, did a guy named Li Taizhu report for duty today?" Lin Han asked as he walked. Yes." Song Rou nodded. "Luo Qingliang brought him here. That guy is so strong." Lin Han smiled. It is true that Li Tiazu's body is like a brown bear, and it is rare to see him anywhere. The two returned to the Tang group, and Song Rou returned to the personnel department. Lin Han went to Tang Ying's office when he was free. "Lin Han, are you okay?" Tang Ying was relieved to see Lin Han back. "What could happen to me?" "The police arrested the wrong person." Lin Han made up a lie. "Really?" Tang Ying looked at Lin Han suspiciously.
Oh, right, remember to leave work early tonight, we'll go to Mr. Zhao's house for dinner. Lin Han saw that Tang Ying was suspicious, so he quickly changed the subject.
Tang Ying nodded and asked, I heard that you're hiring security guards, right? I have something to tell you. What is it? Lin Han asked.
Huang Hai, the head of the security department, has complained about you.
He said that you abused your power to suppress your subordinates. Is that true? Tang Ying asked with a frown. The fittest survive. I'm selecting the best for the group. Suppress him? Is he worthy?
Lin Han said with a sneer. Tang Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this, and said, Huang Hai has some background. You should be careful not to cause trouble later.
Okay, I know. Lin Han sneered.
It seems that he will have to find an opportunity to kick Huang Hai out of the security department.
He actually dared to report on himself. He doesn't know when he's dead. Chapter 26, Zhou's grandson. After work that night, Lin Han took Tang Ying's car to Zhou Dongping's house. Xiaoying, what happened to your hand?
Lin Han accidentally noticed a blood mark on the back of Tang Ying's hand.
It's nothing, I accidentally scratched it in the garage. Tang Ying said indifferently.
I'll give you some medicine when we get home, I have the best medicine for cuts.
Lin Han said. Let's talk about it later.
Tang Ying didn't take it to heart, and besides, the wound wasn't very serious. Zhou Dongping lived in a courtyard house in the old town, and it took Tang Ying a lot of effort to find the place. No one would have thought that the top official of Tiannan City would live in such a place. Usually, ordinary people live here, and officials basically live in villa communities. Well, it seems that Zhou Dongping should be an honest official. Lin Han got out of the car and looked around, saying seriously. Be careful, don't call him by his name, call him Mr. Zhou. Tang Ying gave Lin Han a look and thought to herself, this guy is really too unrestrained.
Lin Han shrugged and didn't say anything. Tang Ying took the opportunity to give him a few boxes of nutritional supplements. You can't go empty-handed on your first visit, especially to the home of the head of Tiannan City. This is a courtyard house facing south and north. When Lin Han walked into the courtyard, Zhou Lianshan was squinting and lying in a chaise longue listening to opera. Old Zhou, are you feeling better? Lin Han walked over and smiled and said hello.
Zhou Lianshan opened his eyes and saw Lin Han, and immediately beamed. He stood up from his armchair and said with a smile, Lin Xiaoyu, thank you for your concern. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hello, Mr. Zhou, I'm Tang Ying, vice president of the Tang Group. Tang Ying smiled and bowed slightly. Oh, I know. I heard that you are Lin Xiaoyu's fiancée, right? Oh, what a perfect match. Ha ha ha. Zhou Lianshan laughed loudly. Tang Ying blushed at the compliment and glared at Lin Han, who must have blabbed about it. Hee hee, Mr. Zhou, you have good taste. Lin Han shamelessly said. Don't stand in the courtyard, let's go inside and talk. Dongping will be back soon. Zhou Lianshan was very enthusiastic and took Lin Han's hand and walked into the house. The three of them walked into the main hall of the house. Lin Han couldn't help but nod repeatedly. He found that the furnishings inside were all old objects. Mr. Zhou, you have a lot of good things here. This chair must be from the Qing dynasty, right? Lin Han sat on a mahogany chair and gently rubbed it with one hand. Ha, Lin Xiaoyu has a good eye. Zhou Lianshan laughed proudly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, but I didn't expect you to figure it out at a glance. My master likes these things and teaches me antiques when he has time. Lin Han smiled slightly. Zhou Lianshan nodded when he heard this, and said with a look of reverence, Master Qin is indeed fond of this, and I learned a lot from him before. Tang Ying heard the two men's conversation and couldn't help but frown. It seemed that Lin Han's master must be a very powerful figure, otherwise Zhou Lianshan wouldn't have that expression. She was just curious about who Lin Han was. It seemed that there was nothing he didn't know. He knew about the flaws in the formula for the beauty products last time, and now he was even talking about antiques with Mr. Zhou. How many secrets did this man have that no one else knew about? As the three of them were chatting, the sound of a car turning off came from outside the courtyard. Then Zhou Dongping walked in, followed by a young man who looked about the same age as Lin Han. Zhou Dongping walked up to Lin Han and smiled, extending his hand. Lin Han, welcome to our home. Mr. Zhou is too kind. I was just talking to the old man about your antique furniture. Lin Han smiled. By the way, this is my son Zhou Jia. Zhou Dongping pointed to the young man next to him and introduced him. Yeah, this is Lin Han, whom I told you about. The other one is Mr. Tang of the Tang group, and she is Lin Han's fiancée.
Oh, hello, Lin Han. Zhou Jie nodded indifferently.
In his opinion, Lin Han was just an ordinary person who knew a little bit about medicine, while he was the son of a secretary. The two were not on the same level at all, but the woman next to him was quite pretty.
Lin Han didn't care. Most of the princelings like Zhou Jie think they are very cool, and they don't realize that they have a good father. The food is ready. I'll have the nanny bring it up. Mr. Zhou said. Dad, I'll go get it. Just bring out the wine you've been saving.
Zhou Dongping had been wanting to drink this bottle for a long time.
Yes, Jia, you take good care of Lin Xiaoyu and his fiancée.
Zhou Lianshan said, and then went to his room to get the wine. Zhou Jie pretended to agree, but in fact he wasn't enthusiastic at all.
After a few simple questions, he lowered his head and started playing with his phone.
Lin Han didn't mind being ignored, but Tang Ying, who had come with him, was obviously embarrassed, and from time to time she looked at Lin Han with a resentful look. This kid is going to teach him a lesson soon, Lin Han thought. Soon the food was on the table, and Zhou Lianshan also took out his 30-year-old Mao Tai. The wine cap was opened, and suddenly the room was filled with a rich aroma of wine. Lin Xiaoyu, try my treasured wine today. This wine was given to me by an acquaintance of yours. Zhou Lianshan said with a smile.
Oh? Who is it?
Lin Han was stunned. This was the first time he had ever drunk this vintage wine.
Which of his acquaintances was so awesome? Your second uncle gave me this wine 30 years ago. Zhou Lianshan was very proud of this.
There were only a handful of people in the whole of China who could get a gift from Lin Han's second uncle.
My second uncle?
Lin Han was depressed when he heard this.
This old man is too cunning.
In the past, his second uncle often asked him to go down the mountain to buy low-quality liquor in bulk. No wonder every time I bought wine and went up the mountain, I could smell a faint fragrance of sauce in my second uncle's mouth.
It's just 30 years of Mao Tai. I'd rather drink whiskey.
Zhou Jie was a little resentful because his grandfather used the word reward. Only the master rewards the servant.
Lin Han is a commoner. Why would his grandfather reward him? Xiao Jie, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Lianshan scolded, what do you know as a child?
Zhou Dongping also glared at his son.
He now had a new understanding of Lin Han, and his second uncle was an even more remarkable figure.
Mr. Zhou, don't scold him.
Your grandson is right. Young people like foreign wine more.
Lin Han smiled slightly.
Alas, I really don't understand young people nowadays.
Our country's Mao Tai is so good, but they have to drink foreign wine.
They worship foreign things and flatter foreigners. Mr. Zhou sighed.
Zhou Jie was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Lin Han had subtly tricked him, making his grandfather classify him as someone who worships foreign things and flatters foreigners. But Lin Han's next words almost made him explode. Lin Han looked at Zhou Jie and said, Xiao Jie, I see that you are pale, your eyes are lifeless, and
there is fire in your mouth. Be careful of this symptom. Do you often go to bars? Young people still need to be restrained.
The speaker had no intention, but the listener had a heart. As soon as Zhou Dongping heard this, his face immediately sank, and he asked, Xiao Jie, you have been coming home very late lately.
Zhou Jie almost hated Lin Han to death. This guy must be doing it on purpose.
What's most annoying is that he still calls himself Xiao Jie.
Little sister. Chapter 27, Poor Little Jie. Mr. Zhou, if this continues, your son's health will be ruined.
Lin Han said calmly. Hearing this, Zhou Lianshan couldn't sit still either.
After all, this is his grandson.
So he said very seriously to Zhou Dongping.
From today on, you watch over little Jie. Don't let him go out. Take good care of him at home. I know, Dad. Zhou Dongping nodded, believing that Lin Han's medical skills would not be wrong.
Zhou Jie was miserable. He just wanted to explain, but was glared at by Zhou Dongping, so he had no choice but to swallow his words.
Learn from your brother-in-law in the future. Look how outstanding he is. Zhou Lianshan said seriously. What?
Zhou Jie felt like he was going to collapse.
What was going on today?
The whole family was helping Lin Han to bully him.
I think Jie is very smart. What are you studying? Lin Han asked with a wicked smile on his face. Business administration. Can you stop calling me Jie? We're about the same age. Zhou Jie finally couldn't help but reply. This major is pretty good. Why not just come to Tang's group? Lin Han laughed. No. Zhou Jie refused without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Zhou Lianshan's angry rebuke. Why not? It's an honor to learn from your brother. Go. You must go.
Zhou Jie was dumbfounded at hearing this, and looked to Zhou Dongping for help.
His father was the secretary, so he shouldn't make such a rash decision for him, right? Jia, listen to your grandfather.
If Miss Tang likes you, go to the Tang group. Zhou Dongping said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhou Jie was like a bolt of thunder. He wanted to go to the capital to find a Fortune 500 company, not to stay in this small place in the south of the country. It would be better to do nothing than to wait for death in Tainan.
I won't go. Zhou Jie firmly opposed.
If you don't go, I'll break your legs. Zhou Lianshan was also quite hot-tempered and immediately made a gesture to beat Zhou Jie.
This week, Zhou Jie was completely confused.
His grandfather and father were acting like they were possessed. He went to the Tang group and even let himself be called Lin Han Gu.
Why? Zhou Jie, why don't we make a bet?
Lin Han looked at Zhou Jie with a playful look and said.
What bet?
Zhou Jie snorted. I guarantee that you will get drunk with just 1 cup of Mao Tai tonight.
How about it?
Lin Han said seriously.
1 glass? I'll get drunk with such a small glass? Who are you looking down on?
Zhou Jie was furious. The glass for drinking Mao Tai is no bigger than a coin, but he can drink half a bottle of whiskey in a bar. Since you don't believe it, if you don't get drunk after drinking 1 glass, then you don't have to go to the Tang group.
If you get drunk, then you have to go, and you have to call me brother in the future, okay? Lin Han laughed.
Tang Ying, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but roll her eyes. This little bit of wine wouldn't make a big man like Zhou Jie drunk, let alone her. But if the son of the general manager could work for the group, it would be a great blessing for the group, and there would be fewer people looking for trouble in the future.
Do you dare to bet?
Lin Han asked with a smile.
Okay, it's a deal. I don't believe it.
Zhou Jie was eager to try it, and picked up the bottle from the table to pour himself a drink. Lin Han stood up and walked behind Zhou Jie with puzzled looks from everyone. He pressed his back without a trace, and Zhou Jie didn't care about it, only that Lin Han accidentally touched himself at that time.
You remember to keep your promise.
Zhou Jie picked up the wineglass and looked at Lin Han and said.
Okay, you drink it. Lin Han smiled and sat back in his seat.
Zhou Jie didn't say a word and drank a full glass of Mao Tai in 1 gulp.
You little brat, drink slowly, don't spill it. Zhou Lianshan was a little sad on the side.
This is a 30-year-old Mao Tai, not a few dollar bottle of beer.
Good drinking capacity.
Lin Han looked at Zhou Jie meaningfully.
Oomph, as long as you don't play dirty.
Zhou Jie disdainfully shrugged his shoulders and looked at Lin Han proudly. This guy is too arrogant, but his IQ is not very good. He actually dared to make such a bet with himself.
Isn't this looking for death?
Zhou Dongping was also very puzzled.
Was Lin Han deliberately doing this because he didn't want Zhou Jie to go to the Tang group?
No, Lin Han himself proposed that Zhou Jie go to work at the Tang group. He couldn't possibly be slapping his own face. But at this moment, Zhou Jie, who had been so smug, suddenly changed his expression, and then his body began to sway, looking like he was drunk. He felt it himself, and was suddenly shocked.
What's going on? It's just a small glass of white wine, but why is my head so dizzy? It's like I've drunk a whole bottle of whiskey.
Before everyone could understand, Zhou Jie stood up unsteadily and stumbled into the bathroom.
Then, I heard a loud whoosh. Zhou Jie threw up directly in the bathroom.
Zhou Dongping was worried about his son and followed him into the bathroom.
Lin Xiaoyu, this is Zhou Lianshan.
Seeing this, he quickly picked up the bottle and sniffed it, but didn't find anything unusual. He could only ask Lin Han with a confused look on his face.
Oh, it's okay. I stimulated his stomach a little bit. This is just a normal reaction.
Lin Han said with a smile.
Zhou Lianshan suddenly realized why Lin Han had just gotten up and walked behind Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie, it seems like you lost this bet.
Lin Han looked at Zhou Jie with a teasing smile.
Hello, Lin Han, you win. Zhou Jia replied weakly. What did you call me? I remember you should call me Han Gu, right?
Lin Han said indifferently.
Zhou Jia was extremely depressed. Not only was he embarrassed, but he also had to call Lin Han Gu. It was too fucking bullying. Xiao Jia, a man should be willing to lose. Zhou Lianshan said in a deep voice. Han Gu.
Zhou Jia was helpless and finally compromised.
That's more like it. Don't worry, if you have any problems in the future, just come to me.
Lin Han nodded in satisfaction.
Zhou Jia almost wanted to curse when he heard this.
I am the son of the secretary of Tianan City, and I have trouble asking you for help.
This guy is too arrogant, isn't he? Xiao Jia, don't you thank your brother Han? Zhou Dongping was overjoyed when he heard this.
He had seen Lin Han's power.
Dad, Zhou Jia was about to cry. What's wrong with the world? Are they all crazy? Lin Xiaoyu, I'll thank you for Xiaojie first. He's really lucky to have a brother like you. Zhou Lianshan laughed on the side.
The depressed Zhou Jia simply stopped talking. He comforted himself, thinking that this must be a dream. In fact, the most shocked person was Tang Ying. She felt that everything that was happening in front of her was too unreal. The meal was a great success for both the host and the guests, but not for Zhou Jia. He even suspected that Lin Han was a jiangshi, and must have cast a jiangshi on his grandfather and father.
Chapter 28, The Smelly Gold Ointment. After a satisfying meal, Lin Han and Tang Ying got up to say goodbye. Although Zhou Lianshan wanted to chat with Lin Han some more, Lin Han politely refused. Xiao Jie, remember to report for duty on time tomorrow.
Lin Han said to Zhou Jie as he walked out of the compound. Zhou Jie was so angry that his liver hurt. This guy would die if he didn't call him Xiao Jie.
Lin Xiaoyu, don't worry, I'll make sure he reports in tomorrow.
Zhou Lianshan said with a smile. Lin Han smiled when he heard this and turned to get into Tang Ying's car and went home.
Grandpa, Dad, what's wrong with you today? Why do you make me call Lin Han brother? After Lin Han left, Zhou Jie finally couldn't help but ask. Silly boy, Lin Han is not an ordinary person.
I and your grandfather are doing this for your own good. Zhou Dongping couldn't say too much, so he could only hint at it.
How powerful can one of his bodyguards be? Dad, you are the top man in Tianan. Zhou Jie said unconvinced. Even if your dad is the top man, he can't control Lin Han no matter how powerful he is.
Zhou Lianshan smiled.
What? Zhou Jie was stunned. Even his own father couldn't control him? Zhou Dongping knew what his son was thinking.
He sighed and nodded, saying, Son, your grandfather is right. I advise you not to oppose Lin Han.
Just follow him and do a good job.
You'll see what happens later. Hearing Zhou Dongping say this, Zhou Jie also calmed down a lot. Before, he was jealous and disrespected Lin Han, but now he thought that even his grandfather was respectful of him.
It seems that this Lin Han is really extraordinary. Dad, I know. I'll report to the Tang group first thing in the morning. Well, you're a good boy. Zhou Lianshan nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Jie, you go back to your room first.
I still have something to talk to your grandfather about. Zhou Dongping suddenly said. Zhou Jie nodded and turned around to leave. At this time, Zhou Dongping asked, Dad, Lin Han was arrested by the Public Security Bureau today.
What happened?
Zhou Lianshan was shocked. Zhou Dongping then told him what happened this morning, especially mentioning the medal in Lin Han's hand.
Dad, what is the origin of that medal? Zhou Dongping asked curiously. Gee, that Niu Guanwei is really lucky.
If he does anything to Lin Han today, I'm afraid it will be more than just losing his hat.
He won't even be able to save his life. Zhou Lianshan sighed. Zhou Dongping was stunned and didn't know why Zhou Lianshan said that. That medal is the God of War medal of the Chinese military. There is only one in all of China.
It was originally awarded to Lin Han's second uncle, Mr. O.
Back then, Mr. O was the military's god of death. God of death?
During the war in China, fortunately, Mr. O's skills were unfathomable. Many high-ranking invaders were quietly killed by Mr. O. For this reason, the country specially awarded him this medal.
I used to be a bodyguard for Mr. O. I didn't expect him to give such an important thing to Lin Han. It seems that Lin Han's family background is not simple either. Zhou Lianshan said in a low voice. I also heard that this medal is not illegal for killing people?
Zhou Dongping asked with some confusion. Of course, the person who was killed would also be charged with treason by the relevant department.
Zhou Lianshan said slowly. No wonder.
Zhou Dongping finally understood why Niu Guangwei was so afraid of Lin Han. It turns out that this medal is so powerful. At this time, Lin Han was sitting in Tang Ying's car, humming a mountain tune with a smile on his face.
Can you stop singing? It's so ugly.
Tang Ying said with disgust.
It's not good? My second uncle likes it.
He also said that I could go to the military arts troupe. Lin Han proudly raised his head.
Tang Ying was speechless. If the military arts troupe let Lin Han in, it could be disbanded.
Listening to him sing was simply torture. After returning home, Lin Han felt that something was missing.
It was too quiet.
On second thought, it turned out that Tang Xiaoqi was not there. In the past, she was always chattering non-stop here. Lin Han was really a bit unaccustomed to it today.
Xiaoying, I'll go get you some ointment. Lin Han said and turned around and went upstairs. Tang Ying did not object. Women, although they say they don't mind a little injury, actually care a lot.
A scar on a tender, white hand will affect the appearance no matter what. Soon, Lin Han came down from the upstairs. He held a small piece of paper in his hand, and there was a black, sticky object on the paper, emitting a strange herbal smell.
What is this? Tang Ying asked, pinching her nose. Hey, this is a good thing. My master personally brewed this medicine for golden sores. You can't buy it even if you have money.
Lin Han laughed and sat down next to Tang Ying, ready to apply the medicine to her.
I don't want it.
It smells terrible. Tang Ying frowned slightly, her face full of disgust.
Be good. I promise you it will only take a moment.
Lin Han said with a smile.
Tang Ying's pretty face turned red, and she glared at Lin Han fiercely. Does this guy think he's a 3-year-old girl?
I promise that after you're done, your hands will be even more delicate and white than before. Lin Han had no choice but to swear.
Really? Tang Ying couldn't help but be tempted when she heard this. Women are naturally beautiful, whether they're female CEOs or cleaning ladies. You're my fiancée, do you think I would harm you?
The more beautiful your hands are, the more I like them.
Lin Han cheekily teased. Bah, who wants you to like it?
Tang Ying spat, but she still handed her hand over. Lin Han grabbed Tang Ying's tender little hand, and his heart was stirred, and he forgot to apply the medicine for a while.
Hurry up! Tang Ying said angrily with a red face. Oh!
Lin Han chuckled and applied the black medicine to the back of Tang Ying's injured hand. Tang Ying felt a cool sensation on her hand, a kind of indescribable comfort, and the whole person could feel the faint coolness.
It's done.
Lin Han reluctantly let go of Tang Ying's hand, thinking to himself how nice it would be to hold this little hand forever.
Thank you. Tang Ying's face flushed with embarrassment.
It was the first time she had let a man hold her hand, and she was inevitably nervous.
Do I have to keep it on? Tang Ying asked in a low voice. You can wash your hands after 5 minutes.
Lin Han said awkwardly. The two sat there, neither of them speaking. The room was silent, and Tang Ying could even hear her own heartbeat.
Xiaoying, why don't we do something tonight?
Tang Ying looked at Lin Han warily, like a frightened little white rabbit.
Could this guy be so hot-headed as to do something to her? Why are you so excited? Lin Han was stunned and said, why don't you call Tang Xiaoqi over tonight? We're both bored.
Hearing him say this, Tang Ying let out a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and said, Forget it, the girl will be here tomorrow anyway. Lin Han smiled awkwardly and glanced at Tang Ying's chest.
Does Tang Ying not worry about ruining these treasures?
Chapter 29, The Revenge of the Bald Guy.
Where are you looking, you rascal? Tang Ying glared at Lin Han. Cough cough, what, it's almost time, go wash the medicine off. Lin Han's face turned red, did he just get caught peeking? Humph. I don't care.
Tang Ying snorted, twisted her waist and walked towards the bathroom, leaving Lin Han with a graceful back view. After a while, a scream suddenly came from the bathroom. Lin Han stood up and rushed into the bathroom like an arrow, only to find that Tang Ying was unharmed, but was staring at her hands in a daze.
Xiaoying, what's wrong with you? Lin Han asked. I'm fine, look at my hands.
Tang Ying raised her pair of white and delicate hands.
Lin Han looked at them and didn't see anything wrong, so he asked, "What's wrong with your hands?"
Can't you see that the scar on my hand has left no trace at all? Lin Han, what kind of medicine is this, isn't it great?
Tang Ying had an expression of disbelief on her face. So that's it. Now you believe me, right?
Lin Han laughed and said to himself, the master's golden wound medicine is really awesome. Suddenly, he noticed that Tang Ying was looking at him with a strange expression, which made him feel a little uncomfortable.
Zhao Wei, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Han swallowed and asked. Lin Han, I suddenly had an idea. Tang Ying said excitedly. What idea? Can you ask your master to sell the formula for the golden wound medicine to our Tang group?
If that's possible, I guess in the near future, the Tang group will definitely become the largest supplier of beauty products in the country.
Tang Ying was so excited that she took Lin Han's hand and held it tightly. That's it. Can you let go of my hand first?
Lin Han smiled wickedly. Tang Ying came to her senses and quickly let go of Lin Han's hand, lowering her head and whispering, I didn't mean it, don't misunderstand me. It doesn't matter if you did mean it, I'm willing to let you take advantage of me, Lin Han shamelessly said.
Bah, you rascal. Tang Ying gave him a dirty look and asked, what do you think of what I just said?
It's totally fine, but my master is rarely at home, if you're in a hurry, I can give you a few similar formulas.
Lin Han said.
This is not a boast, the master has a special collection of ancient medical books Lin Han has seen since childhood, some books can be recited backwards.
You give me the recipe? Tang Ying looked at Lin Han suspiciously. That's right, I'll give you the absolute ancient formula, guaranteed to be imitated by others.
Lin Han said very seriously, every medical book of the master is a unique copy. Once heard the second uncle said that the book can be taken out of the book, can cause a sensation in the medical world. Forget it, I still have to be responsible for the safety of my customers.
Tang Ying said, pushed Lin Han away, and walked out of the bathroom.
Lin Han was speechless.
This girl actually didn't believe him?
But he didn't take it to heart. He was here to protect Tang Ying, not to be a product development manager.
The next morning, Lin Han brought some breakfast in from outside after practicing his kung fu. Not long after, Tang Ying got up.
She frowned slightly when she saw the steamed buns and soy milk on the table.
What, you don't like it? Lin Han asked. I thought you were going to make breakfast.
Tang Ying sat down at the table and drank some soy milk.
Didn't you say it wasn't good? Lin Han asked in puzzlement. You're not going to do it, so what's the big deal? Tang Ying was so angry that her heart hurt.
Lin Han laughed, women are really animals with two minds, saying it's not good, but actually wanting to eat it. After dinner, Lin Han took Tang Ying's car to work. As soon as the car left the residential area, Lin Han noticed a white van parked across the street. The windows were covered with black cloth, making it difficult to see the people inside.
Tang Ying didn't notice, but Lin Han paid more attention.
He looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the van had followed him out of the residential area. Lin Han sneered to himself. When he was about to arrive at the company, he found that the van was still following him. It seemed that he had been targeted.
Tang Ying parked the car in the underground garage.
Lin Han got out of the car and said to her, Zhao Wei, you go on ahead.
I have some business to attend to. What business are you going to attend to in the garage? Tang Ying frowned slightly. Don't worry about it. Besides, I'm a security consultant now. It's no big deal to take a look around.
Lin Han didn't want to scare Tang Ying, so he smiled and said, it's up to you.
It's up to you. After saying that, Tang Ying turned around and walked into the elevator. Lin Han then took out his cell phone and called Luo Qinglian. Luo, did Li Tiezu come to work today? Yes, he's right next to me. Is there anything you need from him, Consultant Lin? Luo Qingliang asked in a flattering tone.
Tell him to come to the underground garage as soon as possible. Lin Han hung up the phone after saying that because he saw the white van slowly driving into the garage. The bald guy sitting in the van was the one who was kicked out of the supermarket by Lin Han yesterday. His boss, Blackie, was furious when he heard about it. After learning that Lin Han was a colleague of Song Rou, he sent someone to guard the entrance of the group, and finally found out his whereabouts and address.
Big brother, that guy's car is right there. One of the brothers pointed to the Maserati parked not far away. Good. Beat that kid to death later. Are you guys ready?
Baldy's face was hideous, and he wanted to kill Lin Han right now. Yesterday, that kid beat himself up in front of so many people, which made him lose face. Today, he specially brought a few Sanda masters and a group of reckless brothers to come here to destroy Lin Han. The minivan stopped in front of the Maserati, and the doors opened, and a dozen thugs armed with sticks and clubs poured out. Where did that kid go? He just entered the garage. Could it be that he went upstairs? The thugs were yelling at each other, but Baldy was pale-faced. He didn't have the guts to go upstairs and cause trouble. The Tang group was a big group after all, and if things got out of hand, it would be to his own detriment. Damn it! I don't care anymore, just smash this car first. The bald guy kicked the Maserati hard, directly denting the door. Just as the thugs were about to start smashing the car, a faint voice suddenly came from the side. You guys have some guts, smashing my fiancée's car. Lin Han walked out from the side with a cold smile. Boss, this kid is here. The younger brother shouted like he had discovered a new world. Kid, you finally showed up. Do you remember me? Baldy asked Lin Han angrily. Of course I do. Aren't you the little punk I beat up yesterday? Lin Han said with disdain. Damn it. Brothers, kill him. Baldy was furious when he heard this, and he also pulled out a dagger and rushed at Lin Han. Lin Han frowned. He wasn't afraid of these dozen or so thugs, but he was curious why Li Tiazu hadn't arrived yet. Chapter 30, Brown barely ties you. Just as he was talking about Chow Chow arrived. At that moment, a roar suddenly sounded in the garage. Stop! Everyone was stunned and looked back, only to see a burly man who looked like a big brown bear rushing over quickly. Don't look at him, he's not slow. He ran to Lin Han in just a few seconds. Taiju, why did you come so late? Lin Han asked curiously. Han, it's not my fault. It's that kid Luo Qingliang's fault. He didn't let you come? Lin Han ignored the bald guy and started chatting with Li Taichu. No, he didn't believe I could eat 20 buns, so he bought them for me. I thought it would be a waste not to eat them, so I came after I finished eating them. Li Taichu said apologetically. Lin Han smiled wryly after hearing this. Li Taiju was too honest. He really ate that many buns. 20 buns would last an ordinary person a week, but he ate them all in one meal. What a fucking talent! The bald guy on the side was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Did these two think they were air? Are you fucking done talking? The bald guy roared. Who are you? I was talking to Han Gu. What are you doing with a knife? Li Taiju asked in a deep voice. Fuck. Brothers, chop this big guy up too. The bald guy was furious. Is the Tang group so awesome that even a security guard doesn't take them seriously? Lin Han's mouth curled up and he said to Li Taiju, let's see who can knock these people out first, okay? Hey, I agree. As soon as he said that, Li Taiju charged into the crowd like a rampaging brown bear, rampaging inside, and soon there were screams coming from the underground garage. Lin Han was also a little surprised. He had never imagined that Li Tieju's fighting power was so strong. It seems that he was quite restrained in the dumpling shop before. Several thugs who practiced Sanda were specially instructed by the bald man to deal with Lin Han, so these few people did not fight with Li Taiju, but instead pounced on Lin Han. The thug who was in the front row kicked Lin Han's head with his foot. The power of this kick was extremely great. If an ordinary person were to be kicked, he would probably die. Lin Han's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He raised his hand to block, and then kicked out with lightning speed, hitting the other leg of the thug's shin bone. Crack! A crisp sound followed by a scream from the thug, who fell to the ground and could not get up again. He could only roll around in pain, clutching his shin. Damn, this is a bit tricky. Let's go together. The other thugs shouted, attacking Lin Han at the same time. You want to die. Lin Han was also angry. He decided not to hold back anymore, so he summoned the chi in his body. After a few rounds, all the mixed martial arts thugs were lying on the ground. Some of them had their hands broken, and some had their legs kicked off. They were all in a terrible state. At this time, the battle on Zhao Tieju's side was also over. The thugs he had taken care of were also all lying on the ground unable to move. Baldy was completely dumbfounded. In less than 2 minutes, the dozen people he brought were taken care of? Han, what should we do with this guy? Li Taiju asked with bloodshot eyes. Let's break his legs so he can't hurt anyone else. Lin Han said calmly. You, don't come any closer.
How dare you hit me? I'll call the police. The bald guy was scared out of his wits. He looked at Lin Han in horror and unconsciously backed away. Well, I'll break his leg, Li Taizhu said in a deep voice. The bald man was about to cry when he heard this. I'm a fucking human being, not a grasshopper. How can I break my leg? No, I beg you. The bald man begged, but Lin Han just looked at him playfully and said nothing. My brother is the black brother of the Black Tiger Gang. You broke my leg. He won't let you go. The bald man saw that his plea for mercy was unsuccessful and began to threaten again. Taizhu, wait a minute. Lin Han frowned when he heard the words Black Tiger Gang and stopped Li Taizhu. The bald guy's eyes lit up. It seemed that he was saved. This kid was just a worker, so how dare he offend the Black Tiger Gang? Thinking of this, the bald guy was not afraid, and he even got excited. He sneered, Kid, I think you're tired of living, and you dare to beat up even the Black Tiger Gang. Oh, really? Lin Han smiled disdainfully. Tan, who is also from your Black Tiger Gang, right? Why are you Black Tiger Gang so annoying, always staring at our Tang group? What did you say? Don't you want to live? Bald head said sternly. Idiot. Lin Han shook his head in disappointment. Taizhu, break this guy's leg. Yes, Han Gu. Li Taizhu walked up to the bald guy without saying a word, and regardless of how he struggled, he pressed him to the ground. His right hand, as big as a fan, grabbed the bald guy's right ankle and twisted it hard. Crack. Another sound of a bone breaking, the bald guy's right leg was broken by Li Taizhu. The bald guy didn't even have time to scream, and he immediately went black and passed out, which saved a lot of trouble. The others were so scared that they trembled all over. They looked at Li Taizhu with changed eyes. This guy is so terrifying, he is a demon. Okay, you can leave now. If you dare to cause trouble again, next time it will be your head that I will break. Lin Han looked at the gangsters lying on the ground in all directions and said coldly. After the gangsters had left, Lin Han said to Li Taizhu with a smile, Taizhu, you are good at martial arts, how about a match between us? I'm afraid I'll hurt you, Han. Li Taizhu didn't want to. How do you know if you don't fight? If you win, I'll treat you to dumplings tonight. Lin Han laughed. Han, if you get hurt, it's not my fault. Li Taizhu said in a low voice. Cut the crap, let's get started. Lin Han said, and then he jumped forward and swept a powerful kick. Li Taizhu shouted, and he actually carried down this leg, while at the same time a heavy blow was aimed at Lin Han's armpit. Lin Han dodged, and he also swung a punch. With a muffled sound, the two retreated 3 steps each, but Li Taizhu had the advantage of his size, so strictly speaking, Li Taizhu lost this punch. Not bad. Lin Han shook his numb right hand, and he didn't expect Li Taizhu's fist to be so hard. Come again. Li Taizhu's face was full of excitement. He hadn't met such a strong opponent in a long time. The two sides fought back and forth, enjoying themselves immensely. In the end, Lin Han was a little tired and wanted to end the fight early. So he summoned the chi in his body and took advantage of Li Taizhu's inattentiveness to slap him directly on the chest. If this were a fist, even if Li Taizhu was strong, he would have broken a few ribs. Li Taizhu stumbled and fell to the ground, which looked to Lin Han like an elephant falling to the ground after being shot with a tranquilizer gun. Taizhu, are you okay? Lin Han smiled and reached out to pull Li Taizhu up from the ground. I'm fine, Hanji, your kung fu is better than mine, I'm convinced. Li Taizhu was embarrassed and scratched his head. He had worried that he would injure Hanji, but instead he was beaten in the face. You're not bad at kung fu either, good job. Lin Han patted Li Taizhu's arm and smiled. Li Taizhu laughed. Lin Han was a great benefactor in his eyes, so he didn't care about winning or losing. Lin Han was also curious, what did Li Taizhu's family do? How could they raise such a great son? By the way, Taizhu, has your mother's illness gotten better? Lin Han asked. Chapter 31, Song Rou's decision. My mother's health is still the same. The doctor has already told me to take her home and told me to take good care of her. Li Taizhu's eyes turned red as he spoke. In fact, I know that the doctor said this because my mother won't live long. After listening, Lin Han nodded and said to Li Taizhu very seriously, in that case, I will go see your mother after work today. Maybe I can cure her. Yes, Han, I believe you. Li Taizhu didn't ask anything. He just knew.
That Han wouldn't lie to him, so if Han said he could cure her, then he could. You go to work first, and I'll come find you after work.
Lin Han smiled.
What he liked most about Li Taizhu was that he was honest and straightforward. It was very comfortable to talk to him.
Jinbi Bath City is known to all natives of Tiannan as the property of the Black Tiger Gang.
At this moment, in the office of the general manager of the Bath City, Song Rou sat behind his desk with a dark face, and next to him sat several key members of the Black Tiger Gang. The bald man with bandages on his feet stood in the middle of the office with a bitter expression on his face.
Lao Hei, who beat your men up like this? Song Rou turned and looked at a black-clad man next to him and asked.
Brother Hu, this kid is called Lin Han, he is the bodyguard of the Tang group. Old Black gritted his teeth when he talked about Lin Han. This kid not only rescued Song Rou, but now he has beaten his little brother like this, it's so fucking frustrating.
Lin Han? Song Rou frowned. Suddenly he remembered, a few days ago, wasn't Tan Hu's finger broken by that kid? Thinking of this, he looked at Tan Hu, who was sitting in the corner with his fingers bandaged, and said in a stern voice, Tan Hu, didn't you also fall into this kid's hands last time? Cousin. You're fucking serious, this is a meeting. Song Rou shouted angrily.
If Tan Hu wasn't his cousin, he would have to give him a big mouthful.
Yes, Brother Hu, you're right, my hand was also broken by this kid. Tan Hu said with embarrassment. Damn it. This is too much. If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I survive in Tiannan?
Song Rou slammed the table and roared at the crowd. That's right, Brother Hu, if you say the word, I'll take my men to get rid of that kid right away.
Lao Hei was waiting for Song Rou to lose his temper.
As long as Brother Hu said he wanted to deal with Lin Han, even if someone died, Brother Hu would have a way to settle it, and he could deal with Lin Han freely.
Tan Hu, why don't you say anything? Song Rou looked at Tan Hu, who was huddled in the corner, and thought to himself, is this kid scared? Brother Hu, there's something you probably don't know. Tan Hu hesitated and asked. Speak up, spit it out. Song Rou said impatiently. Lin Han didn't just beat me in Baldy, he also beat up Zhao Wei.
I heard that Zhao Wei now dares not even enter the gates of the Tang group.
Tan Hu said.
Song Rou was stunned when he heard this.
Of course he knew who Zhao Wei was.
He was a member of the powerful Tiannan family.
Even he was beaten by Lin Han? Then what? Did Zhao Wei just let it go? Song Rou frowned. I haven't heard that he's going to retaliate.
Tan Hu thought for a moment and said.
What?
Song Rou looked at Tan Hu in disbelief.
Have you figured it out? Tan Hu nodded and didn't say anything.
He knew that Song Rou would naturally weigh the pros and cons next. Song Rou was silent for a while, took a cigar out of the box on the table, lit it, took a deep breath, and then let out a long sigh.
Judge, what do you think about this? Song Rou turned to a man with glasses and asked.
He is the brain of the Black Tiger Gang. Whenever there is trouble, the judge will come up with some good ideas. He can also be said to be the brain of the Black Tiger Gang, second only to Song Rou in status. Brother Hu, I heard about Lin Han from a friend in the Public Security Bureau yesterday.
The man adjusted his glasses and smiled. In fact, Zhao Wei went to Jiang Hong of the criminal investigation team, but it was said that even the city party secretary Zhang Shu was alerted.
In the end, Lin Han left the police station unscathed, but the two criminal investigators were heard to have been beaten by him. Upon hearing this, the gangsters present were stunned.
That kid beat up the police? Lao Hei swallowed his saliva, obviously not as arrogant as before.
The judge nodded and smiled and said to Song Rou, Brother Tiger, I think Lin Han is not simple.
Instead of being his enemy, it is better to use him for yourself. Even if you can't be his enemy. Song Rou was silent for a long time, and finally agreed with the judge's view.
We are currently in a tense relationship with the Brotherhood, and we really shouldn't make any more enemies at this time. Song Rou looked at Tan Hu and said to him, Go to the Tang group tomorrow and find Lin Han and tell him that I invited him to dinner.
Invite him to dinner? Tan Hu was stunned. What is this? If you want to go, just go.
Song Rou saw his cousin's confused look and scolded him.
Okay, I'll go tomorrow. Tan Hu quickly agreed.
If he made Song Rou unhappy, he would definitely not get away with it, and his cousin would not help him. At this time, Lin Han was sitting in Tang Ying's office with his legs crossed. In addition to the two of them, there was another person, and that person was Zhou Jie.
Xiao Jia, I didn't expect you to be quite punctual.
Lin Han looked at Zhou Jie with a mischievous smile on his face.
I'm willing to lose if I lose. Lin Han, did you do something to me yesterday?
Zhou Jie frowned and looked at Lin Han. Last night, he couldn't figure out why he got drunk after just one drink.
Wait, shouldn't you call me brother?
Lin Han said teasingly.
Hello, brother Han, okay?
Zhou Jie was so angry. He had never been taken advantage of so openly since he was a child.
Well, that's more like it.
Lin Han nodded in satisfaction.
Tang really couldn't continue, glared at Lin Han and said, "Can you stop talking for a while?"
Lin Han helplessly shrugged his shoulders. This girl's arm is turning outward, it seems that she really needs to be trained well.
Zhou Jia, why don't you go to the marketing department? They are just short of a sales director.
Tang turned her head and said to Zhou Jia.
After all, he is the son of Zhou Shuji, so we can't let him be an ordinary employee. No problem. Zhou Jia nodded in agreement. Zhou Jia, on behalf of the Tang group, I welcome you to officially join us.
Tang smiled and stood up to extend her hand.
Xiao Jia, welcome.
Lin Han couldn't stand it when he saw that, and he stood up and blocked Tang Ying's way, holding Zhou Jia's hand and shaking it.
Tang Ying of course knew what Lin Han meant.
She couldn't help but roll her eyes.
This guy is so stingy.
But she also wanted to laugh a little. She didn't expect Lin Han, who is usually so carefree, to be such a jealous person.
After Zhou Jia left, Lin Han also left the office. He went straight to the security department. As soon as he walked into the security department, Lin Han heard Huang Hai bragging, "What is that, Lin Han?
He thinks he's so great because he knows a little kung fu, but he doesn't even treat us as colleagues."
Brother Hai, you can't say that. I think Consultant Lin is a good person. Luo Qingliang said. You're still talking about it?
We were all tortured like dogs by his tests, but you didn't have a thing.
Did you give him money? Huang Hai was very angry.
In the past, the security department was under his control, and he received a lot of benefits every month.
Now that Lin Han has come, he can't get anything. Chapter 32, Huang Hai's Tragedy. Cough cough, Brother Hai, you'd better keep your voice down. If Li Tiezu hears this when he returns from patrol, he'll definitely be angry with you.
A security guard kindly reminded him.
What if he comes back? I'm still the head of the security department.
If Li Tiezu dares to show his teeth at me, I'll fix him. Huang Hai became more and more angry as he spoke, completely unaware of Lin Han standing at the door.
Who do you want to fix? Lin Han was furious as he walked into the security department with a pale face. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, hello.
All the security guards greeted Lin Han with a smile, but Huang Hai remained seated, looking at Lin Han with slanted eyes and not saying a word.
You just said you were going to get rid of Li Tiezu?
Lin Han stood in front of Huang Hai and looked down at him condescendingly.
What did I say?
I am the head of security, after all, I have the right to fire someone. Huang Hai said with a disapproving smirk.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Taizhu walked in with a rubber bat in his hand. Hey, Han, what are you doing here?
Li Taizhu didn't know what had happened inside, and said to Lin Han with a smile. Well, I was planning to come and see you, but I heard Huang Hai say he was going to get rid of you, and I was arguing with him about it. Lin Han nodded slightly.
What? You want to get rid of me?
Li Taizhu opened his eyes wide, glaring at Huang Hai.
Yes, so what? Huang Hai swallowed his saliva.
To be honest, Li Tiezhong's body, like a brown bear, was still a taboo for him.
Do you want to fight with me? Li Tiezhong asked in a deep voice.
Rude. Huang Hai disdainfully shrugged his shoulders.
Don't think you're so great because you can fight. I'm the head of the security department. If you piss me off, I'll make you leave.
Li Tiezhong clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. He turned to Lin Han and said, Hangu, he told me to get lost.
Can I beat him up?
Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Although Huang Hai could fight, he was probably going to be beaten up by Li Tiezhong.
Tiezhong figured it out. You won't see him from tomorrow onwards anyway.
To everyone's surprise, Lin Han did not choose violence this time, but said this with a faint smile.
Lin Han, what do you mean? Huang Hai finally couldn't help but stand up and ask. It's very simple.
I mean, you're not suitable to be a security guard at the headquarters of the group anymore.
I'm going to transfer you to the factory.
Lin Han said calmly.
Shit. Who do you think you are? You can't just transfer me. Huang Hai was furious. If he wasn't beaten by Lin Han, he really wanted to slap him. I don't make the decision. What about Mr. Tang?
Lin Han looked at Huang Hai with a teasing smile.
You can try and see if Mr. Tang will agree. Huang Hai sneered.
He was an old employee of the Tang Group, and he also had a cousin who was the head of the Trade and Industry Bureau, so the Tangs had always given him face, which was why he was so arrogant. Lin Han was too lazy to waste time talking to him, so he took out his phone, pressed the speakerphone, and dialed Tang Jianye's number.
The call was quickly connected, and Tang Jianye's laughter came through the phone. Lin, what do you want with Uncle Tang? Uncle Tang? Everyone present was stunned. Could it be that Lin Han is Uncle Tang's nephew?
Thinking about this, many people were sweating for Huang Hai. It seems that Lin Han is much more than a consultant.
Uncle Tang, you know Huang Hai from our security department, right?
Lin Han looked meaningfully at Huang Hai after he finished speaking.
Yes, why? Tang Jianye asked in puzzlement.
I want to transfer him to the group factory.
This person is not suitable to stay at the headquarters. I'm sorry to trouble you, Uncle Tang.
Lin Han said indifferently.
Is there no room for negotiation with this Huang Hai? Tang Jianye asked tentatively.
Huang Hai was shocked to hear this. Tang Jianye was actually speaking to Lin Han in this tone, which obviously meant that he was on Lin Han's side.
Uncle Tang, I don't think there is any need to discuss this matter. Huang Hai must go.
This person is too incompetent.
Lin Han emphasized his tone. Okay, I'll do as you say. Thank you, Uncle Tang.
Lin Han hung up the phone with satisfaction, looked at Huang Hai with a smile, and asked, Section Chief Huang, you heard it all, when are you going to report to the factory?
Huang Hai's face was even uglier than if he had eaten shit. He didn't expect that Tang Jianye would really transfer him for Lin Han. Lin Han, you've gone too far. Huang Hai gritted his teeth and said. I've gone too far?
You're the one who said that Taizhu should leave. I'd like to see who's going to leave.
Lin Han sneered. You're good, you're brave, we'll see.
After Huang Hai said that, he fled in a panic from the security department. He knew that he had lost all face, and even if he stayed at the headquarters, no one would obey him.
After he left, everyone reacted. In just a few minutes, Huang Hai was transferred? Really awesome.
All the security guards became both respectful and fearful of Lin Han. Don't look at Consultant Lin, who usually looks like he's easy to talk to, he doesn't spare any face when he's serious.
Han, I still want to beat Huang Hai.
Li Taizhu said in a low voice.
Taizhu, forget it. We'll talk about it some other time.
Lin Han smiled and said.
Well, that's fine. He's lucky. Li Taizhu nodded. Luo Changliang was listening to the side of his scalp numb.
In the morning, he still let Li Taizhu eat 20 buns. Now it seems that he is simply looking for death. It turns out that he has such a good relationship with Consultant Lin.
Hey, Consultant Lin, please sit down.
Luo Qingliang quickly wiped the chair where Huang Hai had sat and moved behind Lin Han's, but with a smile.
In the future, if you have any problems, just ask Taizhu.
For the time being, he will be the acting section chief.
Lin Han said. Everyone was shocked again. Li Taizhu had only been at work for half a day and had already been promoted from a security guard to section chief?
Oh, Section Chief Li, please sit down.
Luo Qingliang was quick-witted and quickly brought a stool over.
You kids sure know how to get things done.
Lin Han couldn't help but laugh and cry. He thought that Luo Qingliang would definitely be a natural in the role of an eunuch.
But Lin Han didn't mind him either, because this kind of person is obedient and won't argue with him. Lin Han spent the whole afternoon with Li Taizhu and the others in the security department, chatting and laughing, until it was time to go home.
Taizhu, I'll go home with you.
I'll take a look at your mother's illness. Lin Han said to Li Taizhu as he walked out of the security department.
That's great. Han, let's go now. Li Taizhu was overjoyed to hear that Lin Han was going to see his mother.
Lin Han nodded and then took out his phone and called Tang Ying, asking her to go home alone that day.
Where are you going tonight? Tang Ying asked with a frown. I'm going to see a friend. Lin Han said. A girl?
Yes, be careful driving. Lin Han hung up the phone after saying that. Listening to the beeps coming from the other end of the phone, Tang was furious. This damn Lin Han, he's just going to see a girl, but he still has the nerve to hang up on me. What the hell is he trying to do? Chapter 33, The Magnificent Motherly. Damn Lin Han, how dare you hang up on me? Tang angrily put down the phone, and inexplicably, a picture of Lin Han with another woman appeared in her mind. Am I falling in love with him? Thinking of this, Tang was shocked and quickly shook her head, muttering to herself, no, I would never fall in love with him. Lin Han reached out and hailed a taxi on the street. He originally wanted to let Li Tiezu get in first, but then he realized that he was too big to fit in. I said, buddy, why don't you switch to another car? My car can't fit you. The driver said with a frown. Tiezu, is your home far from here? Lin Han asked. Not far, I ran here today. Li Tiezu smiled. Oh, then we won't take a taxi, I guess no taxi can fit you. Lin Han was helpless, and he couldn't blame the driver for refusing to pick up passengers. It was really because Li Taizhu was so strong. After about half an hour, Lin Han finally arrived at Li Taizhu's house. Taizhu, is this what you mean by being close? Lin Han couldn't help laughing and crying. He had walked at least 5 kilometers. It's very close. I have to walk for a whole day to pick herbs in the mountains in my hometown. Li Taizhu nodded indifferently. Lin Han was completely speechless. Can picking herbs in the mountains be the same as walking in the city? Forget it, let's go to the supermarket and buy some things. We can't go to see your mother for the first time with empty hands. Lin Han pointed to a supermarket chain not far away. Han Gu, you are really a good person. Li Taizhu said in a deep voice. Okay, you go with a good person, let's buy more things. Lin Han felt that it was a pity not to use a strong man like Taizhu. When the two came out of the supermarket, Li Taichu had a full hand of various nutritional supplements, and there were dozens of bags in the big and small packages. Lin Han followed Li Taichu to his home. It was a relatively dilapidated courtyard house, with all kinds of flowers and plants in the yard, and a round stone table and 4 stone benches in the center of the yard. Mom, I'm home. Li Taichu shouted as soon as he entered the door. Li Tieju's mother heard her son's voice and came out of a small room in the south. She was a little surprised to see Lin Han, and then smiled and said, Taizhu, is this your friend? Hello, Auntie, my name is Lin Han. I'm a colleague and friend of Tieju's company. Lin Han smiled and showed off his white teeth. Mom, my current job was introduced to me by Han Gu. Li Taizhu smiled foolishly. Oh, thank you so much, Taizhu. Hurry up and put down your things and pour your brother a glass of water. Li Taiju's mother hurriedly said as soon as she heard this. Lin Han was also very polite, handing over the things in his hands to Li Taizhu, and then sitting down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Auntie, I heard that Taizhu said that you are not feeling well? Yes. Li Taiju's mother sighed and sat down on the stone bench opposite Lin Han, saying, It's an old problem. I didn't expect it to be so serious this time. Even the doctors in Tiannan City said that it couldn't be cured. I know a little bit about medicine, why don't you let me take a look? Lin Han said with a smile. You know medicine? Li's mother hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay, then I'll trouble you. Lin Han asked Li's mother to put her hand on the stone table, then used 3 fingers to hold her wrist and started to take her pulse. Li Taizhu came out with a cup of tea. When he saw the scene, he put the cup on the stone table and stood by the side waiting silently. After a long time, Lin Han let go of Li's mother's hand and had a general judgment on her illness. Brother Han, is my mother's illness serious? Li Taizhu asked hurriedly. Well, it's pretty serious. Lin Han nodded. When Li Taizhu heard Lin Han say this, his eyes reddened instantly. Taizhu, mother is fine, this is the final destination of everyone, don't be sad. Li's mother said to Li Taizhu with a calm face. Lin Han was stunned. He had never expected the old lady to be so open-minded. It is rare to find someone who can take life and death lightly. Many people say they are not afraid of death, but when death really comes, very few people can face it calmly. This is human nature. Auntie, don't be too pessimistic. The doctor has no way to help, but maybe I can cure your illness. Lin Han smiled confidently. Really? Han Gu, you must save my mother. Li Taizhu grabbed Lin Han's hand tightly and said excitedly. Taizhu, you should let go of me first. You're crushing my hand. Lin Han teased, if an ordinary person was pinched like this by Li Taizhu, their hand bones might even be crushed to powder. Hearing this, Li Taizhu let go of Lin Han's hand with embarrassment, and whispered, "Hangu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being too anxious." Lin Han of course would not argue with him. He asked Li Taizhu to get a pen and paper, and then wrote a prescription and gave it to Li's mother. "Auntie, tomorrow you let Taizhu go to get the medicine, take it twice a day, after a month the condition should be under control, and after a few days I will come again to give you a silver needle, so your tuberculosis can be cured," Lin Han said. "Good." Mrs. Li nodded and said to Lin Han, "I can see that Mr. Lin is no ordinary person. I will leave Taizhu to you in the future. As long as you don't mind, let him work for you like a slave for the rest of his life." "Auntie, you are too serious." Lin Han quickly waved his hand and joked that it would take a master like Taizhu to work like a slave. He is not ready yet. Besides, from Mrs. Li's words and behavior, he could tell that the old lady was definitely no ordinary person. "Taizhu. Mother, what's the matter? From today on, Mr. Lin is your big brother. You must learn from him and protect him. Do you hear me?" Li Mu said with a serious expression. Hearing Li Mu say this, Lin Han was also stunned. It seems that Li Mu is serious. "Mother, I remember," Li Taizhu said in a low voice. But his next move shocked Lin Han. He saw Li Tiejuan kneel before him with a thump and respectfully called out, "Big brother. Tiejuan, get up." Lin Han quickly tried to help him up, but was stopped by Li's mother, who said, "Mr. Lin, this is how it is done in our hometown. You are his big brother, and Tiejuan deserves to kneel to you." Since this was the case, Lin Han did not pretend to be modest, but still helped Li Taizhu up. He was even more certain that Li's mother was not an ordinary person. She spoke with a generous and decisive manner, which was definitely not the quality of an ordinary village woman. That night, Li's mother made some northern specialties, and Lin Han tasted them and they were not bad. But when he saw the bowl Li Taizhu was eating from, he couldn't help but laugh. Li Tieju's bowl was several times larger than the average person's, and in the south, this kind of bowl is called a sea bowl and is generally used to hold soup. After dinner, Lin Han said goodbye to Li Mu and left the courtyard. When he returned to the villa, he found a pair of very cute shoes at the door as soon as he entered. Without asking, he must have been the girl Tang Xiaoqi. "I'm back." Lin Han walked into the living room and found Tang Xiaoqi and Tang Ying sitting on the sofa watching a soap opera. "Lin Han, you're finally back." Tang Xiaoqi smiled at Lin Han. "Xiaoqi, you're here too." Lin Han smiled and wanted to sit down next to Tang Ying. "You sit next to her." Tang Ying didn't even look at him and said in a cold voice. Lin Han was stunned. Could it be that Tang Ying had relatives here, so she was so irritable? Thinking about this, he looked at Tang Xiaoqi, but the girl kept blinking at him, and he didn't know what it meant. Chapter 34, Tang Ying is jealous. "I'm tired, I'm going to bed first," Tang Ying said lightly, stood up and walked into her bedroom expressionlessly. "Tang Xiaoqi, what's wrong with your sister?" Lin Han took the opportunity to ask. "I can't betray my sister." Tang Xiaoqi looked at Lin Han innocently with her big eyes. "Didn't you say you needed my help last time? If you don't tell me, I won't help you," Lin Han threatened. Tang Xiaoqi was suddenly anxious when she heard this, quickly grabbed Lin Han's arm, and pouted and said coquettishly, "Brother-in-law, don't be like this, I'll tell you at most." "That's more like it, tell me." Lin Han smiled proudly, this girl is still a bit young to fight with him. "I guess my sister is jealous. She said that you went to see a woman after work, and before you came back, she complained to me." Tang Xiaoqi laughed heartlessly. Lin Han was stunned. He never thought that Tang Ying would be jealous. Hasn't she always been indifferent to him? "Brother-in-law, I'm not saying this to offend you, but my sister is so beautiful, and you still go out to find women. You're such a scumbag," Tang Xiaoqi said sternly. "You're mistaken. I was treating a colleague's mother. She's in her 60s or 70s. Lin Han couldn't help laughing and crying. What are these women thinking about all day? "So that's it. My sister misunderstood you. I don't think you're that kind of person either," Tang Xiaoqi said very seriously. "Really? Well, a man who can cook can't be that bad. By the way, brother-in-law, will you eat me tomorrow?" Tang Xiaoqi said with a smile. Lin Han blushed and said, "Xiaoqi, this is not good. I'm your brother-in-law. I'm going to eat you?" Tang Xiaoqi was stunned, and then reacted. Her pretty face turned red and she pinched Lin Han's waist hard, scolding. Lin Han, you're so dirty.
I didn't mean it.
Okay, go to hell. After saying that, Tang Xiaoqi jumped up from the sofa like a frightened little white rabbit, blushing and running back to her room in a hurry. Lin Han laughed. This little girl knows everything. In fact, he didn't know that there was a subject called biology in junior high school. The next morning, Lin Han made breakfast and served it on the table.
The Tang sisters just got up. Tang Xiaoqi glared at Lin Han when she saw him.
She blamed the bastard for making her have a spring dream last night.
Hee hee, you guys are up.
Lin Han didn't care that Tang Xiaoqi was glaring at him.
Humph. We won't eat your breakfast anymore. Tang Xiaoqi was so angry that she wanted to go up and strangle him. Don't, I made noodles especially for you.
Lin Han was more careful with his words this time, so that this underage girl wouldn't think anything wrong again. Xiaoqi, stop messing around, go to school early after you finish eating. Tang Ying still had a frosty look on her face, and she didn't even look at Lin Han. Lin Han hesitated to speak, but then thought better of it. If he had to explain this, he would be exhausted. So he sat down and buried his head in his breakfast.
Tang Xiaoqi was a snack lover after all.
Seeing Lin Han eating so happily, she couldn't help but sit down at the table and start eating. The restaurant was strangely quiet. No one spoke, except for the sound of Tang Xiaoqi's noodles.
Tang Ying seemed to have no appetite.
She ate a few bites and then put down her chopsticks.
She finally looked at Lin Han and asked in a light tone. Lin Han, when are you going to move out? I didn't say I was going to move out.
Lin Han burped and looked up at Tang Ying in confusion. Since you have someone outside, then go live with her.
I don't want to see you anymore. Tang Ying said coldly. Xiaoying, you've misunderstood. I'm done eating. You guys eat.
Before Lin Han could finish his sentence, Tang Ying had already stood up and left, as if she didn't want to hear Lin Han's explanation at all.
Serves you right. Tang Xiaoqi gloated.
Lin Han was speechless. It seemed that Tang Ying was not just jealous, but that she had completely lost her temper. On the way to work, Lin Han sat in Tang Ying's car and thought about it for a while before explaining. Xiaoying, I went to help Li Tieju's mother see a doctor last night.
Who is Li Tieju? I don't know. Tang Ying said coldly. He's the new security guard.
His mother has tuberculosis.
I'm his boss. I can't just ignore it.
Lin Han said with a bitter smile.
Humph. Why do you have to tell me who you treated? Tang Ying said this, but her heart inexplicably relaxed.
It turns out that the woman this guy was talking about was treating a colleague's mother.
Hey, what about it? When I get paid, should I go rent a place and move out? Lin Han asked tentatively. Who told you to move? Who will make breakfast for Tang Xiaoqi after you move? Tang Ying's face turned red. Ha, I knew you wouldn't let me move.
Lin Han laughed shamelessly.
Move or not, who cares?
Tang Ying turned her head and gave Lin Han a cold look, thinking that she shouldn't be too nice to him, or he would get on her nerves.
Lin Han got out of the car at the entrance of the office building. The security guard on duty saw Lin Han and quickly greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Good morning. Lin Han nodded.
Since he kicked Huang Hai out of the security department, all the security guards have been both respectful and fearful of him, for fear that if they are not careful, they will be like Huang Hai. As Lin Han was walking into the lobby, he suddenly heard someone calling him, Mr. Lin.
He frowned when he turned around and saw Tan, who smiling and walking towards him. You little brats still dare to come to the Tang group? Lin Han asked coldly. Mr. Lin, don't get me wrong.
Tan, who was scared and quickly explained, it's like this, my boss wants to invite Mr. Lin to dinner and make friends, I'm just here to deliver the message.
Your boss? Lin Han shrugged, who is he?
Tan, who was speechless. If someone else had said this, he would have died without knowing how.
But Lin Han really had no choice. Mr. Lin, our boss is really sincere. Please come.
Tan, who smiled, and if you didn't know, you would think he was Lin Han's little brother.
Sincerity? The last time that bald guy kicked my fiancée's car, what did your boss plan to do about it? Lin Han asked.
Mr. Lin, don't worry, that bald guy has been severely punished by my boss, and he will definitely give you an explanation this time. Tan, who said carefully.
That's more like it. Tell me the address, and I'll come after work.
Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. The last time that bald guy kicked the door of the Maserati concave, Lin Han wanted to find him trouble, but he never thought that this time he would come to the door. Tan Hu smiled more brightly than a flower when he heard Lin Han's reply. He said goodbye to Lin Han and then ran back to his boss to brag about his achievement.
Chapter 35, The Tang Family.
Lin Han sat in the office for a while, feeling bored, and left directly for the personnel department. He hadn't seen Song Rou for a few days, and he really wanted to see her.
Lin Han was thinking happily.
When the women in the personnel department saw Lin Han coming, they all cast admiring glances at him. After all, not everyone can be promoted from a bodyguard to a consultant in a few days. This man is definitely a potential stock.
Whoever can be his girlfriend is simply too happy. Consultant Lin, you're here to see Xiao again, aren't you?
The manager of the personnel department smiled and threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Han.
Well, I'm here to see her. It seems that Uncle Air was right. Women are tigers. Just look at the flirtatious look on the HR manager's face.
This woman would love to swallow herself whole. Song Rou saw Lin Han walking towards her, and her heart was pounding.
Han Gu is here again. Is he interested in me? Song Rou, are you thinking about me?
Lin Han walked up to Song Rou's desk and saw that the girl was looking at him with a crazed look on her face.
He couldn't help but tease her.
Song Rou nodded like a mosquito's hum, her pretty face turning red. Hearing her say that, Lin Han was stunned. He had only said it casually, and he never thought that this girl would admit it.
Song Rou, has your mother's illness gotten better?
Lin Han quickly changed the subject to avoid further misunderstanding.
Much better, thank you, Han Gu. Has that bald guy stopped bothering you? Lin Han asked. No. Song Rou looked at Lin Han with watery eyes and a gentle expression on her face.
She thought of the scene the other day when Lin Han stood up for her, and her heart was filled with sweetness. The girls next to her saw this scene and looked at them with envious eyes.
Consultant Lin, you are so biased, only talking to our little Rou. Yes, Consultant Lin, are you and little Rou together? He, when did you start?
Many women chattered about gossip, and Lin Han blushed. He thought to himself that it was a pity that these women didn't become entertainment reporters. Song Rou was so embarrassed that she couldn't look at Lin Han again, but she was very happy in her heart.
If Han Gu could be her boyfriend, that would be good. Ahem.
At this moment, the manager of the personnel department coughed. Lin Han turned around and was dumbfounded. Tang Ying didn't know when she came to the personnel department, and she was standing behind him, staring at him with a gloomy look.
Oh, Mr. Tang, why are you here?
Lin Han quickly smiled and apologized. From her expression, he knew that Tang Ying must have heard everything just now.
Can you come here, but I can't?
Tang Ying's expression was cold, but her heart was furious. Lin Han is a flirt, and these girls in the HR department are really something.
What is so good about this smelly man? I have something else to do, so I'll be going.
Lin Han saw the murderous intent in Tang Ying's eyes and quickly found an excuse to leave.
Wait, come to my office later. I have something to tell you. Tang Ying said coldly. Oh, I see.
Lin Han had a long face. He didn't expect to be able to escape in the end, and he guessed that Tang Ying would be giving him a hard time again soon.
Tainan City People's Hospital, ICU Ward Corridor. Director Sun, your hospital must save Mr. Tang no matter what.
The man speaking was a bespectacled man in a suit. His name was Huang Ji, and he was the deputy general manager in charge of investment promotion in Tainan City.
Mr. Huang, I can only do my best. Sun Guiran looked embarrassed. He didn't want to save Tang Jiangwo, but his injuries were too serious.
Not try my best, but definitely save him.
Don't you know the background of the Tang family? If anything happens to him, we'll be in trouble. Huang Ji was very anxious.
Tang Long is from the Tang family in the capital, and the Tang family has absolute say in the military. This time Tang Long came to Tainan to invest, but unexpectedly got into a car accident on the way. Now the capital has already known about it and is rushing to Tainan with people. As he spoke, several men hurried over, led by a man in a military uniform, followed by several elderly men with glasses.
Who is Mr. Huang?
The man in the uniform came over and asked with a scowl.
Are you General Tang?
Huang Ji asked cautiously when he saw the man coming. In fact, he was asking nonsense. Tang Long had a flower hanging from his shoulder, an absolute junior general.
How is my brother doing? Tang Long asked with patience.
Son Dean, you explained to General Tang.
Huang Ji could not help but swallow his saliva. The aura emanating from Tang Long was too oppressive.
Although he was also a deputy mayor, he also felt some pressure. Hello, General Tang, the patient's condition is not good. Our hospital has tried many ways, but Sun Guoran wanted to say something but stopped.
Everyone could hear that he could not save Tang Jiangwo.
Worthless. Tang Long scolded on the spot. He and Tang Jiangwo had been best friends since childhood, and now that he saw his brother lying in the ICU, he was ready to kill. Sun Guoran and Huang Ji were embarrassed by the scolding, but they dared not retort. Tang Long was notoriously short-tempered, and it was rumored that the most mysterious special forces in China were all under his command. General Tang, let's go see your brother's condition as soon as possible. A white-haired old man behind Tang Long said slowly.
Old Su, I'm counting on you.
Tang Long's attitude towards the old man was completely different, because the old man was Su Siwei, the national medical expert within the Red Wall. If it wasn't for the Tang family patriarch stepping in, it would have been impossible to invite this medical expert. Seeing Su Siwei walk into the ICU, Tang Long finally let out a sigh of relief.
Time passed by minute.
After half an hour, the door to the ICU was pushed open and Su Siwei came out with several people, all of them sweating profusely.
How is my brother's condition, old Su? Tang Long asked anxiously. Alas, your brother's injury is too serious. The brain is completely blocked by blood clots. I'm sorry I can't do anything. Su Siwei sighed. Ah? Tang Long was dumbfounded at hearing this.
If even Su Laoshi couldn't save him, then Big Brother was surely dead. All this was the fault of the leaders of Tiannan City.
If they hadn't asked Big Brother to invest here, then Big Brother wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Thinking of this, Tang Long was furious.
He grabbed Huang Ji by the collar and said with clenched teeth, Huang, if anything happens to my big brother, I'll make you pay with your life. If someone else said this, everyone would definitely think he was crazy, but no one would doubt the Tang family, let alone the hot-tempered Tang Long. Sun Guoran was also scared. If this matter was not handled well, he might be the end of his career as the dean. Suddenly, the face of a young man appeared in his mind.
Yes, this person is Lin Han. Perhaps only he can save Tang Jiangwo.
General Tang, I think of a person, he should be able to save Mr. Tang. Sun Guoran shouted excitedly. Tang Long hurriedly let go of Huang Ji and angrily said, why didn't you say it earlier?
Who is that person? Chapter 36, Invite Lin Han.
Su Siwei also frowned slightly. He had seen Tang Jiangwo's situation with his own eyes.
Who could save him from death?
His name is Lin Han, and he is from the Tang group.
Sun Guoran explained. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get him here. Tang Long roared.
I'm afraid I can't invite him. If he has to come, only Mr. Zhou can invite him.
Sun Guoran was embarrassed. A person as talented as Lin Han would not be able to save Tang Long. Zhou Dongping? Tang Long asked. Sun Guoran nodded.
He knew that this was all he could do. The rest was up to fate. Tang Long didn't say a word and quickly took out his phone and walked outside.
Zhou Dongping was very distressed today.
Originally, the Tang family was going to invest in Tiannan, and as the head of the city, he should have been happy, but who knew that there was a car accident halfway through, which made Zhou Dongping panic. The Tang family is a heavyweight family in China.
Now that Tang Jiangwo has had an accident in his jurisdiction, how will he explain it to the higher authorities?
Just when he was at a loss, his phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up, it was a strange number.
Hello, this is Zhou Dongping.
Zhou Dongping said in a low voice. I am Tang Long, Mr. Zhou, I still need your help.
Tang Long. Zhou Dongping knew who it was after a moment's thought, and quickly said, Hello, General Tang, what can I do for you? Do you know a man named Lin Han? I want you to contact him as soon as possible.
The hospital said that only he can save my brother. Tang Long said in a low voice.
Lin Han? What, Mr. Zhou can't persuade him?
Then tell me where he lives, and I'll have someone bring him here. Tang Long's tone suddenly changed, and his anger could be heard through the phone. No, I'll contact him right away, and I'll come to the hospital with him.
Zhou Dongping didn't dare to be rude either.
After ending the call with Tang Long, he immediately dialed Lin Han's phone. At this time, Lin Han was crossing his legs and was fighting with Tang Ying. Xiaoying, listen to me, I have nothing to do with Song Rou, it's all the people in the personnel department who are talking nonsense.
Lin Han laughed. Oomph, why are you telling me if you have a relationship with her? But you should know your own identity. You are a group consultant. What is the matter with you flirting with girls in the personnel department during work hours? Tang said coldly.
I didn't go to flirt with girls, but Song Rou offended the gangsters outside, so I went to ask about the situation.
Lin Han explained. Really? Why do I see that the beautiful women in the personnel department are so enthusiastic about you? Tang said with a sour tone. Enthusiastic? Lin Han looked innocent.
Forget it, I don't want to bother with you anymore, but you have to remember your own identity. Tang said this almost with her teeth clenched. If this jerk doesn't understand, he can be dragged out and beheaded.
Don't worry, I'm not interested in those common women.
With a beautiful fiancée like you, other women are just clouds in my eyes. Lin Han had no choice but to turn on the sweet talk mode, which he had learned from books occasionally. He said that women like to hear nice things, even if you are lying.
Of course, Lin Han didn't think he was lying. Tang was indeed a beautiful girl. Humph. You're just a smooth talker. You're not even your own fiancé.
Tang Ying's face brightened up when she heard this, although she still denied it. Suddenly, a cell phone rang.
Lin Han took out his phone and answered it without looking at it.
Lin Han, this is Zhou Dongping.
Mr. Zhou, why are you calling me? Lin Han smiled. Tang was also stunned. Zhou Dongping actually took the initiative to call Lin Han? I have something I want you to help me with.
This is what Zhou Dongping said briefly on the phone about Tang Jiangwo. Finally, he said, Lin Han, this time you must help your uncle Zhou. This matter may well affect my future career.
Since that's the case, I'm at the Tang group. Come pick me up.
Lin Han thought for a moment and said. Lin Han, thank you so much.
I'll be right over.
Zhou Dongping was relieved to hear this. After he hung up the phone, he asked his secretary to quickly arrange a car to go to the Tang group. Xiaoying, I'm going to the hospital with Mr. Zhou later.
I'll explain that to you later. Lin Han smiled and turned around and walked out of the office. Tang was stunned and didn't react. Lin Han actually dared to have Mr. Zhou pick him up?
Even her father didn't have this kind of qualification. This man is becoming more and more mysterious. Tang thought to herself. Lin Han waited downstairs for less than 2 minutes, and a black Audi car stopped in front of him. Zhou Dongping's secretary got out of the car with a smile, opened the door for Lin Han, and invited him to get in the car. Last time at the hospital, he saw Lin Han's power and no longer dared to underestimate this young man.
Mr. Zhou, what's going on? Lin Han asked curiously. Lin Han, do you know the Tang family in Beijing? I have a vague impression.
Lin Han shook his head.
The Tang family is a large family in China.
This time, the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Jiangwo, had a car accident in Tainan. The doctors were at a loss, so I had no choice but to ask you to take a look.
Zhou Dongping's tone was very heavy. Oh, I see.
Lin Han nodded slightly. He had heard about the Tang family in Beijing from his uncle, but his uncle had also said that the old man of the Tang family was just his subordinate. Now that Zhou Dongping was so nervous, it couldn't be that his uncle was bluffing, and the old man of the Tang family was not actually his subordinate? Soon, the Audi drove to the hospital, and Zhou Dongping got out and almost ran to the ICU ward.
Mr. Zhou is here.
Sun Guoren was about to cry when he saw Zhou Dongping. He was being treated like a grandson by Tang Long here, and where was the dignity of the dean?
Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you.
This is General Tang. Long Huangji quickly introduced him.
Hello, General Tang.
Zhou Dongping extended his hand. This was the first time he had dealt with Tang Long.
Mr. Zhou, where is Lin Han?
Tang Long shook his hand and said impatiently. Zhou Dongping heard this and quickly stepped aside to pull Lin Han over and said, General Tang, this is Lin Han. Tang Long looked at Lin Han, who was such a young guy, and immediately frowned, angrily saying, Zhou, are you joking with my brother's life? How could this young guy possibly cure my brother? Zhou Dongping was also speechless. Lin Han was indeed too young, and it was inevitable that people would question it.
This is nonsense. Tang Long was so angry that he almost took out his gun. However, Su Siwei behind him was much calmer.
He walked up to Lin Han and smiled slightly. May I ask, young friend, which medical school did you graduate from?
I didn't go to any medical school. Lin Han shrugged. Chapter 37, Seizing the Gun. What?
Tang Long was even more angry when he heard this, and roared, Zhou Dongping, tell me, did you do this on purpose?
How could I do this on purpose?
Zhou Dongping had a hard time defending himself, but the other party was a Tang family member, and he dared not let out his anger.
If my brother dies, you'll be waiting. What the hell are you waiting for? Are you going to let me save someone or not? If you don't let me save someone, I'll just turn around and leave.
Lin Han was a little upset.
The Tang family was too arrogant. Who were they trying to scare? Tang Long was furious when he heard this.
He took out a gun from his body and pointed it at Lin Han. If you dare to interrupt again, I'll kill you.
I don't believe you would dare to do that.
Lin Han said calmly.
You see if I dare. Tang Long was really angry. This kid is so damn annoying. Does he think he is an immortal?
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Han's figure flashed, and before everyone could react, Tang Long felt a numbness in his hand holding the gun, and then the gun in his hand disappeared.
The next second, Lin Han was holding a pistol in his hand. He looked at Tang Long playfully and said, General Tang, are you looking for this? You. Tang Long was shocked.
Although his skills were not the best in the army, no one in the southern theater of war could match him.
How could someone take his gun in front of everyone today? Lin Han didn't care.
He quickly touched the gun a few times with his hand, and in an instant, the entire gun turned into a pile of parts and fell to the ground.
Everyone was stunned. Who was this kid who dared to challenge Tang Long and disassemble his gun?
Zhou Dongping was scared and his cold sweat was dripping down his back.
He quickly tried to smooth things over. General Tang, Lin Han didn't do it on purpose.
Why don't you let him treat your brother first? Tang Long glared at Zhou Dongping. This kid took apart his gun.
What else could it be if it wasn't on purpose? General Tang, don't be angry. Mr. Lin's medical skills are really high. Just let him try. Otherwise, it will be too late. Sun Guoran also advised from the side.
This time, it was Tang Long who hesitated. The person who could take the gun from him must not be an ordinary person, but Lin Han is too young.
Can this kid be trusted? Little friend, can you tell me where you learned your skills?
Su Siwei also realized that Lin Han must have had an extraordinary encounter, so he asked again.
You are asking me who my master is, right?
Lin Han said disapprovingly.
Yes, who is your master? My master said that only someone who is worthy can know his name. Are you worthy? Lin Han asked curiously.
He had never seen this old man before.
Well, I guess I am worthy.
Su Siwei was also embarrassed. He was at least a national medical expert within the Red Wall, but Lin Han still looked indifferent. Sun Guoran quickly approached Lin Han and said, Mr. Lin, this is Master Su, a national doctor in the capital who specializes in treating the leaders. Lin Han suddenly realized why the old man had just said that he was still somewhat qualified.
It's okay, my master's surname is Qin.
Lin Han smiled and whispered his master's full name to Su Siwei.
Ah. So you are Master Qin's apprentice? Su Siwei exclaimed. That's right. Lin Han smiled.
Su Siwei's face suddenly became reverent, and his eyes changed when he looked at Lin Han.
If someone can be accepted as Master Qin's apprentice, then his medical skills must be very high. Master Su, do you know his master? Tang Long asked with a frown. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed.
Su Siwei's face turned red and he sighed. I was fortunate enough to be Qin's student for a few days, but then Qin said I didn't have enough talent and never taught me again.
Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Su Siwei was actually Lin Han's master's apprentice, which means that he and Lin Han are brothers?
General Tang, I think it is best to let this young friend of Lin Han treat your brother as soon as possible.
Su Siwei turned to Tang Long and said. Tang Long was embarrassed. He had just pointed a gun at Lin Han, so how could he ask him to treat his brother?
Zhou Dongping saw this and smiled and said to Lin Han, Lin, it was all a misunderstanding. Lin Han helplessly shrugged and said, well, in the name of Zhou Shuji, I'll reluctantly go and take a look, but I'll say this first, you've wasted so much time, don't blame me if he doesn't make it. Tang Long blushed even more when he heard this. If he hadn't been so impulsive just now, perhaps his brother would have been out of danger. Thinking of this, Tang Long walked up to Lin Han and said solemnly, Lin Han, I apologize to you for what happened just now.
Okay. Lin Han let out a long sigh.
He couldn't take advantage of the situation when others were already bowing their heads. He immediately had the Sun people prepare a sterile coat, and then let Su Siwei take him into the ICU ward.
Tang Jiangwo was lying in the ICU bed.
His broken leg had been fixed, but he just wouldn't wake up. His heartbeat continued to drop, and no matter what method was used, it could not be restored. Lin Han walked up to the bed and placed 3 fingers on Tang Jiangwo's wrist. Su Siwei nodded with satisfaction, and he couldn't believe that Lin Han, who was still young, had the demeanor of an old Chinese doctor. After a while, Lin Han let go of his hand and nodded with a smile.
Lin.
I'll call you Lin Xiaobai.
Have you figured out what the problem is? Su Siwei couldn't wait to ask.
Yes, that's right.
Lin Han nodded. What caused Mr. Tang to not wake up?
Su Siwei was also curious. He had checked everything before, except for the broken leg, and there was nothing wrong with any other internal organs, but he just couldn't find the reason for the drop in heartbeat. Lin Han smiled and said nothing, taking out the silver needle box he carried with him.
Su Siwei's eyes widened when he saw the box. Isn't this Qin Laoren's young restoring needle?
Rumor has it that these 9 silver needles are made of deep-sea cold iron, which is not only a unique treasure in the world, but also the heart of Qin Laoshi.
Now they are in Lin Han's hands.
Then there is only one possibility: Qin Laoshi passed on his mantle to Lin Han. Thinking of this, Su Siwei's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Han.
Su Laoshi, I need to concentrate on giving the injured person acupuncture needles. Please pay attention to the numbers on the monitoring instrument. Lin Han said.
Okay.
Su Siwei replied.
Lin Han took out the longest silver needle from the box. He saw his hand shake, and the silver needle entered Tang Jiangwo's head with a loud sound, leaving only a small piece outside.
Seeing this scene, even the knowledgeable Su Siwei was secretly surprised. If there was even the slightest deviation, Tang Jiangwo would be dead. In fact, Lin Han had noticed something wrong when he took Tang Jiangwo's pulse. There was a very domineering qi in Tang Jiangwo's body that was wandering around the heart.
So he secretly sent a qi into Tang Jiangwo's body, forcing the qi into his head. Because the heart is too fragile, if the 2 qi get entangled, Tang Jiangwo's heart will easily burst. Lin Han continuously injected qi into Tang Jiangwo's brain through the silver needle, but the other person's qi was also very strong. Unconsciously, Lin Han was sweating profusely. Chapter 38, Superb Medical Skills. Time passed by minute, and Lin Han's face began to turn pale.
Su Siwei kindly asked. Lin, are you okay? Don't worry, it will be over soon.
Lin Han did not dare to slack off in the slightest, guiding his own qi to gradually devour the opponent. After a desperate struggle, the opponent's qi was finally completely devoured, and Lin Han let out a sigh of relief. His legs were so weak that he almost fell to the ground.
Lin Han, are you okay? Su Siwei quickly helped Lin Han. I'm fine. The injured person will wake up in a few minutes.
Lin Han was exhausted. This was the first time he had encountered such a strong qi after coming down the mountain. Although he didn't know who Tang Jiangwo had offended, Lin Han was sure that the other person must be a master. Outside the ward, everyone was anxiously waiting. Lin Han had been in there for 2 hours and had not yet come out.
Director's son, why don't you go in and take a look?
Zhou Dongping frowned. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lin said before he went in that no one should disturb him.
Sun Guoren frowned.
Then let's wait a little longer.
Zhou Dongping sighed.
Tang Lon's face was pale and he didn't say a word. He was not only worried about his brother's comfort, but also wondering in his heart why his brother, who was always cautious, would have a car accident just after arriving in Tiannan. At this moment, the door to the ICU ward was pushed open and Lin Han and Su Siwei walked out together.
Mr. Su, how is my brother? Tang Long rushed up and asked anxiously.
Fortunately, thanks to Mr. Lin, your brother has finally survived.
Su Siwei smiled slightly. Tang Long's face turned red at once. He looked at Lin Han and said seriously in front of him. Mr. Lin, thank you for saving my brother. What do you want in return?
Lin Han disdainfully shrugged and said indifferently, I'm doing this for Mr. Zhou's sake.
If you want to thank someone, thank him.
Zhou Dongping was beside himself with joy when he heard this. He knew that Lin Han was deliberately making Tang Long owe him a favor. Thinking about this, he not only felt sad, but also thought that his son was really too far behind Lin Han. Tang Long was stunned, but soon understood Lin Han's meaning. He turned to Zhou Dongping and nodded slightly. Mr. Zhou, this time the Tang family owes you a favor.
General Tang, you are too kind. Zhou Dongping is also a person who knows what is appropriate.
It is already a great favor for Tang Long to say this.
The patient should be fine after a period of rest.
After Lin Han finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Dongping and said, Mr. Zhou, please arrange a car to take me back. The group still has things to deal with.
Okay, I'll arrange it right away.
Zhou Dongping said excitedly. He had made a profit today. The Tang family not only did not blame him, but also gave him a personal favor. This was something that Zhou Dongping had never dreamed of.
Su Siwei saw Lin Han leaving and was a bit anxious. He quickly stopped Lin Han and said to him, Lin Han, are you interested in working in a hospital in the capital?
As long as you ask, I can help you arrange for any hospital. Lin Han smiled and shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I'm not interested in being a doctor.
Goodbye. Looking at Lin Han's departing back, Su Siwei sighed.
If Lin Han is willing to go to the capital, he will definitely become a famous doctor in less than half a year.
Wait, did he just say group? Su Siwei frowned and asked Zhou Dongping, Mr. Zhou, in which group does Lin Han work? You are too kind, Mr. Su. Lin Han works for the Tang group, as a bodyguard. Zhou Dongping smiled.
In fact, he had already said that before, but I guess the old man didn't care at the time.
Bodyguard? Lin Han is actually a bodyguard? Su Siwei couldn't help but smile wryly.
He had studied Chinese medicine for decades, but in the end, he was not as skilled as a bodyguard.
Old Su, you seem to be very interested in that Lin Han? Tang Long came over and asked.
Well, now that Chinese medicine is in decline, this young man is definitely capable of making Chinese medicine flourish and allowing the world to re-recognize our Chinese medicine.
Su Siwei sighed. Tang Long was stunned. There are not many young people who can get such praise from Su Siwei. Is Lin Han really that powerful?
But thinking about the scene where he was robbed of his gun, Tang Long had to admit that Lin Han's skills were indeed terrifying. At least, there was no such talent in the special forces. Lin Han had been gone for less than 5 minutes when he saw Sun Guoren running out of the ICU ward with a look of surprise on his face, saying that Tang Jiangwo had woken up.
Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Tang Long rushed into the ward and saw Tang Jiangwo open his eyes on the bed. Tang Long was thrilled and said in a trembling voice, Brother, you've finally woken up.
Yes. Tang Jiangwo could not speak yet, so he just grunted to show that he had heard it.
Su Siwei smiled slightly.
That's right, that kid really has some skills. Tang Long also revealed a rare smile. After Lin Han returned to the group, the first thing he did was find Li Tiezu.
Tiezu, someone is treating us to dinner tonight. You're coming with me. Han Gu, who's treating us? Li Tiezu asked in a deep voice.
A bunch of punks who kicked my car to pieces.
Lin Han shrugged. What? Li Taizhu immediately became excited and asked with a ferocious look on his face, Han Gu, which little bastard dared to kick your car?
I'll tear him to shreds. Lin Han couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this.
Taizhu is really awesome.
He invited people to dinner, but he wants to tear them apart.
Taizhu, they will pay me compensation, so don't be impulsive.
Lin Han smiled bitterly. After they pay me back, I'll tear them apart.
Li Taizhu thought about it very seriously and then said.
Lin Han was completely defeated by him, thinking that Taizhu must have eaten too much barbecue recently, because he was always tearing people apart. Time quickly came to night, and Lin Han went to Tang Ying's office before leaving work to tell her that he would not be home for dinner that night.
Where are you going again?
When Lin Han said he wasn't going back, Tang Ying couldn't help but frown slightly, and she felt a little uncomfortable.
Someone invited me to dinner tonight. Don't worry, I'll be back early. Lin Han laughed. Invited you to dinner? It's another woman, right? Tang Ying asked with a slightly sour tone. You're wrong. This time it's a man. The boss of the Black Tiger gang invited me to dinner. Lin Han said. Ah. They invited you to dinner.
Lin Han, don't go, they must not have good intentions.
Tang Ying was instantly scared and pale when she heard this. The Black Tiger gang is notorious in Tiannan City.
Last time Lin Han beat up the Black Tiger gang, this time there is no doubt that they are going to deal with Lin Han. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of small-time thugs. Besides, I'm not going alone, Li Taizhu is going with me. Lin Han smiled, and he didn't expect that Tang Ying was still very concerned about herself at this critical moment.
Li Taiyu?
Tang Ying thought for a moment, and the image of Li Taiju's brown bear appeared in her mind.
Don't worry, it's just a meal. I'm leaving. Lin Han waved his hand and turned away from the office. Tang Ying was furious. This bastard is so heartless. Doesn't he know that he will worry? Chapter 39, The Banquet at Hongmen.
Lin Han went downstairs and Li Taiju was already waiting for him in the lobby.
Taiju, you can eat as much as you want, but don't start without my permission. If the leader of the Black Tiger Gang is really torn apart by Li Taiju, who will I go to for my money?
So Lin Han still gave a heads up in advance.
Well, then, I'll eat them to death. Li Taiju smiled and showed off his white teeth. Okay, order some expensive food and I'll take it back to your mom for you.
Lin Han said with a wicked smile. The place where the Black Tiger Gang was treating their guests was a seafood restaurant in the city center. It was also Song Yaohu's private property, and it usually made a lot of money for him.
Because Li Taichu was too big to take a taxi, he actually ran here.
Lin Han was also drunk when he got in the car.
Tietchu's physical fitness was really strong.
There were several black-clad thugs standing outside the restaurant. When they saw Lin Han get out of the car, they took the initiative to go up to him.
You must be Mr. Lin. Our boss is waiting for you upstairs.
The leader of the thugs said.
Take me up.
Lin Han looked back and saw Li Taiju had already followed him.
Sorry, according to the rules, we have to search you before you can go up.
The thug said and was about to get started. This scene happened to be seen by Li Taiju, who rushed over and roared, "Little brat, what do you want?" The thugs were scared. Because Li Taiju was so strong that he gave people a very uncomfortable feeling of oppression.
What do you want, you little brat?
The leader of the thugs swallowed his saliva and looked up at Li Taiju and asked.
If you dare to touch my brother, I will break your neck.
Li Taiju stared at him with his big copperbell eyes and looked at the thug viciously.
Taiju, forget it.
Lin Han thought he was a reasonable person, and after receiving the money, he could break the guy's neck. Li Taiju snorted heavily, scaring the gangsters into a cold sweat. In fact, Song Yaohu didn't let them search him, but only heard that the boss wanted to invite an unknown kid to dinner. These people were a bit unhappy, so they wanted to give him a scare, but they met Li Taiju, a god of terror. At this time, in the largest private room of the restaurant, Song Yaohu sat at the head of the table. Next to him sat a burly man with a shaved head, and the brains of the Black Tiger Gang, the judge. There were dozens of other brothers standing around, including Tan Hu and Baldy. Brother Hu, when the kid comes later, we must kill him to show him who's in charge. The old black man sitting across from Song Yaohu said in a sinister voice. He hated Lin Han so much that not only had he not been able to get the money back that he had lent him, but his own men had also been beaten up, making him lose face as the big brother.
I will handle it, don't tell me what to do. Song Yaohu said with a gloomy face.
Brother Hu, I think Lo Hei is right. If we don't teach this kid a lesson, people will think that the Black Tiger Gang is easy to bully. The bald man sitting next to Song Yaohu spoke up. His name is Lei Ming, nicknamed Tai Luo, because he is so big and looks like a steel tower. He is the #1 fighter of the Black Tiger Gang and also Song Yaohu's personal bodyguard. I will make my own decision at the time, and you are not allowed to do anything. Song Yaohu is worthy of being the boss, and his mentality is much more stable than others. Suddenly, the voice of a younger brother downstairs came through the intercom on the table. Brother Hu, they're here.
Well, bring them up.
Song Yaohu said indifferently. The younger brothers present all looked downcast when they heard that Lin Han was coming, and they all looked fierce. Soon, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a younger brother walked in first, followed by Lin Han and Li Taiju. Everyone was stunned when they saw Li Taiju. How could there be such a strong man in this world? Although Taiju was very strong, he was a far cry from Li Taiju. If Li Taiju was a water buffalo, Taiju was at most a calf. Lin Han swept his eyes over everyone's faces, and then stopped at Song Yaohu. Mr. Lin, I've heard a lot about you. Song Yaohu noticed that Lin Han was looking at him, so he stood up and smiled and said hello.
Are you the boss of Tan Hu?
Lin Han asked with a sneer. That's right, I'm Song Yaohu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang.
Mr. Lin, let's sit down and talk. Song Yaohu nodded and made an inviting gesture.
Lin Han was also very polite and sat down directly at the table.
Hange, can I order now? Li Taiju had just run a few kilometers and was already hungry. You can order whatever you want, it's on the house. Lin Han laughed.
Li Taizhu didn't say a word, picked up the menu on the table and started ordering.
Song Yaovu's mouth twitched.
These two brats are so arrogant. I asked you to come over to talk about business, but I didn't expect them to order first.
Fine, order away.
That guy who looks like a brown bear is ordering the expensive stuff. But thinking about the purpose of this time, Song Yaovu gritted his teeth and endured it. He said to Lin Han, Mr. Lin, it was my subordinate who offended you without knowing it.
Please don't be offended. I'm fine.
Just pay me back for the car repair fee later. Lin Han shrugged and said it didn't matter.
That's easy to say. By the way, Mr. Lin, I heard that you know Zhou Shuji? Song Yaovu didn't want to talk nonsense and started to get to the point directly. I guess so.
His son happens to be in our group. Lin Han said indifferently.
Oh, I see. Song Yaovu squinted his eyes.
He and the judge exchanged glances, understanding each other. It seems that this kid is not Zhou Shuji's man, but he is just lucky to know Zhou Shuji's son.
If that's the case, then we can't let this kid go.
At this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and the waiter brought up all the dishes that Li Taizhu had just ordered, all of which were high-end seafood.
Han, I'm starving. Let's eat.
Li Taizhu couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks.
Go ahead, eat as much as you like. Lin Han smiled.
Hearing this, Li Taizhu immediately began to eat like a bear that had just woken up from hibernation. Even Lin Han was secretly surprised.
Taizhu's appetite was really not something ordinary people could compare to.
Seeing this, Song Yaovu's eyes flashed with a chill, and he asked Lin Han coldly, Mr. Lin, you just said you want to repair the car.
How much do you want? Well, just 1 million. I don't want to rip you off either.
Lin Han said seriously.
What?
The iron tower on the side heard this number and immediately flew into a rage, stood up and pointed at Lin Han angrily. Why don't you go rob? 1 million, you really think you're big-faced? Song Yaovu looked on coldly without saying a word. He had already decided to get rid of Lin Han. Since this kid was not familiar with Zhou Shuji, he had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, everyone heard a swishing sound, and then the iron tower fell to the ground. When he struggled to get up, there was a bloody hole in his shoulder, and blood kept flowing from between his fingers. There was a bloody chopstick on the wall behind him, half of it stuck into the wall.
I don't like to be interrupted when I'm talking.
Lin Han changed his chopsticks, put a piece of fish in his mouth, and said lightly.
Everyone was stunned.
They didn't even see how Lin Han had attacked, and the iron tower was injured. The most incredible thing was that the chopstick had obviously pierced the iron tower's shoulder and then stuck into the wall.
Chapter 40, Full and Satisfied. Fuck. I'll kill you. The injured Tai Ta was completely enraged. He quickly grabbed a cleaver from the table and slashed at Lin Han's head. But Li Taizhu, who was eating, suddenly put down his chopsticks and roared, You little bastard, you're looking for death. After saying that, he raised his hand and blocked the cleaver, which just happened to hit Li Taizhu's thick arm. Lin Han, who was sitting next to him, didn't even lift his head. Li Taizhu's ironclad body had been trained to perfection, and a broken watermelon knife was simply no threat to his body. Bang! A crisp sound. What no one expected was that when the watermelon knife hit Li Taizhu's arm, it not only didn't cut off his hand, but the watermelon knife itself opened up a big gash. Immediately, Li Taizhu stood up and punched the iron tower in the wrist. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed in the room, and Taizhong let out a scream. The watermelon knife in his hand fell to the ground. Only then did he realize how terrifying the man opposite him was. How dare you use a knife on Han? Li Taizhong opened his right hand, which looked like a bear's paw, and slapped Taizhong directly in the face. Before Taizhong could make a sound, he felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and then his eyes closed and he fell to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. The most powerful man in the Black Tiger gang was actually stunned by a slap in the face? Li Taizhu didn't seem to have had enough. His eyes were red and he glared at Song Yaovu. It looked like he was ready to tear someone apart. Taizhu, you sit down first. Lin Han finally spoke up. Brother Han, I want to tear him to pieces. Li Taizhu pointed at Song Yaovu and said in a deep voice. Song Yaovu almost wanted to curse when he heard this. This big guy is too damn bullying people. Does he think he is a A4 paper that can be torn to pieces at will? Taizhu, don't worry. I want to ask Boss Song, are you going to pay for the money or not?
Lin Han asked with a teasing look.
Mr. Lin, good skills.
Song Rou snorted, but I don't know if it was your hand that was faster or my gun.
After saying that, Song Rou took out a black pistol from his waist and looked at Lin Han playfully. You can try, but I guarantee that before you pull the trigger, there will be an extra hole in your head.
Lin Han looked at the chopsticks in his hand and said lightly.
Song Rou hesitated.
He didn't dare to bet his life. He had just witnessed Lin Han's skills with his own eyes.
The atmosphere in the private room became extremely tense.
The thugs all held their breath, and even the resourceful judge became nervous.
Okay, you win. I'll pay you back. Song Rou gave in. He didn't have the confidence to kill Lin Han and Li Taizhu.
If he tried to do it, he would probably suffer.
In that case, hurry up. Lin Han didn't want to waste any more time.
If Song Rou dared to move his finger, he wouldn't mind putting another hole in Song Rou's head.
Mr. Lin, how about we make a deal? Song Rou suddenly said. What kind of deal?
I have an extra $1,000,000, as long as Mr. Lin helps me kill the leader of the Brotherhood.
Song Rou made his offer.
Lin Han shook his head and said indifferently, I am a law-abiding citizen, I will not kill. Song Rou couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this.
This kid said he didn't kill people. What kind of international joke is this?
He has been in the underworld for so many years. Just now, when Lin Han made his move, he could feel a strong murderous aura. If you say this kid hasn't killed anyone, he wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death.
However, since Lin Han wouldn't help himself, Song Rou had no choice. This kid's strength was too terrifying.
There was no way he could do anything but write a check for 1,000,000 to Lin Han.
Taizhu, are you full? Lin Han took the check and turned to ask Li Taizhu. Well, I'm full.
Li Taizhu said and burped loudly. Pack up the dishes that haven't been touched and take them back with you, they're all good stuff.
Lin Han smiled.
Li Taizhu nodded vigorously and turned to the door and yelled, Waiter, pack up.
Song Rou's mouth twitched. What kind of people are these? They eat and take things. Is this a wedding banquet in the village? After Lin Han and the others left the private room, Lohe stood up and angrily said, Brother Hu, are you just going to let them go? What do you want to do? Song Rou was full of anger. I want to kill them. If this gets out, how can our Black Tiger gang stand in Tainanching?
Lohe said with conviction.
Bang! Song Rou slammed the table and pointed at Lohe, angrily saying, Lohe, do you want to see me die? If you want to kill them, fine, you can go after them now. They probably haven't left the restaurant yet. Lohe was stunned when he heard this. He was just blowing off steam.
If he really had to deal with Lin Han, he wouldn't dare to do so even if he had 10 guts. The iron tower that fainted on the ground was the best example. In another private room of a restaurant in Tainan City, Zhao Wei and his cousin Zhao Kaiming were sitting with a bald man. The two Zhaos are really polite.
It's not just a simple dinner invitation today, is it?
The bald man's voice was strange, like a duck's call.
He was the leader of the Brotherhood, Chen Wang, and everyone on the street called him Brother Wang.
The Zhao brothers exchanged glances, but Zhao Kaiming spoke first. Brother Wang, we really need to ask you for help this time.
We want you to help us deal with someone. What kind of person is so arrogant that he dares to provoke the Zhao brothers? He Wan was a little surprised. The Zhao family is well connected in both the black and white worlds of Tainan. Who would dare offend them?
It's not me they're messing with, it's my cousin, that bitch Tanging from the Tang group.
Zhao Kaiming smiled disdainfully. It's her.
He Wang smiled lewdly, she's a beauty, and there are many men in our city who miss her. Zhao Wei frowned and said in a deep voice, Brother Wang, Tanging has a bodyguard named Lin Han. You help me tie Tanging up, and then have Lin Han go and replace her. When the kid gets to your place, just help me break both of her legs.
No, 3 legs. He Wan was stunned, then realized, and laughed, so Wei Xiao wants to deal with the bodyguard.
Don't worry, I have some concerns about dealing with Tanging, but dealing with a mere bodyguard, I'll show him how to die.
Good, Wang Gu is happy. Name your price. Zhao Wei was very happy.
He was originally going to find Tan Hu, but Zhao Kaiming directly summoned the head of the Brotherhood.
This is easy to say.
It is an honor for our Brotherhood to be able to do something for Mr. Zhao. In the future, our Brotherhood will need the Zhao family to take care of us more. Wang is also a smart person and knows the truth that it is good to take advantage of the shade under a big tree.
Then I'll trouble brother Wang.
Zhao Wei smiled wickedly. Don't worry, I guarantee that this matter will be handled properly. Wang raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp.
Lin Han was completely unaware of the three men's conspiracy.
After leaving Song Yao's restaurant, he took a taxi straight home.
As for Li Taizhu, he let him run home.
Lin Han had just returned to the villa and had not yet entered the door when he saw a bright red Ferrari parked at the entrance of the villa.
Could it be a guest?
Lin Han pushed open the door of the villa while thinking, and as soon as the door opened, he heard Tang Xiaoyi's heartless laughter.
Ha ha ha. Sis, are you in love with Lin Han? Tang Xiaoqi laughed uncontrollably. You little brat, you're so rude. Tang Ying reached out to tickle Tang Xiaoqi. Oh, sis, don't. I won't say it anymore.
Tang Xiaoqi surrendered, but she felt that she was right. Her cousin had said Lin Han's name at least 800 times since she got home. They were both women, so how could she hide such a little thought from herself?